I'm live. I'm alive. To start this live stream while people are logging on, etc., wanted to show you guys shampoo ginger. This is my shampoo made by the jungle. It's like a cousin to the edible ginger you get in a store and eat, which we also grow here. But this beautiful decorative plant called shampoo ginger, it grows these things. They smell sort of like ginger you would eat. It's got similar essential oils. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Somebody tell me, confirm you can hear me. But yeah, this is shampoo ginger. I'm going to poke it open and drain some out and see if I can show you kind of what it looks like. Nature's excellent shampoo. And drain some into this Tupperware thingy. Yeah. Just kind of squeeze it. It has a little, almost a slimy feel to it. Not truly slimy, but almost a little bit. One second, and I'll show you the liquid. Try to describe it. Yeah, you can't see much in there. It's sort of a pinkish, orangish, clear liquid. And like texturally, you can feel almost a hint of like an oily texture. It smells really good. You know, it's like the smell of ginger mixed with, I don't know, a hint of some floral smell. It's really good. Makes a really good natural shampoo. Definitely cleans out your follicles well and stimulates, you know, the essential oils stimulate your hair follicles. So, and it's beautiful. If you Google shampoo ginger plant and look at like the big decorative plant, it's like a big decorative, beautiful thing. We actually saw one of these on the side of a back road somewhere, and I had a shovel. I got out and dug a little piece of root, brought it home, planted 2 little pieces of root in the ground, and over the last couple of years, it's become huge decorative plants that produce a bunch of these. Like the one I cut this off of this morning, this is what they look like. I mean, the plant's a whole different thing, but it grows these bulb things. That's where you get the shampoo. That one plant right now probably has at least 20 of these, maybe more. And I haven't paid attention to how fast they grow back when you cut them, but, you know, I'll figure that out as I go. But anyway, that's my ideal shampoo right there. Okay, you guys hear me? Excellent. Sound is working. What's up, everybody? What's my favorite video game? I don't know, but I did love Unreal Tournament. Back in the day, my brother got into computers at a younger age than I did. You know, we kind of grew up in the dinosaur age when it was like a new thing to have your own computer and the internet and stuff. And he sort of got mentored by an older guy that was really ahead of his time. And this older guy had, you know, grown kids that would come over to his house and they'd have like these gaming parties and stuff. So we thought that was really fun. We joined them a couple times. And then my brother and his friends got into it and they set up all these computers, including mine. And we'd have like Unreal tournaments that would go on all night, you know? And my brother would just destroy us all. He was way too good at that game. All you would hear, like you'd poke your head around a corner and just hear headshot. You're like instantly gone, no matter where you are. But anyway, it was really fun. And I loved the music. I loved the game. That game was way ahead of its time, you know? So I have good nostalgic memories of it. And I love the soundtrack and I love the remixes that, you know, some people have done. So that's why you hear that. I'd say that's one of my best memories of gaming is Unreal tournaments with friends, you know, that we'd just stay up all night once in a while and they just play, you know. Friends would bring over their computers all to one place and just hook it all up so we could do stuff like that. As far as a favorite video game, I don't currently necessarily have one. I used to play World of Warcraft. You know, that was really fun in the early days and Kind of got worse over time, but that was good. Yeah, I don't know. I played a lot of video games growing up, you know, and at different times I enjoyed different ones. But yeah, those are good memories. I'm good. I'm very good. Thanks for asking, my friend. Much love to you guys too. Do you see your family often, siblings, etc.? No, I don't. I live in a different part of the world completely. Do I keep track of lunar phases? I don't really keep track of them. I mean, I see the moon, you know, off my back porch at night, but the one thing I do look up is I'll use the Farmer's Almanac sometimes to decide when to plant things. Like right now, we have a bunch of comfrey seeds and I really want them to work. So I'm going to look up I don't know if it's today or when, but I'm going to look up what's the next good planting day for small seeds so we can have a higher percentage of success. Start a bunch of comfrey. Best chest exercise? Well, you know, opinions will vary and everybody's opinion's valid if it's what they like the best. But right now, I'm getting excited to get into dips. I was never that into dips, but I did an experiment the other day and I found that the way I was doing them, I was actually able to get a complete chest workout, work my upper chest too, which is pretty amazing to me because a dip looks more like a decline press. And in the distant past, in my 20s, I got really strong on decline press. I actually got to where I hit 500 pounds on a decline press in my early or mid 20s, but I had only lower chest. And it just got to looking more ridiculous over time. And I didn't like the way my chest looked. So I just stopped. And for years, I didn't work my lower chest at all. I just would figure out how to work my upper chest until I got it balanced out and I liked the look better. But anyway, right now, I'm inspired to get into dips. So I'm starting to get into that. I'll probably start doing like high volume sets and, you know, a lot of dips and stuff. Get back into it, maybe get into some weighted dips. Although I keep saying I'm shifting back to where I'm going to start getting into like more natural bodybuilding again. And I think I am, which means I got to put aside ego lifting. All I've been doing for the last 7 years is just lifting a heavy thing here and there, just teaching myself to stay strong in my nervous system and stay functional and have something to exert myself at, you know, because that's good for me. I need the outlet. But I haven't done any real bodybuilding, which is very different. And I'll be making some valid points about that. So I may not be looking for 1 rep maxes or lifting super heavy things because to really focus on actually building muscle, I need to use less weight and I need to focus on how I do the reps, you know, to challenge the muscle better. So it's kind of 2 very different things. So anyway, right now I'm inspired by dips. I never really, in the past, I worked up some heavy singles, but I've never really exploited dips as like a chest bodybuilding exercise. So, you know, I'm setting up to get into that at this point. So that's what I'm into right now for chest. That's what I'm inspired about. And I just want one simple thing. I have very good chest genetics and muscle memory. I can get a real big chest pretty easy. So just having one exercise that I can hit my whole chest with is good enough. And I'll be able to blow up my chest just by progressing at dips, you know. So for me, that's what seems to be on the table at this point. Yes, Medeli 3463. Believe it or not, in natural healing, holistic type naturopath circles, there's a term for morbid flesh and morbid matter in the body. And when you do a good detox, you actually get out a lot of it. And it's literally morbid flesh. You learn that it's not just a smell. The human body, when it's dealing with that bad smell, is an indicator, but the human body oftentimes really needs to get out a lot of dead flesh. It's actual dead material. Like not only does your surface layer of skin, I shed a lot of skin on any given day. I could just do this over my skin and just have all kinds of skin under my nails. I'm always shedding skin and hair, right? But that's all you see on the surface. Picture the fact that your whole body's doing that. And it's not as easy for all the dead, morbid material to come out from the inside. So when you open up your detox channels, your body can start getting out all that dead, morbid junk that's just in the way. It's interfering with better functions. People understand, if you exfoliate your skin, it gets healthier, right? Because you get all the dead skin out of the way that's like blocking your skin, but your body's like that all the way through. So when you do really well at deep detox on a lot of levels, it gets to a point where, at least for me anyway, it got to a point where not only did I not use deodorants because they were toxic, it got to the point where I didn't need an alternative or anything because there's rarely any kind of off smell. Once in a while, a little bit, and I go, okay, I must be detoxing something, but that's rare and it's small at this point. So yeah, you can get clean enough that such things that you thought were normal, that humans are just stinky for some reason, they don't have to be. It's not really like that. It's kind of an illusion. It's a buildup of decay. Yeah, you're not prying too much. I have experience with sacred cactus, not peyote, but all the relatives of it that work the same way. San Pedro, what are the other ones? Bolivian torch, Peruvian torch. I've had experiences with all of those. Generally, very constructive experiences in my case. But again, hallucinogenic. To me, every natural plant medicine on the planet that's not been GMO, like altered somehow, it all has a purpose. It doesn't mean everybody should just use it, and it doesn't mean it's good for everything, but they're all sacred, important things that exist for a reason, And I've had in the past constructive experiences with those cactuses. Yeah. But at the same time, I wouldn't credit hallucinogens with like spiritual enlightenment or anything like that. I wouldn't confuse it with that. All I experienced was it amplified my physical energy and it amplified where I was at consciously, and it made it very, very clear. It shines a bigger light on all of it and shows you what's going on. And it gives you like a more multi-dimensional awareness of all that all at the same time. Some people call it ego death and terrifying. I didn't go through any of that, probably because I have died and flatlined a few times in my life's there's been a lot of birth and death type cycles of different types in my life. And for me, there wasn't any shock of loss of ego or anything like that. There was just an amplification of more awareness of the present moment and the timeless moment. And I could feel my aura reaching clear into outer space. I could feel an electrical connectivity. I could even visualize it. I could feel this was what blew my mind about sacred cactus, to be honest with you guys. There was a lot of neat mental and emotional things too, but the physical feeling of my nervous system being connected to the nervous system of all of outer space, and it was so present, and it just went on for like 20 hours straight a couple times. It was just amazing to me. My nervous system was interfaced with everything out there, and I could just feel it really clearly. It was just amazing. That's what really surprised me about it, Black elderberry fruits, real good. Yeah, real good immune strengthener. Is cyanide good in small quantities if the fruit itself is better raw or boiled? Natural cyanide, like in, is it the seeds of apples? Okay, let's do the disclaimer. We're having a fictional sci-fi talk for a second here. Okay. It can kill cancer. It's done so for many people. So yes, the natural stuff in the right amounts. Most things in nature at a certain dosage turn from medicine to poison, and like vice versa. There's a lot of things that people say, oh, it's so poisonous, but in the right dose, it has very valuable medicinal effects. For example, even getting stung by a lot of red ants when I first got here, I almost went unconscious. I had heart palpitations, breathing was weird. I passed out. I almost crashed a car. It was apparently my body was not ready for something in that, but I had an arthritic condition in my neck that went away after having been, and I had had it for years, and it went away after being stung by a lot of red ants. So there was a poison But the way it stimulated the body, no longer do I have the bad reaction to those bites. So something got smarter in my body, immunity or anti-inflammatory wise. And in that anti-inflammatory sharpening process, my body actually corrected something that was going on, that was grinding away at my neck tissues, you know, in my discs. So again, a poison in the right dose, in the right situation is actually, you know, a positive medicine. But, you know, there's a big alchemy to that. And because people have been divorced and separated from nature, and the cultures that took 10,000 years to learn all the things they knew have been mostly wiped out, so you couldn't get any of that knowledge. It's really unfortunate that I'm looking out off the back porch right now at like countless versions of life-saving medicine that just looks like a big green mess of jungle nobody knows what to do with, but it's all out there, you know. And a more progressive, benevolent species that took care of itself, we would have been, you know, maxing out on our knowledge of that stuff for a long time and not erasing it from each other and forcing each other into toxic traps. I'm good, Angel Eyes. How you doing, friend? How many varieties of mango? I think at least two, and I'm working on possibly a third. Right now, our biggest mango tree is finally starting to produce. Right now. It's exciting. Nah, Nick. It's all, you know, it's all fictional fantasy talk, so nobody has to nuke it, right? Just a good sci-fi writer, you know. Like most good sci-fi writers, I don't have any budget, so if I made a movie, it would be like a B sci-fi movie. It'd have to be very conceptual with very low graphics detail. And if I was creative enough, I might be able to make a good movie out of it still. So I'm working on that, and that's all it is, guys, right? Because you're entertaining fear in your mind, Dono, the way the world has trained you to. Do not know me. You know, it's just a common plague to keep people in low consciousness. Fear, 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 fear. The news sells it, the religions sell it, the governments sell it. And unfortunately, your well-meaning neighbors are so programmed they defend it and use it on themselves and each other. Well-meaning good people, they've been trained to be self-destructive and hold each other in low consciousness, unfortunately. And once your mind's trained that way and you're also trained to live in mind, you know, people are going through all this crazy deranged fear all the time in that tumbling downward cycle in the mind, unfortunately. I hated working night shifts, V. I hated it. It was very, very hard on me. I never got the knack of it. I couldn't sleep in the daytime. It was too hot. I did that for half a year one time. Never mastered it, dude. Couldn't make it work for me. It was brutal, to be honest with you. Some people can get into a rhythm with it. I never did, just to be honest. So I don't have the answer. Somebody might know how to make that work. I just struggled miserably until I quit that job anyway for other reasons. Yeah, Cud. I'm building a food forest here in the midst of the real jungle, you know. Having your own food forest, absolutely priceless. Absolutely priceless. Oh, I'm glad you liked the video on hopelessness, Noter. You know, I reviewed it a little today. And guys, I'm super self-critical and always doubting what I've done, you know, due to past life conditioning. I only share this, guys, because I want to be as honest and transparent as you can get away with on the public world without it truly backfiring on you and being used against you by a bunch of narcissists and stuff. But just to share with you guys, just to be real, when I rewatched part of that video today, I kind of didn't like my tone. I'm like, you know, everything you said was good there, but I wish I didn't look like I was lecturing people like I'm better than you or whatever. And maybe it didn't come off that way, but I'm always critiquing and looking at things. And you know what? I wish I delivered that more gracefully, you know? So, you know, there's always room for growth no matter who you are, and I'll be working on that. Sometimes I come off a little too preachy in my own opinion. And I don't mean to. It's like sometimes I don't realize what mood or energy might have been a little too uptight, in my opinion, for the way I shared something. I think all the information was really good and well guided, but I just felt like, man, you kind of look, not everybody's going to take it that way, but some people are going to look at you like you're being preachy, and it's going to be kind of a turnoff. And that could unfortunately deflect them from really, listening to the message more carefully. So that's just me being transparent, sharing with you guys my own critique on that video. I want to be more calming. I want to always, if I could, help people lose that cortisol, get more into the parasympathetic nervous system. It's easier to absorb deeper, meaningful messages that way anyway. When somebody's delivery makes you feel a little bit uptight, it's a little harder to let it sink in deeper. So in critiquing it, I see room for tuning on things and improving. But I do think it was a really good message, well-guided message for sure. You're stuck on analysis paralysis of the coffee enema? Yeah. Okay. You want me to shake you out of it? Good. I appreciate that. I went through that too, due to cultural conditioning and worrying about what others might think, and if you're being weird or something or whatever else, or just fear that you might hurt yourself, and you won't. It is not at all the scary thing it sounds like. Once you've done it, you'll be like, oh, that's silly. It's silly that I feared such a thing, and you'll be glad you did. But what I would say is when you go ahead and just do it because okay, I believe in doing this, and I'm dealing with my own resistance of irrational fear, because we all deal with this. I could tell you the stories of the spiders I encountered when we moved here and how it was a big problem for me. And I had to actually go through some change so an irrational fear didn't break me down, I'd use that for an example, but this is an opportunity for you to practice that. Like when it's a constructive thing and you're just dealing with irrational fear and you go ahead and do it, you'll realize, the more time I would have wasted over analyzing that is destructive use of my own energy. And then you can start to recognize similar situations in life and start to apply that same principle. So that's my encouragement to you, to realize that when you pass that hurdle and realize it was no big deal, you're going to realize a lot of things in life that you ought to do, that you're scaring yourself out of, that fear conditioning. Remember, guys, deep down, and this is kind of hard for people to identify because people are confused, but anything rooted in fear never works out in your best interest or anybody else's, ever. And anything rooted in love will. The problem is the world's confused. Love has been made into a transactional thing that isn't even love. So if you don't even know what love is, it's hard to know whether you're coming from love or not. A lot of us have been manipulated with things that pretend to be love but aren't. That's pretty common on this planet. A lot of things have been glorified that are fear, that people are taught, oh yeah, you need fear, you need all this. You don't. Okay, give me an example. All right, dude. If you're standing at the edge of a cliff and looking off it, do you need to be afraid to not jump off that cliff, to not just walk off it? Or do you need to just have basic reason? I'm not going to throw my life away, so I'm not going to step off the cliff. You don't need fear. People will try to sell you the idea, like the news, the government, like I say, all the religious cults in the world. Unfortunately, your neighbors and family have been programmed this way. Everybody's using fear. It's completely counterproductive for human consciousness. And it's a massive blanket of darkness on the awareness of human beings. Fear's going to happen sometimes, but promoting it like it's a good thing and using it on each other, fear is a liar. Wow, these are going fast. Is the Matrix real? Was Yeshua vegetarian, and were the disciples also mostly? Yes, they all were. I've linked some evidence on this channel for that. There's a lot more evidence on Aaron Abke's channel and some guys he's collabed with that have gone to great lengths and gone through great suffering to show that in the world. that animal abuse was always against anybody of true spiritual discernment and sincerity. As far as is the Matrix real? Well, it's a real metaphor. You're not actually on a planet where machines have you in pods using you as batteries, but you are on a planet where the powers that be, or whatever you want to call them, have long since trained human consciousness to run at a level that keeps manifesting a miserable reality by the way your subconscious is programmed to dwell on negativity and fear, like we're talking about. That's the real matrix. That's what's generating. People talk about law of attraction and law of assumption, and then everybody just absorbs garbage all day and wonders why the world stays crappy. You are being used as the generator for negativity. If all of you didn't listen to the negativity and didn't care, and you were busy doing something productive in your own life, like building an intentional community or something, all that would starve and die like parasites, and the world would completely change, because they can't generate all that evil themselves. They need you to agree with it. So your consciousness is trained to dwell in darkness to help keep things the way they are. That's the metaphor. That's how you're a battery to keep things in low consciousness. And it's not machines. It's negative consciousness, negative entities, most of which are disembodied, although they do get control of people's bodies and minds. And when you sell out to them and do nasty things to get worldly power, they take over human bodies and they control it kind of puppeteer style. But they hate humans, and they're abusing humanity because they hate the creator they don't understand, and they're stuck in a fallen state. So it's not machines and it's not pods, but it is, the Matrix is a very good parable for an energetic situation. Nice. Arnita, that's because your liver is starting to work right again. It's starting to get caught up on all the backlogged, clogged homework it could never catch up on. And the liver is the workaholic. It's the multi-talented, multi-hat wearing part of the body that does so many different processes. So metabolically also, so your energy comes up, your hormones get better, everything gets better when you actually start stimulating and healing and getting the liver to catch up on all the backlog garbage and getting it out of the body. Yeah. Big benefits to that, man. And the liver is the seat of emotion. So as your liver functions better, your brain chemistry, your outlook on life, that's part of why your energy comes up, That's a wonderful thing. Yep. James was a vegetarian. He got mostly written out of the Bible by the Romans because they needed Paul the false prophet and his false gospel. And James and Peter were constantly asking Paul to stop being a false apostle and misleading everybody. But, he had his own crazy ego trip. The life of a serial killer does not really set you up to be a stable, helpful person. I don't know if Paul believed his own delusions or if it was literally a Roman psyop, because he was literally a Herodian, and everything Yeshua specifically warned not to listen to before he showed up and fulfilled all of it. But, the Romans used it because it gave them what they needed to create a political weapon of a religion and overwrite what they did to the Essenes and Yeshua and turn it into something it isn't. So James and Peter got mostly written out of the Bible for that reason, because they couldn't show the actual back and forth that occurred, because nobody would believe Paul and all his false doctrines and garbage to this day if they had left in there what the actual people who walked with Yeshua had to say about it. They couldn't do that, so they took it out. But yeah, they were vegetarian, because if you get to a certain point in your spiritual awareness, you're just not okay with hurting other things to supposedly self-profit. It goes directly against everything you know about spiritual truth and light, and it doesn't work for you anymore. You outgrow it at some point. There's a lot of things on the health topics playlist to help the liver, my friend, but the coffee enemas are the very most powerful one by far. I wouldn't bring it up otherwise. I don't just do taboo, weird, corny things for clickbait. you're likely to get memes made out of you and get made fun of anyway. It's not like it's going to be a popular topic, you know. I bring it to you guys because it's the biggest secret weapon of body detox and liver upgrade and body healing. That it's the single biggest factor for all those things I've ever encountered and used. And I've done all kinds of things over the years and all kinds of combinations. I wouldn't suggest it otherwise. But you know, that's all just some meathead muscle guy talking about health fictionally in a sci-fi book. So nobody has to get all mad. Nobody has to cancel me over that. I don't have a scar on my forehead. That's just a place I've been resting my forehead against something while I do certain exercise. So I keep rubbing a little wound in it. I have a minor scar right here. I don't think you can even see it anymore. It's from the scope of a gun that kicked harder than I thought a long time ago and put a scar on my forehead, but I don't think that even shows. But no, that's just a little temporary scratch. That's all you're seeing on my forehead. Yes, it's safe, Quail. You'll find lots of resistance on the internet saying it's not and trying to terrify you. But remember, guys, this goes for everything. I'm not making any medical claims, yada, yada. Just some dude talking about his own imaginary experience, you know. But yes, it's much safer than you'd even imagine. I mean, you could hurt yourself. You could put piping hot coffee inside your self like a crazy person or something. There's always a way to hurt yourself and then blame the process or something. But anybody being halfway reasonable, it's very safe. What's my definition of nerd? I use that word as a term of endearment, really. It's like when you get into something and you're, you know, you like talk all about it. Like, let's think of something. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to, you could even say I'm a nerd when it comes to health topics, you know. I know a lot of terminology and I've memorized a lot of stuff and I'm interested in it. So I'm kind of a nerd in that way, you know, because I nerd out on it or whatever. It just means things that you get intellectually into, you know, and you have a lot of fun and you have a passion for a nerd-like mental passion for something, you know. That's how I use it. I use it as a positive term. I never mean an insult. I like the word nerd. When I call somebody a nerd, it's because I like them, you know. I don't even know what hustle culture is, nor do I care. I don't care about any nonsense online fake culture. Couldn't care less. Yeah, I've lost things I never thought I would lose. How did it change me? For the better. Sometimes it was a brutal process because I had great resistance to it. Other times I was ready for it. Other times I was in shock and awe for a while and everything just went kind of still and nothing started processing. There was like a delay. And then the smoke starts to clear and you start to feel better and realize, yeah, that needed to be stripped out of the way for me to move forward about what this life is about. Other times I lost something that it still hurts that I lost it, but it made me wiser and more useful to people in other ways. So retrospectively, I can't say I've lost anything unexpectedly that doesn't serve a positive purpose. But I won't lie and say that some of it doesn't still hurt. Some of it still hurts. But I've actually gotten to where when I look at it a certain way and I don't dwell on that, I find it constructive. Even a certain amount of pain can be constructive if you use it that way. That's what comes to mind. Well, we have another YouTube channel that shouldn't get in any trouble. It's called Earth Roots Healing. It's linked under all of the videos on this channel, guys. But if this channel disappears and you never checked an info box, I guess you wouldn't know that. Anyway, there's plenty of people here that know that. I think somebody, if you asked around, would be able to point you to it. Tips on running faster? Look into high dose K2, increasing VO2 max. Look into, oh man, I shouldn't be even saying this because these things will get banned. Okay, this is all fictional, imaginary. It's not going to help you at all. Nobody listen to me. You could look into, I believe it's either peppermint or, which essential oil is it? Peppermint or it's one of the mints that increases VO2 max. Look into essential oils that can increase VO2 max by oxygen loading them into your system leading up to an event like that. Wink, wink. What am I doing? What am I doing? Giving out tips people would kill for if they understood it was real. What am I doing, guys? I love you that much. Hopefully it doesn't catch on, or, those things will just be illegal or something, unfortunately. No, I'm not ignoring your question, AKA. You realize there's like hundreds of people talking to me. It's not just you, right? Come on, man. I don't even know what your question is. So I haven't seen it yet. I don't know what I would be ignoring, okay? Try to care about everyone and be understanding. I'm not Santa Claus and I don't see everything and I'm not magical, man. I'm a person like you and I'm doing my best here, okay? So, don't feed that victim narrative in your mind or you're just going to descend into madness and start trolling. And then I will be ignoring you. Not because I have any problem with you, but just because it's unproductive for everybody's sake. I love you, man, and I'm willing to help. Try to be patient. If I miss your question and it's important, type it in the conversation box under this video when it's posted, and I'll get caught up with you, okay? I try to keep up with everybody's important questions and comments and help as many people as I can for free on a regular basis on top of everything else I'm doing, okay? Which you have no idea about how much I'm doing. But please try to care about everybody. Don't be in that selfish victim spirit, man. It's no good. It's no good for you or anybody else. What type of person should a male marry? What in the world do you want me to say about that? People are unique, man. And women are not objects that you go buy a certain model like a car. I don't even know how to answer that, my friend. That's crazy talk. You got to get off TikTok and crap culture and, look deeper into the meaning of the depth of the value of human relationships. Different fractals of the infinite creator interacting with each other is a sacred thing. It's not a joke or a game. If you want it to be deep, sacred, and meaningful, you have to approach it that way instead of being some, I don't want to put any labels on it. I don't know who Terry was. I don't know who anybody's referring to. Terry this, Terry that. I get called a lot of weird things, guys. Yeah, I got some videos on plant-based diets, and there will probably be more, but I don't think people really absorb. I try to make it simple and lay it out. Here's something important you might like, but you might not believe me because you've been all polluted with contradictory ideas on the internet, but I'll tell you anyway for those listening. Let's take protein, for example, because you have to eat a lot of dead animal carcasses to get enough protein or else you're a wimp, bro. Okay, I'll just keep setting unofficial world records, at half the weight guys can't do what I do. And you can keep calling me a wimp, but there's nothing strengthening about eating rotten carcasses, by the way. Here's the thing. When you build your protein structures out of plant proteins, there isn't a death involved in that. And actually, your body can more directly put that into the DNA accurately with less errors. Now, DNA errors not only cause disease, they add up to what people call aging. The quality of plant-based proteins that are absorbed and assimilated into your structures is a higher quality, purer, better quality protein. So you're building something with better long-term functionality and vision. Okay, you're skipping the middleman of death and murder and torture and reassimilation of carcass and all this weird vulture-like activity that isn't really ideal for humans at all. Hopefully you can tap into the usefulness of that tip. There's a lot less damage, disease, and so-called aging over time when you build your protein structures out of plant-based proteins instead of death being reassimilated. The last time I drank, smoked, or did drugs. Kind of depends what you call drugs. I haven't smoked tobacco in I don't know how many years. Last time I drank, I mean, I'm on cacao right now. Technically, that's a drug to some. Okay. But what I call drugs, I don't know. Been a long time. Um, as far as last time I drank, that's a drug I had a big problem with. I think it's been months ago. And I finally broke a lifelong curse that ironically, the very, person in your life that gives you the hardest time about it is really actually the cause of why you drink. And once I broke that curse, it's like amazing. No matter how stressed I get, I don't feel like I need to go run to a bottle anymore. It's just not appealing. Everything changed in me when I finally broke a curse in my life. It's incredible. Yes, they did, Cud Slayer. I mean, if you read it in chronological order, the idea of meat eating didn't even exist in those days. That was after the destruction of the planet and the fall of humankind into a lower level, where they started eating animals and lifespans were shorter and consciousness was lower and people were savage murderers. Because if you're going to kill living things and bleed them and eat them and think it's okay, the way you're training your subconscious, now you're just going to have war, torture, and rape forever until man repents of that nastiness. You can watch the chronological pattern in history, ignore the rest of the narrative and just watch the patterns, But I have a pattern recognizing mind, so that's easier for me to see than some, I guess. It's not about finding the right partner. Somebody else isn't going to fix you and make it all right for you. It's about if you go into a relationship for the right reasons and with the right motives, you too can create something special. And it will be challenging at times, and it will bring up things and triggers and things you need to grow through. There will be spiritual triggers. If it's meant to be, it will challenge you in the right ways. And if you're in it for love, you will both come through it stronger. And if you're in it for ego motives, you'll tear each other apart and end up worse than you started. It's not about some magic person out there that's going to fulfill you. That's the whole I'm empty and need to steal from somebody else vampire mentality. If you go into it to create love and to give and to be the source of it, if that's really where you're coming from, you'll manifest somebody on a similar path with similar potential. If you go into it with any of these nonsense, selfish, ignorant motives, you'll manifest somebody that's probably on a similar path and you'll hurt each other. And that's what's common in this world. Orthodox theology isn't spirituality. It's religion, it's control, it's mind control, it's fear, it's man. It's false. They're not even the same thing. That's why they hurt your spirit and make you not even know what your spirit is or be able to listen to it. It's man-made synthetic. It's like, what's the difference between AI and organic consciousness? Couldn't be more different. Even if they pretend to be the same, one's a counterfeit. Why do you keep asking me if I ever met Santa Claus, AJ? I'm not sure what that means, man. Yes, I pray. Yeah. No, in the Garden of Eden, when humans lived in harmony with animals, there was nothing eating or killing anything else. That came from our fall. Then things divided into categories of those that took the path of living off the death of others and those that didn't. And there's been great imbalance ever since. That's the power of our consciousness and choice. Being that we're more conscious than the animals, our patterns affect their behavior more than theirs affects ours. Except when you're so low consciousness, you're imitating an animal and glorifying it and acting like man's supposed to be an ignorant, savage beast, which a bunch of people are because it's literally descended that far. Yes, I interpret my dreams. I have an ability to interpret dreams that have been trained at that's real. And it shows spiritual gifts you came for and what's stopping you from using them. And it's a very rare thing, and I don't talk about it much. But yes. profound things have been unlocked for myself and others through that process. I'm not going to debate anybody on their theology. I couldn't care less, man. When you're free of it, you don't argue with that ignorance anymore. You move on, okay? Debates are for your entertainment because you're part of a public that's addicted to outrage. Everybody wants to watch people argue and act like monkeys and throw poo at each other. Couldn't care less what somebody else believes anymore. I've been in cults. I've been in the worst cult, and I've damaged myself greatly, and I've reverse engineered it and come out of it, out of that slavery. And for those interested, I can be helpful. For those that want to argue with ignorance, go right ahead. Well, your body can want all kind of things your higher self may not want. This can be a conflict at times, understandably. There's a verse in, I think it's the Gospel of Mary, which is a very esoteric writing, the pages we have left of it, where Yeshua was describing things to Mary that the men couldn't understand because men are always more stuck in their intellectual mind and way more out of touch with their intuition and heart center. Mary was obviously more in depth. The things he said to her in private made all the male apostles jealous and angry, but he recognized that she could understand certain things they couldn't, and he went deeper with her. And I believe it was in those writings he was talking about the way the flesh gave birth to a kind of desire. It gave birth to a whole new kind of desire that is very powerful and difficult for the spirit to navigate. That's one of the great challenges of this life, is the desires of the flesh. Not all of them are bad. Some of them are essential for physical life. But the strong desires of the flesh, the animal part of you, can definitely drag down your spiritual goals at times, But hey, that's weightlifting. That's weightlifting for your spirit. Again, how are you going to get stronger or better without resistance? So it's not about hating the flesh. It's about appreciating it, but understanding that, that a discerning person who values spiritual eternal gains more than temporary things you're going to lose is interested in how to use the experience of having flesh to strengthen the spirit rather than allowing the flesh to destroy what spiritual progress you may have ever had and losing what you have and descending from there, When you fall from a great cliff into the water in that dream, that's symbolic of you falling out of being stuck in your head like the world trained you and falling into your actual spiritual nature, which you're most likely terrified of in the dream. And this is the common thing in humanity. You probably are afraid to fall into that water. Maybe you're not, and that's a good sign. But that's you. It's symbolic of the fact that when you're talking to your spirit, not talking, but communicating with your spiritual team, when you leave your body to be spiritually refreshed, you're having conversations, discussions, or whatever the equivalent there is about the importance and the goal of coming out of the head that the world has everybody trained into and moving into your actual spiritual nature, where all your intuition would work, where you'd access your spiritual gifts that you came into this world to use. That's what that actually means. I get my information from the ether, but I get my information from the source. But I list writings the Romans didn't Romanize because a few of them still exist, and people went through great suffering and torture and death to hide them for all this time, so some people could still have access. So you can see in writing that the Essenes, who actually lived with and around in the lifestyle of Yeshua, knew a lot of the things that some of us came into this world knowing in our heart. But nobody's going to listen to your inner child. Even though the child is closer to the nature of God, everybody discredits that, trains you into the machine of man's mind. So I list certain scriptures because they're helpful. For those that are ready, for those that have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, you'll recognize the truth in it, and it might confirm for you what you knew. And that might make it easier to live it and stop gaslighting yourself because you were taught to by a corrupted world. To watch me in a dream, it means that somebody on your spiritual team is using me as a symbol for you. So something that I represent for you in life. Think about that dream and think, what comes to mind first about what do I mean to you? Because really, that's what your guides are using as a symbol, as part of a conversation. That's what that refers to. Where you're driving and you crash and you die, that means if you stay on the karmic path, this life will just be death for nothing. The car is a pun on karmic path. The fact that you're driving is good, but if you crash and die, it means the way you're driving, you're just headed towards wrecking yourself and you're still on the karmic path. You need to find your higher spiritual calling for this life. So you know why things happen and you're in a flow state and you're cooperating consciously with the creative forces that you came into this world to be part of and using the spiritual gift or gifts you came for as an extension of the creator. And you know that, and you're living at the miracle level instead of the unconscious, why do things happen the way they are? And you just live and die and don't know why. The car is a pun on karma. Because why should I debate anybody, Muffin? I don't care. You could argue with me all day. You can hold to your view, and I couldn't care less. These things are for those that have the ears to hear and the eyes to see and are fertile soil for it. My job is not to argue with people that want to argue, okay? The world's addicted to arguments, and it's doing no good. The world sucks because of it, and I don't practice vain things no matter how popular they are, okay? And I don't need to prove my worldview. The truth will be the truth whether anybody speaks it or not. It'll always be the truth. And it's for those who truly seek it, not those who live in ego and try to justify fighting or arguing or proving something. You've all had a bunch of things proven to you that are completely false and make the world a crappy place. So what good does it do? What is the point? You're still trapped in your head. You have no heart center that you're aware of. You don't have access to higher truth. So I don't care about manipulating people's worldview in their head. It doesn't change anything. It's completely pointless and vain. That's why I don't bother. And you got everybody else out there arguing and debating. If that's what you like, go for it. You don't need that here. You have an infinite supply of outrage to go argue and pick a thought group and all throw poo and, say our group's better than yours and all the vain stuff the world's been doing for thousands of years, which is pointless. The full moon, the bright full moon glowing. Okay. The fact that you bring it up and it meant that much too, and it hit you hard, man, Thela, that's because you actually, and I don't know the specifics of this spiritual gift, but I can tell you for sure, I don't know if you're accessing it yet or using it, or if you've noticed this, but you have a very strong intuition. You have some kind of intuitive gift for sure. That's what that represents in that case. Being on a sinking boat and ending up in the deep, dark water. Try to save the boat, never can. Yeah, you're fighting your own spiritual nature because you're terrified of it, because the world made you terrified of it. You still are afraid that by sinking into your spirit, your ego is afraid of it because your ego's worldview is terrified that you'll lose your life. And you will in some form or another. You have to lose your life to gain it. It's a Christ principle. You won't necessarily get butchered and murdered, although you could on this planet, depending on how you go about it. But it's probably not going to be like that. But you will have social ostracization. You'll lose relationships. Something will change. Your whole life will change. And your ego's terrified of it because it senses that if you go into your true spiritual nature, everything's going to change. And the life you think you have is over, and it's going to go somewhere else. And to your ego, that just means death, even though it's something way, way better. It's a whole higher miraculous timeline that you could sink into if you weren't afraid of your own spiritual nature. But people have been programmed to be terrified of their spiritual nature so they can be kept in low consciousness, fighting over vain things and division forever, if possible, if the dark forces that hate humanity can stay in control and keep everybody so unconscious. If you escaped a bear in water, it means that your gut, your digestive system right now is the main limitation. Health issues in the gut, and I've seen this many times. They'll show you which physical health limitations are blocking your spiritual path mostly by holding, because when your body's dysfunctional and your brain's dysfunctional, it's much harder for your spirit to get through to you. So gut issues and gut health is a big deal. And if you improved it a lot, it'd be easier for you to come in contact and recognize and start flowing with your own spiritual nature better. The dream is a good symbol, though, because you went into your spiritual nature to escape that problem. So it seems to indicate you're moving that direction. That's a good dream. It's a positive dream. You dream every night. Reincarnate, everybody does. The reason you don't remember is you're so concentrated and focused on worldly things that when you pass back through the veil, that just all gets blocked out. And if you'll know it, your focus has changed if you start to become very lucid and vivid. And if you want to cause it to happen, start dream journaling, and your spiritual team will honor that, and they'll help you start to remember a lot more, get a lot more symbols, and become a lot more aware of what, well, symbolically, it's not literal, because you can't literally remember the higher dimensions when you come back to your human mind. You can't do it. Dreams are actually a symbolic retranslation of communication that occurs in a much higher realm that just can't even be directly related to the human experience. Yep. Tommy, isn't it funny how practical it is to do actual spiritual good instead of meditating on a rock and looking cool? It's like, are the old people near you hurting? Are there children nobody's caring for? Are there animals being abused? There's things all around you that you could be doing good for. And just because it looks practical doesn't mean it's not spiritual. It's very spiritual. When you get to the other side in your life review, you're going to experience everything you ever did to anyone and how much it meant. You're going to be forced or allowed, again, depending on how you look at it, to really perceive that fully. So invest wisely. Whatever you do to anyone, you're doing to the Creator. And ultimately, you're doing it to yourself, whether you know that yet or not. That would depend what the deities are, AJ Adam. A lot of people call a lot of things deities, and humans have been real crazy with that historically. So, it'd have to be a lot more specific. Nice. You're at my house, and the water and the sparkling and the cleaning of the cup. Okay. That means that whatever your soul's perceiving out of seemingly me, and believe me, it's not really about me, it's about you. You're using it to clean your temple spiritually and to allow spiritual truth into your consciousness more. So this is being productive for you, and I'm glad. That's the idea. That's a good dream. That's a good symbol. How to love others, especially family, when consumed by righteous anger. Well, righteous anger doesn't make you not love. Right? If it actually is righteous anger, it's because you love. Okay? So don't let the world fool. Oh, you mad, bro? That means you're bad, bro. No, it doesn't. If it's an actual righteous anger, it's because you love. If you didn't love anybody, you wouldn't have any righteous anger about anything. You wouldn't care. You'd be apathetic. You don't give a darn, There's people, I don't get mad about that. Well, that's because you don't care. It's because you're dead inside. You couldn't care less what happens to anybody except yourself. If it is in fact a righteous anger, it is because you love. Okay. As far as navigating your life, if continually you're in righteous anger and the people around you aren't going to change, what would Yeshua do? Shake the dust off your feet and move forward to somewhere where the seed you plant can bear fruit. Who are my mother, father, brothers, and sisters? There are those who hear these things, understand them, and do them. That's what he said. It's true. It's the spiritual truth. A person with spiritual priorities will not let blood relations stop them from moving forward and bearing fruit, okay? Or anything else. It depends on what your priorities are. Otherwise, you remain in conflict in a situation that's not going to resolve, and you're just stuck burning in righteous anger. So at some point, you got to ask yourself, like, What should I really do about this? You don't get to control whether others change or care or whatever. And you get to decide what to do. But you have stewardship of your life, not others. Use wisely. It depends, V. It can be either. Usually it's just something about you. If you look at those characters in the dream, what are your first thoughts about each of them when you describe them? It's actually a reflection on aspects of yourself that you project outward to make like a, what do they call that? Like an object lesson of sorts. Okay. You're looking at aspects of yourself projected and created into others. There are different situations where you meet an actual someone else, but that's a pretty different and more rare situation. We got lordosis, strengthen the opposing muscle groups that will pull your lower spine more into balance. You would have to tell me the meaning of that, Virus. What's it mean to you? That's not for me to say. What did it mean to you? Wow, these are going kind of fast. I put a 200-second delay and it's still going too fast. I'm going to have to up the delay on the next one so people don't take insult and think I'm ignoring them. You failed a law exam. Do you really want to be a liar, a professional liar? And yes, I'm tweaking the word on purpose. You realize that court is a game that has nothing to do with who's guilty or innocent. It's all about just a game. If you're a defense attorney, inevitably you're going to put guilty people back on the street, which is probably better than being a, what's the other one? Prosecuting attorney, which inevitably you'll end up putting innocent people behind bars. I mean, is that really what your spirit wants? Do you really want to play sport with other people's lives in front of a crowd that you influence to sway one way or the other? It's a sport. They made a sport out of justice, dude. I have a feeling your spirit is not amused. In fact, I know it for sure. Yeah. You keep asking how to access the parasympathetic. You did it with my breathing exercise, but you say you can't do it on your own. I don't know, man. Just use the recording then. That's what it's there for. Eventually, you'll be able to do it on your own when you learn to like calm down and block out all the stresses and triggers and distractions. Just practice until you can, or just use the recording. If it helps, use it. It's what it's there for, my friend. You'll get to where you can do it on your own. Sometimes it just takes more practice to get through whatever the resistance is and retrain yourself to be able to get into the more relaxed, calm state and not be entertaining so many distractions and anxieties at the same time. You can do it. Might take more repetition. A lot of things in life take repetition to get good at it. Don't get frustrated and just use the recording in the meantime. That's why I recorded it. I was like, and rather than talking about it, you need to breathe this many pattern and you need to count this. I couldn't do any of that. I couldn't slip into higher consciousness trying to keep track of some protocol. I just do it instinctively until it takes me to a place I don't even remember I'm human or where I'm at. And then I come back feeling better, like my whole nervous system just reset. My spirit did something magical. I'm not following anybody's process, man. I'm just following what's built into me from the inside. And if it helps you as a guide, that's what it's there for. Use it until you don't need to. Okay, Nagaroth. So, like everybody else, mostly, you've been suppressed from the time you were little. You were not allowed to show or express your anger, which as a child was completely innocent and righteous, by the way. And because you learned to suppress it so bad, you have a gigantic volcano-sized wellspring of it trapped inside of you. And in the dreams, you're experiencing some version of expression to try to help you, so you don't build up so much you implode and destroy your own life somehow. That's what that is. You're processing it in a safe place because it's the only place you found to do it. Yeah, you can perceive spirits in the flesh. Discernment is incredibly rare. Real spiritual discernment is incredibly rare on this planet, unfortunately. But yes, pray for it, ask for it, believe in it, give thanks for it, and pay attention to how the lesson shows up for you. And follow the tutorship of what you're given to awaken that ability if you're meant to. That might be a spiritual gift you mean to use in this life, and the world desperately needs it, man. People don't even know they're in cults. The whole world doesn't even know it's in a bunch of thought cults. The world desperately needs spiritual discernment. That would be a great thing to develop. Maybe you have a calling there. Acting like a deity, becoming a deity in a dream. Yeshua once said, "Is it not written that ye are gods? And some of you will bear greater fruit than I." So if you're going to deify him, he didn't separate it. He said, "I'm the first fruit on the tree, and many of you are meant to bear even greater fruit than I." After they blood sacrificed him and made him into something separate to stop you from ever spiritually accessing anything, everybody lost track of that. But you're just as much now. Don't take this the egotistical, ignorant way that's so puke worthy that I see people take it sometimes after an acid trip. I'm God, and then they go around spreading STDs and ignorance everywhere they go, and it's just a horrible influence they're having on themselves and others. But the truth is, you're a spark of the infinite one. You're just as much a deity as you are a human. That's the higher truth, you know. But use it wisely. Don't drag it through the mud of ego and give it a horrible name like everybody tends to do on this planet, you know. Better to approach these things humbly than ignorantly and arrogantly. There will be a lot more regrets on that side. Happy birthday to who? Somebody got a birthday? Happy birthday, somebody. August 1st. You lion, you. I'm roaring for you. Happy birthday. Yeah. Anemia can be caused by a lot of things. It could be parasites that are sucking the iron out of your blood. It could be a lack of functional B12, helping the iron to create oxygen carrying capacity. A lot of people try extra iron and it doesn't work. A lot of times it's a B12 deficiency. Try a methyl B12 supplement. Methyl, not any other cyanocobalamin, toxic, whatever they sell. If you're going to try B12 and you haven't currently, methyl. Try methyl B12 for a while and then see if your blood counts improve on that. For some people, that's what it is. That takes a lot of discernment. There's a lot of things about it on the consciousness playlist, ultimately, to be. It's not something I can give you one liner. That would be cheesy, pretentious, and of no real service to you. Again, spiritual discernment is absolutely necessary for that book to not do incredible harm instead of good, which it's mostly been used to do. That book has done a lot more harm on this planet. The amounts of blood spilled and torture, just sick torture done with that book, mentally, physically, emotionally, even spiritually. Yeah. Without spiritual discernment, people would be better off not even reading it. So you need to pray about it. You need to mean it. You need to give thanks for that. And you need to pay attention to how the lessons of learning spiritual discernment start to show up in your life. And you need to learn to interact with the creator intimately in order to do that. Not let somebody, me or anybody else, tell you, oh, just do this, believe this and not that. I mean, that's the problem. When you're stuck in the human mind, you're just choosing which thought cult to believe, and it's all blind. You have to access your heart center and your actual intuition in order to interact with the creator and develop spiritual discernment, guys. There's no shortcut. There's no mental hack. There's nobody's process to follow because it's a unique thing to you. How you would develop an awareness of that. It would be very intimate and uniquely tailored to you. And that's something that can only happen with an intimate relationship with the one that already infinitely lives within you and knows you well, but it needs to become a two-sided relationship. Astrology is amazing when done right and deeply. And I got most of my deeper, better insights of what it really is from the Edgar Cayce archives and readings. So when I do astrology, it's not what you see common astrologers doing. I used to get paid for, services and stuff, and people were amazed at what it predicted and showed them in their life, etc. I don't really do that anymore. But yeah, the real things, amazing. It's a vastly intricate, deep, and complex science and art, and it's not simple and easy. And it takes a lot of study and dedication to get deep enough with it that you start to be able to use it well. But when done right, the micro and the macro and the understanding of gravitational bodies and energies in space and your point of entry into the earth in that kaleidoscope and what all that math means is profound. But it's not easy, and it's not shallow, and it's not what most people make it. Lumberyard, nice. I've done jobs like that. Psycho. I prefer jobs like that over, sitting in some synthetic light at a computer. I mean, yeah, it's work, but at least it's not just destroying you. A lot of advice about that Nagaroth. Check out the entire consciousness playlist. Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of advice. I don't know if you'd call it all advice. Some of it is, but it's introspection and reflection and deeper sharing, and it can be quite useful if you're ready for it. I'm not telling everybody my chart. It's too complicated, man, Nick. And I don't like sit around talking about myself all day. It's annoying. It's like, why do you want to sit around and talk about me? Everybody here is just as important as me. I'm not going to waste hours and hours of airtime going over my chart, a huge amount of retrograde planets and 9 squares and all these oppositions and the hugest collection of hard aspects I don't even know how I lived through, and all the drama thereof and all the over analysis. It's not an astrology channel. I drink raw milk, sure, when I have access to it sometimes. Yeah. Both Vedic and Western astrology have their strengths. I'd say Western or tropical probably will tell you a little more about your psychology. And Eastern will probably predict life events and timings and like karmic or predetermined setups for things in your life. They both have their specialties. They're both valid, even though that seems impossible to believe. I can't describe my life journey, buddy. I mean, even if I did, there's too many different chapters people wouldn't believe, and it would just backfire. I've been canceled a lot on the internet before, and furthermore, like I said, I don't like rattling on about myself forever. It would sound like I'm making it up. There's too many different, vastly wild chapters to it, and it might entertain people, but then you're just being entertained by my life, and I don't really see how it helps. I'm just going to give you the gems from it, and if you're ready for them, you can do something in your life journey. Because you don't know how to listen, butter. Everybody talks at God and then they demonize meditation and they don't listen. And they don't know how to listen. They don't have the ears to hear. Because what you think God is, isn't. You can't hear an idol. You can't hear what men told you God is because it's not there. It's like talking to a statue and expecting to get something in return. Don't matter how many babies and animals you murder for a statue, it's not going to give you spiritual truth. It's something deeper, truer, and more intimate than that doesn't require words or books or anything. And that's what the world doesn't want to hear. Antibiotic-induced psychosis? Well, when you destroy your gut bacteria and flora and cause leaky gut and the destruction of your immune system and autoimmune disease, and your gut is your second brain, wired to the first brain, your brain chemistry goes to hell. So yeah, it induces a lot of problems. And in some people, you're going to notice actual psychosis pretty quickly. But most of the world lives in psychosis and they just think it's normal. Apparently you were sensitive enough to notice the change. Probably good. First 3 videos on the Health Topics playlist. If you want to reverse engineer the damage and get back a lot more of your consciousness, body, mind, spirit connection, and potential for life. Water is essential. You're mostly made out of it. Purified water is better than toxic water, but it does leach things from you. I don't care what anybody says. Ideally, like mountain spring water, crystal charge is the best, but not a lot of people have access. If you live in a city, just go to my water video. If you want to know, I have a video on it. Listen to the actual video. It's a lot better than me trying to shove it in here real quick. It's on the Health Topics playlist. Blah, 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 blah. Thoughts on thoughts. Thoughts on thoughts. That's funny to me. Thoughts on thoughts. That kind of illustrates the problem, living in the head right there. It's just like photocopies of an echo chamber that just gets more and more confusing. Okay, life's hard and you're suffering. Marquin, again, first your videos on the Health Topics playlist. Master those things, you're going to reverse a whole bunch of stuff and give yourself a reset and a chance to rebuild all anew and discover things you didn't even know you were capable of, because what you thought was health before was a very low level default, as it is on this planet. Whoa, thank you, Marquin. Wow, bang. Oh man, I'm glad to give you hope. Absolutely, man. And I mean it. You clean out all the cellular interruptions, it really does get easier to harmonize and be able to perceive your own spirit better. And, I always look at it like a clogged filter. People don't know anything about vehicles. If you don't change your oil filter, or you have one of these modern sealed transmissions, they tell you, oh, that's lifetime oil in there. It's going to be dead by 100,000, 200,000 miles. If you actually change that oil, some of them same transmissions go over 1 million miles. Now picture your body like a filter for your higher consciousness, because this is the lower, denser thing. The more clogged it gets, the less can pass through, the more it's choking out you from perceiving your own spirit and higher consciousness. It really does work that way. Thank you very much for the support. My whole family thanks you sincerely. It means a lot to us, and it helps a lot too. Yeah, if you hang out on my channel, DAQ, you'll get real clear on where I stand on that, my man. The only magic systems I've seen are very ego-based, where you're trying to hack reality to manipulate others. I haven't seen anything good in that. I've seen people that swear it's working for them while I watch their life just become a dumpster fire of negative entities. So I don't know what to tell you. I've also seen the motives of people trying to use magic to get what they want. It's disturbing. It's like, if you're not brave enough, strong enough, and smart enough to go out and directly get what you want, you try to manipulate from behind the scenes. You're basically doing what the so-called parasitic powers that be are doing on the planet. That's what I've seen, okay? Maybe that doesn't encompass everybody's definition or use of so-called magic, but that's what I've seen. Bedridden due to depression. I posted a video yesterday on it, Zachary. You got to actually absorb it. And when you choose not to be a victim anymore, when you're ready, you can actually use all that to your benefit and become stronger and wiser than ever. But as long as you would prefer to hide from that higher calling because you don't believe you can do it, you're going to use sickness of some kind or another to keep yourself bedridden. And that's okay. You may need that for a while. People do things like that. People also manifest physical diseases to hide from what they don't want to deal with in life. And they don't understand they've done it to themselves. But it's true. Hey, that's awesome to hear. Asphalt, very good to hear. Awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Hey, Charles, what's up, brother? Hopefully you guys are doing good this morning. Guys, I have 2 new real friends in Puerto Rico that have come here, and it's very exciting. Very exciting. I'm not going to say too much now, because we'll see. We'll see. But I realized interacting with real friends in real life is going to be really good for me. It's been a long time. I've been mostly just kind of reaching through the ether, talking to my friends around the world, but to have people in person that you respect, admire, and understand immediately, and there's recognition and it's meant to be, man, there's going to be a lot of personal growth and benefits to that. It's really great to have allies here. Let me just say that for now. And I love you guys, all my heart. I hope you're having a great day so far. My sun sign, yes. 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 Chart's a lot more complicated and interesting in that, but yes, that element is very much there. Oh, wow. Thank you, Reincarnate. You enjoy the Arnold stuff? Hey, there'll be more. Guys, I got to be honest with you. I'm totally out of practice. My Arnold accent is at the worst it's been in a long time. If I watch a few of his movies and refresh the next one, I mean, the humor in that video and the points were great. I like the video, but I'll get to where I sound more like Arnold than Arnold with a little bit of practice. No offense, Arnold. As if he cares. But yeah, there'll be more. We'll have more fun with that. I got to brush up on it a little. Wow, thank you very much, Adam. From all of us here, my whole family, thank you. Very much. Use the health topics playlist, 11. If I'm going to take the time to record these things more in depth for hours and hours, you got to use that. If I try to splat out quick one-liners in a live stream, I mean, it's okay. I can help, but it's probably better to go a little in depth and take a little more time with those things. That's what that playlist is for, And if you ask good questions on the playlist thoughtfully after you considered a video, sometimes that leads to another video to expand upon it, Good questions get more content, guys. Because then I know what is needed next. It's a guide for me. It's a reflective, like, okay, this leads to this now. Good. Let's go into that a little further, So take your time with it. And, if it brings up good ponderings, we'll keep, that playlist is going to keep expanding anyway, but that's part of how that happens. Love you too, my friend. Thank you. How do you get rid of negative entities? You stop feeding them what they want. You stop agreeing with the lies they put in your mind. Resist evil and it'll flee from you, like Yeshua said. This doesn't mean instantly. When they've had a hold in your life for a long time, been feeding on you and manipulating you, they're not going to run away the first time you say no. But if you starve them for a while for what they've been getting from you, they'll have to leave. You can starve them off. But like he said, make sure you quickly fill your temple with the light of righteousness and truth and the things I represent and am and show you, because otherwise they'll come back with worse entities and kick the door in and invade your house, and it'll be worse than it was before. Don't just do some process to make a negative entity leave and then remain in the same spiritual low level of corruption that invited them in the first place, or the latter condition will be worse than the former, as he explained to people. Mechanically inclined, nice. Yeah, that's good. Some people they appreciate those parables, and others, maybe I use a few things, mechanical stuff, fitness stuff, sometimes like nature stuff, fruit, and, just parables are just real life things people can relate to. Because when you're trying to describe spiritual concepts, How do you describe something non-physical from a higher dimension? You have to say it's like this. Try to see what I'm describing here in this parable and understand the spiritual reality of that works in a similar way. Not literally like Hollywood nonsense and religious nonsense people get into, but in a principle way. It's a reflection of a similar sort of a process. So I appreciate that some of these connect with some of you guys. I just use the ones that kind of pop into my head and make sense based on things I've done in life. And for some people that works, and other people, I probably haven't got the experience in certain fields where I could make a parable out of that would help them. But, hopefully we're doing pretty well here. I don't follow astrology, no. I have incredible depth of study and time in it. Why would I follow something? Why would it be a self-fulfilling prophecy of the energy balance of stars? That would be like idolatry and foolishness. No, I use it and I reflect on it and I perceive some things from it. I don't follow it. That's different. People that follow astrology, like you get some dumb thing in the newspaper. Oh, you're an Aquarius, so today you will meet a unique person and this could spark a meaningful romantic relationship. It's like, you could say that to anybody on any given day and people just try to make it come true, and it's all nonsense. It's like cheap, shallow fortune telling that means nothing. And I didn't mean to get all like bent out of shape or lecture you. I don't think you meant it that way. I'm just throwing it out there for people to consider. Yeah, works over conscious belief, sure. Because you can believe any number of things, but I don't care what you believe. How did you treat others? What did you do unto others? There's atheists that are much better people that are living much more Christ-like. And I'm not saying all atheists. A lot of atheists are just angry, miserable, whatever, from their trauma. But I've met atheists that live so much closer to Christ-like than any Christian I've ever met. And I'm not saying there ain't any Christians out there that do. I just haven't met them. Yeah. So some of these atheists have amazing life reviews and experiences. They're wonderful joy when they pass over. And a whole lot of organized religion Christians have horrible hell experiences that they come back and rewrite into their own worldview, and they misinterpret why it even happened, unfortunately. But the interesting thing is all these people that went to hell got out, didn't they? Which violates their own tenets and beliefs in the infallible book they worship. It's amazing the power of brainwashing. But anyway, yes, what you do. See, the Creator put in your heart as a child a sense of right and wrong anyway. If you don't like pain, don't inflict pain. If you don't like loss, don't take from others. If you like kindness, do kindness. It's so childlike simple that, men and I'm so smart, I'm going to sit around and think a way around this to get what I want. Nonsense. Everybody was given what they need in the beginning. And then man confuses the living bejeeminies out of it with all his agendas and ego and nonsense. It's actually profoundly simple. But people don't like simple because that doesn't make them seem important. You don't have institutions controlling everybody, getting all their money and control of their life and all the weird pleasures and perverse things they do with it. If people understood simple spiritual truth, all those things would starve and fall apart and humanity would live at a higher level. And that terrifies the institutions. So they got to make simple things not simple and convoluted and crazy. Psoriasis is healing. Awesome. That's good to hear, 11. Awesome. Oh, that's good feedback. Thank you, Scar. Thank you. Well, if your son is the same Nick, you probably walk in two worlds to some degree without trying to. And you probably also don't have a clear idea of a worldly identity or ego for yourself because it's too liquid and flexible. You probably become whatever you're around or whatever you allow yourself to influence. You're like a cosmic actor that can kind of be anybody. So knowing all that you have some of those traits, you could probably be over self-sacrificing and trying to help others. But, it depends on the individual. You could go an entirely different maniacal way with it. I've seen that too. But it's hard to give advice to young people. People say, what would you say to me because I'm 18? And I'm like, I don't know. It depends on your life. It depends on the factors you set up for your life that are totally unique to you. Just take true spiritual principles if you understand any of them and apply them anywhere you can. And that'll open the door to understanding more spiritual principles that you can apply. And that'll open more doors. I would advise that to anybody at any age. It's not even about age. It's going to feel different and look different at different ages, but anybody wise enough. And I met people yesterday, like half my age, super wise, instant recognition. This happens. Age is not what people think it is. So I can't say anything based on your age, to be honest with you. It's a very individual thing, but for anybody of any age, that'd be my basic advice for life. Yeah, well, what they're talking about practicing astrology there, Vesica, they're talking about people fortune telling nonsense. The crap you see today. Oh, you're this, so here's your future. That's puke. That's an incorrect use of it. That's like saying don't use science because people use science to do biological warfare on human beings. So you're going to throw away science? I can understand it in that context. Don't do it. It's evil. But like anything, don't use the internet. Don't use electronic things. Only use wooden nails. I mean, where do you draw the line on all the things you won't do because you're so afraid they can't be done properly? And where do you just realize that human consciousness and intention can take any neutral thing and make it positive or negative based on how they use it? There's a context in certain societies and groups where they'd be better just dropping certain things because the way everybody's using it is destructive, and they'd be better off without it because you don't need it anyway. But there's other contexts where a person could use that same thing in an entirely different way that actually is positive. So, it's context and culture and time and place and the viewpoint in the eye of the beholder and all these different factors. I'm sure it made perfect sense to who was saying it at that time based on who they were looking at and how that topic was being used. I'm sure it made perfect sense in that context. Any tips on growing massive lats? Lots of pull-ups, and that's for the width. Lots and lots of good pull-ups. Wide grip, palms forward, and then for thickness, you got to get in certain types of rows. It's just the basics and hard work and enough of it. True muscle. You got to activate the muscle. You got to challenge the muscle. You got to give it a reason to mutate. Some people don't connect with their lats at all. I have a very, very strong connection to my lats. I always did. So for me, that was never a mystery. But I've noticed some people, they're like 40 years old and they go, I finally found my lats, and it's good. You got to find that mind muscle pathway. We all have areas where it's not so good. Like my mind muscle connection to my calves and triceps was never as good as other things. And it's taken me a lot more work and focus to kind of find it and create the right neuro pathway, So if you're lacking mind muscle to your lats, you got to find it. You got to experiment until you can control it and activate them well. So your arms aren't doing it or something else, But those basic exercises really work once you're using your lats to do them. Rebuke the symbols. What does that even mean? You can go throw things at it or protest and assign. Who cares? The elites like their symbology because they're programming everybody to just complacently go along with the plan. Oh, robots are real people. The future is you being made into a robot. Isn't it exciting? And then they got a bunch of weird occult symbols for all the crap they worship. And it's just conditioning people into the herd. They want you in their mental cult without knowing you're in it. They want you as the batteries, not the deciders, not the beneficiaries, just the batteries. Don't give it power. Don't give it so much. Notice it. Notice that they're narcissistic and ridiculous and they got to show off their nonsense everywhere, but don't give it any power. So no, I think people go out and try to rebuke evil and they end up just giving evil a whole bunch of power. And it's ignorant, to be honest with you. In your own life, look at yourself. Be a steward of you. Am I following occult stupidity or am I investing my life well? That's what matters, man. Stewardship of your own decisions and actions. If people focused on that, the symbols would crumble and fall apart because they wouldn't even matter anymore, because these so-called world leaders or whatever wouldn't have power over everybody. They would just starve like parasites and be gone. You wouldn't even have to fight them, So people like, oh, demons, bro, and ooh, the devil, bro, and ooh, and you're the devil, and I'm the devil, and it's the devil, Bobby, and all this focus on evil and darkness and yada yada. Those negative entities love that. You're giving your whole focus. They're narcissistic, man. They love the attention. Why give it to them? I don't. I ain't gonna feed them. What is the point of building muscle beyond what you naturally need? For you, probably nothing. Those that are meant to get it. It's, what is the point of a lot of things? What's the point of being a painter? Well, for a painter, the painter understands what the point is, Now, my strength has actually saved lives before that others wouldn't have been strong enough to do. So in my life, it's been used well in certain cases. And I'm able to do all kinds of things that other people can't do without machinery assistance or help from other people that I don't currently have. So it helps me a lot in life, in practical ways too. But if you have zero passion for it and judge it and it seems cringy to you, it's probably not a calling in your life. So don't worry about it. Just be healthy, God is undefinable. If I give any definition to it, I just put the infinite in a box, which is completely futile and ignorant. I'm not going to do it. It's idolatry, and it's made the planet spiritually ignorant. So no, I won't be giving a definition for that which is infinitely undefinable and wondrous. Okay. Celestial, I don't know for sure, but I got a good thing for you to try. You know how bodybuilders do conditioning usually on like a bike or a treadmill or a stair step or something like that? I recommend you doing it on a rebound on a small trampoline instead. I found that if you put equal effort into that, it lymphatically drains your body and cleans it better. Probably you're not even dealing with fat. It's just weird water retention. I get that too. And it helps a lot to tighten things up. And it's easier. It's probably easier than stair step or anything else too. And it's just a really good hack. So, replace whatever other conditioning type stuff you might have been doing. Just buy a small personal trampoline, put in that time on that. You don't even have to work that hard. Just do it consistently, and you might notice things tighten up nicely for you. There's definitely been some fitness people who tested that theory and were very pleased. Feel like I should recommend that. Not so much lately, Nick. I could. I know how, but I've just been. It's an amazing experience, but it can almost be too addictive in some ways. And there was times for that in my life when I really needed it, and right now I don't really need it, so it's not something I'm trying to do. So not so much, but I know how if I wanted to. Well, if you want to leave someone behind and not put up with their lack of action, do it and move forward constructively and believe in what you're doing. And don't gaslight. You probably will, but try not to gaslight yourself and make yourself the bad guy forever so you can't bear any fruit going forward. You got to believe in what you're doing and why you're doing it. You should do it on a spiritual principle of truth, not because you're trying to hurt them or anything else, but because you're trying to move forward more productively and bear more fruit in life. And you can love somebody and leave them behind. And sometimes you have to if you want to make use of your life. That's true. It's not easy, but that's a spiritual rite of passage in some people's lives. And it's legit. In other cases, it may be some ego thing that you're, trying to one up somebody or get them back or whatever. So just make sure that it's really for a positive, constructive reason and shake the dust off and move forward and mean it, and watch the resistance that comes up in you after that and track it back to childhood and start learning to validate yourself so that you can be functional spiritually in this world. Repair your inner child so you can be who you came to be. The world's not going to do it for you, obviously. That's something we have to become the source of ourselves. Much love to you too, friend. Yeah, I don't have anything to do with gym culture. The last time I showed what they asked me to show on strength, I got cancel culture and everybody teamed up against me. Is really ugly. I have no interest in what you call gym culture. My reasons for strength and sometimes bodybuilding and different forms of physical ability, stamina, coordination, everything, they're totally authentic to me. Has nothing to do with being on camera. I was doing these things for many years before anybody noticed, and I don't care. And I will be and would be whether anybody cares or not, you know. So in my life, it's just part of who I am. I share some of it, you know, publicly because why not? If you're into that kind of thing, you might find it, inspiring or helpful, you know. But that's it. There's much more important things in life, but if that happens to be an authentic expression of you, it can be a very healthy thing. Yeah, I got videos on that, Angel Eyes. That's why I posted them, my friend. Those are my tips. You gotta and you know those little stacks I create, guys. Sometimes people say, I can't get one of the ingredients. Oh no. And I'm like, well, just use the ones you can get. They're synergistic stacks. You don't need every ingredient. And furthermore, you might find some other things to add to it if you want to. You know, they're just nice stacks, nice synergistic stacks, things people can do so they can be proactive and not sit around stressing and worrying and never taking action. You know, it just gives people a place to start. Nah, haven't heard of that, AJ. No, Nicholas. No, I haven't. Mm. Greetings in Berlin. Hello over there. Much love to you. Yeah, to reduce lactic acid buildup, you want a more alkaline diet. You want a more alkalized body. Alkalinity is the opposite of acidity. That lactic acid buildup you're talking that limits muscles from the burn is an acidity process. You could try buffering yourself with sodium bicarbonate if you don't get the squirts from it. That can actually buffer a lot of lactic acid, improve endurance, reps, what you can do before the burn stops you. But really, just a more alkaline diet improves that capacity in humans. And it's a much better thing for your health and the planet in the long term anyway. So I'd look into that. It's a good bulletin point. I look adorable today. Well, thank you, friend. And then you say meow meow. You're not like a furry or something, are you? Not judging, but you know, just wondering. I put I do funny things people misinterpret. I didn't even realize such things were out there. But I made certain thumbnails in the past that attracted some strange crowds that I didn't know existed. And I was like, whoa, that's what people think I'm doing. You learn new things every day sometimes. Thoughts on HIT? It's never going to stack up against real volume on short rests like almost everybody who ever achieved anything great did. So yeah, I mean, I've done HIT and it has its place for, you know, strength and stuff, but if I when I set out to bodybuild, I can't do it on HIT. I don't go anywhere. I get dense and strong, sure. If I want to build volume of muscle, I got to do volume of exercise on short rests and really stack it up. And so does almost anybody that was ever real about it. Yeah, I have some interesting background in some of that butter. Not Sasquatch, but the other topic, yeah. But it's not stuff I want to talk about here. It's so far out and irrelevant and overly entertaining, and I don't see where the rubber meets the road. And I'm here to be a practical value to people, not just like blow their minds without their ideas, you know. Occasionally some of that slips in, but that's really not what I'm trying to do. No, you won't reach every goal you aim for, not at all. Even sometimes the person most suited or gifted at a certain thing doesn't even reach the goal and somebody else does. Life's not that simple, and there's other grander themes going on sometimes. But if you aim for goals constructively, you'll definitely reach some of them. And you're definitely not going to reach any of them if you don't. That much is true. AJ comes from the depravity of man doing sick things and using other things for scapegoats and just becoming more and more twisted by negative entities over time. Thousands and thousands of years of sick stuff that's just been passed down because there are, like I say, there are inhuman fallen things on this planet manipulating human beings. And if you're susceptible to the idiocy of hurting other things and blood sacrificing them to please some sick God, then that's what you're going to do. And it isn't God. It's not my God. And I would never make that sick thing my God. But many have, unfortunately. Wow. Marquin, that's heavy. I'm sorry, man. Dude, that's brutal. I'm sorry. Holy cow, bro. Leaving toxic love. Yeah. Brother, it's not easy, but if you really want to live the life you can, you got to do it. And it's hard, that kind of childhood conditioning, you're going to be gaslighting yourself, doubting yourself, undermining yourself. But you got to understand now that that's your power. You can fix what happened to your inner child. Nobody else can do it. And you got to love yourself enough to do that for everybody's sake, man. You can do so much more good for others if you love yourself enough to go back and start repairing that and not letting all the negative voices and conditioning in this world stop you, because they'll try. It'll bring up all the resistance. But then you can analyze it, not believe it, just start observing it. Wow. Look at this self-gaslighting that occurs when I try to take a step in a positive direction. And don't give up and don't feel bitter like there's too much resistance upon me. There isn't. In fact, those of us that have more resistance, if we do pass through it and grow from it, we're stronger. Just like lifting weights, dude. Somebody takes you in a gym and puts 500 pounds on you and it just crushes you. It's like, that's mean. But eventually, enough times trying to hold it, and finally you're able to stall it. And one day you're even able to lift it. And people that never had more than 100 pounds put on them, they're never going to lift that 500, right? So same kind of thing, man. And if you set yourself up that way in life, it means your spirit is brave and has grand intentions for your life. That's why you made it so hard on yourself, believe it or not. From a higher perspective, it can be predicted what certain people are going to do in life. And even if it's negative, you can insert yourself into that situation because of what it's meant to trigger in you and lead to. Okay? That's hard to comprehend from the physical linear time understanding of reality, but it's not the same from a higher dimension. So sometimes the people that do the most absurdly dysfunctional things in life, once you get to a certain point in your spiritual perception, you realize now it's to your benefit. And that was the way your spirit intended to use that. Hugely powerful thing, man. That's a huge level up. And I know you can do it. Okay, right on. Damu, me too. I was just checking. Mostly joking with you, but I was just checking. I was talking to some new friends yesterday about that funny topic. When my wife and I met on Match.com, and some of the things she had been through on there that really surprised her that she didn't know existed, before she met me on there. We were having some funny story time about that topic yesterday, so I just figured I'd bring it up. Because in the past, people thought that's what I was doing. I didn't even know that existed, that weird behavioral cult or whatever it is. And a bunch of people were memeing me for it, of course, because I was being creative with my thumbnails. I was putting bear or tiger or lion heads on my own body and stuff in thumbnails, just having fun with art like I do. And people come along and project their own perversions on it and gets all weird, People have been going along with rituals of evil for thousands and thousands of years without questioning it. It just changes form, but it's the same thing. That's the blue pill. That's the matrix. conformity to authority just means you're an unconscious generator for what calls itself an authority on this planet. And if you can't give it an honest spiritual look and shine some light into that darkness and acknowledge that it's evil, you're just going to do what that authority says, you know. There are less insects around the house now because we have like like 80 ducks now or something, and they're really good at catching bugs even out of the air. There's more bees around here since we moved here. In this part of the world, there was a problem with almost the natural bee populace like going extinct, I guess. But I can tell they're doing pretty well on our property. Something being cultivated here is good, and we're seeing a lot more of them. The environment's working better in more harmony. And that's a gift of the Great Spirit because, you know, we trust and give thanks for the positive energy of this place as a family every day. And it even shows in nature, you know. You can feel it tangibly, but you can also see things happening that show improvement to the environment energetically. Yeah, escapism, Nick. Yeah, that's a big one. You know, the flip side of escapism is the ability to traverse between the physical and the non physical and bring back useful things. Like anything that the world will say, oh, it's a weakness. Well, that's just because they don't really understand it. The other side of that coin is it can be used very well, you know. So when you're not abusing yourself due to dysfunctional tendencies and you're just like drinking yourself into oblivion or whatever just to get out of here because anything's better than this, when you're healed enough and, you know, functional enough, that same tendency can be used as an ability for the benefit of all involved. Yeah, it's like any idol, Dak, worshiping a planet, worshiping a stick, worshiping a statue, worshiping a book, worshiping a picture of a person, worshiping an ideology, worshiping a tree, worshiping a woman or a man or yourself or an AI robot or whatever it is. It's just spiritual ignorance, you know? It's just walking off a cliff voluntarily, basically. Nah, man, it's not evil to kill an ant colony in your house. There's a lot of things in life that aren't ideal, but it's like, sorry, ants, you built this in the wrong place, you know? It's not really going to work out for you. I got to get you out of here. And there's way more ants on the planet than people, so, you know. Plus, ants don't suffer the way humans do when you take their life. They're not losing much, you know. So I would, you know, people that like enjoy burning ants with magnifying glasses, now that's concerning because what are they doing to their spirit and what is that making them into? Sadistic practices, yeah, that's a problem. But practical things like not letting your house be taken over by bugs, I mean, that's just, you got to do what you got to do, man. Yeah, I'd give him some cacao damu, sure. I'd start training with him immediately. Let's do it, buddy. Been a long time since I had a training partner that you know, we could really go a lot of rounds. I'm looking forward to it. My kids are getting there, but I don't want to hurt them before they're developed enough, you know. So yeah, that'd be fun. We do it. Throw me around, brother. Uppercut me off my feet. I've actually had that done. I've been knocked clear off my feet by friends before. When I got into boxing, guys that were better at it than me. Woo! But I was right back up, put them on the ground, saw some flashy lights and got back up and enjoyed it. I enjoy those kind of things. I'm a thick-skulled kind of a guy, you know. I find it's like bonding, you know. For me, it's healthy. I don't hate people to fight them. I actually love them more. It's like, dude, let's do this. Even if we lose teeth, let's make each other stronger, bro. Let's make each other better at this. I don't take it personal like other people do. I wouldn't do it if it was a hatredy feeling. For me, it's a positive feeling. Ticks, I haven't noticed any here. I grew up in Northern California. I had a lot of tick bites, and I just pick them out of me and throw them away and not worry about it. Even though everybody told me it was the devil, Bobby, and I was going to be diseased, I never believed any of that, and I never feared it, and nothing happened to me. That's not advice, by the way. That's just my experience. When do you consider man free? Well, there's levels to it, but to whatever degree you actually have sovereignty over your own consciousness, like actually, like when it's real, that's your level of freedom. That's a good question, Nicholas. I don't know. Maybe, probably depends how you look at it. You could probably define it either way and sort of be right. And that's beautiful, Mark. When I've been trained for this for a long time, and what they help me with, I help you with, because it's almost like another me. I mean, it's light from the creator in a different perspective, but if it's good for me, I know it's good for you. And if you are tapping into it like that and able to receive it, it's like, wow, that's beautiful. You're being receptive. You're picking up on something that's being transmitted through me. It's not that I'm the source of it, but in this world you can become the source of it by being a conduit of the great one. And you are too. If you can receive it, you can also transmute it. Or transmit it. That's for sure. Check out my health topics playlist if you want to learn more about my diet, my friend. Yeah, Helg, you can post that over and over and over, your agenda to, get people in your thought cult. That's real neat or whatever. Couldn't care less. And I don't think anybody here cares that much either, to be honest with you. I don't care if you think you live in a cardboard box. What are you doing with your incarnation? Are you creating eternal treasure for what's eternal? Or are you squandering your incarnation arguing about things that are largely irrelevant to your eternity, whether physically accurate or not? There's a deeper layer to most of what's going on here, man. So no matter how many times you post that looking for a fight, so far so good. Nobody here is even wasting their time on it, to be honest. And that's awesome. And nothing against you, by the way. Much love. Hey, thank you, Guacamole Kid. Guacamole Kid. Man, guac is some good stuff when done right. We got some avocados almost ready on the tree. You just made me hungry thinking about it. Good suggestion. So it says, I have good news to share. God has provided the job I mentioned weeks ago. I remember you prayed, so I thought I'd give it. Oh, that's awesome, man. Our hearts were in alignment and it was meant to be. That's beautiful, man. Thanks for that feedback. That's awesome to hear. Congratulations. You aligned with something that was in alignment with your path and you manifested it. I got to be a little part of it helping. But that's beautiful. That's very, very cool. Thank you for the feedback and the support. Thank you very much. That's good. Thank you for that feedback, Summoned. Thank you. They mean a lot. It means a lot. It really does. It helps me. The feedback helps me. So I don't get in the way of the process with my own concerns, fears, neurosis, whatever comes up, whatever resistance tries to talk me out of even doing those things. Like, the more positive feedback I get from those who are able to receive it and use it for something, the easier it gets to just stay out of the way and let those moments happen and cooperate with the creator to whatever degree I'm able to currently align and do so. So I really appreciate your feedback. I really, really do. Thank you. How society should be structured? Well, the concept of society is probably artificial to begin with. The closest thing I've seen to an ideal thing like a society would be the way the real Essenes lived, which has been largely tortured and erased off the planet by the Romans. But if you dig up some understanding about the miracles they manifested constantly, like Yeshua himself, the way the Essenes lived was, truly inspiring. Am I saying that's the only way it could be done? No, but it's an amazing model of a group of human beings that were living, walking daily miracles. And that's quite impressive. That's interesting, Damu. It says that your mind is somewhat turbulent and stressful, but there's a lot of beauty in what you see. Yeah. That's largely positive symbolism. I do my best to describe it what I can, cars with, but remember, it's it's an individual, intimate thing with the creator. I can't give you like a ritual or a process to follow. I can just share real spiritual principles and ask people to do their best to apply them and see what doors it opens, you know. But really, a person's sincerity, the spiritual principle of seek and ye shall find, is real. But people go, no, I prayed a bunch of times and nothing happened. No, I'm not saying some ritual. I'm saying to the degree that the real you on the inside is truly prioritizing intimate contact, awareness, and communion with the ultimate source of things. To whatever degree that's really your priority is to what degree it unlocks. Okay. And there's no way to cheat that. So it's actually a perfect system. And it's childlike simple, but that doesn't make it easy because the world gives you all these other things to pull you other directions. And, divided attention is kind of chaotic what that manifests, and it's very confusing. I don't burp. I have no idea flying. I don't try to project or guess ratios on the populace or whatever and try to define things with numbers because that's just largely intellectual masturbation. And what's important is what kind of seeds you're planting and fruit are you bearing. Because humanity could have some kind of awakening process or whatever that could accelerate if enough people were cultivating the kingdom of heaven within them and being a light and a lantern of the living God unto the world. It could multiply and speed things up. So worrying about guessing and crunching numbers of some scale of consciousness as if any human being has any understanding of the infinite scale of spiritual consciousness when they don't, that's all just futile mental activity. Osiris, there were times when melatonin helped me, to be honest, when you're suffering from insomnia really bad and it's destroying you. I have nothing against it. I think it is a crutch, but sometimes you need a crutch when your leg's broke, I wouldn't stay on it forever. But if you weigh it up in your life and it does more good than harm at a given time, yeah, you might as well. That's kind of the way I look at that. The real goal, of course, would be get more nervous system balance and peace and harmony to where at some point you don't need it anymore. But if it helps you get through hard times without crashing your car or having a mental breakdown or getting fired or ruining relationships because you're so exhausted from insomnia or whatever, it could be a tool used wisely. Well, it depends, AJ. I mean, if that's really meant to be part of your life process, I can't tell somebody yay or nay on that. I really couldn't, especially when that's pretty live or die stuff, and that's a big decision. So I wouldn't want to tell anybody yes or no on that. They have to make their own call on that for sure. It is possible to grow without suffering, tails, but humans that are comfortable don't bother for the most part growing. Because, and this is why Yeshua warned about earthly riches. He was actually having compassion on rich people, saying, it's going to be much, much harder for that person to ever find the kingdom of heaven. When you got all these earthly things that get your attention and ease and make life easy and lovely for you, you're missing out. You're not being stimulated to look deeper. You're not being caused, nothing's lighting that spiritual fire under your ass that makes you want, the real meaning and the real value and seek deeper and try harder to find it. So it's not that you can't grow without suffering. It's just that the low consciousness condition of humans generally lack any motivation to grow spiritually when there isn't suffering involved. That's why it tends to work that way. What do I appreciate about TCM&A or Vita? Oh man, all kinds of useful, practical ways to use, plants, herbs, foods, practices to rebalance your energy into better harmony so you're more functional. To summarize it quickly, is ego death real? Well, sure. Does it last? Depends. How useful / important is it? Depends. I mean, there's different types of things people call ego death. And different people are different layers of deceived and invested in their own ego. So, I mean, there isn't a generic answer to that, man. There isn't. Some version of ego death should happen, but it doesn't have to be a death, by the way. It could just be a rebirth of your inner child. Ego death is like a metaphor. It's like letting go of your earthly illusionary life and restarting fresh and new, born again as a child, born again spiritually alive and awake and conscious spiritually. So you can make something of this life of value instead of wasting it on material delusion and illusion that you're all going to lose later anyway. And if you cross over in spiritual depravity because you wasted your life on the material distractions, that's very unfortunate, When I played musical instruments, I had piano lessons when I was young, but after that, I forgot how to read music. And later when I got into other instruments, I just played them by ear. And, that works for me. I have a really good ear for music. So that's how I did it. Played things by ear, played things by feel. You feel better and wiser from the pain you've been through, but if you could go back, you would choose not to suffer? Oh, you don't think you choose not to suffer. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Yep. And see, your spirit cares about you and the point of this life, and it doesn't want to put you through things you don't like, but if it's necessary and it knows it's in your best interest, it'll allow you to suffer things for your own benefit, And it's good that you can get to a place to at least retrospectively look at it and go, yes, I see the value. I see that it was worth it. Sometimes I throw a fit like a child about what's going on in my life. And then soon after, I'm thanking God for the very same thing that I was being a big baby about the day before, Yeah, well, you'd have to unlearn all the human languages that got in the way, Jacob. As a child, you were close to God's nature. Like Yeshua said, the infants are close to God, and they don't even speak human words. So what do? We tell them they're wrong, and we train all their nature out of them to make it fit our system. I mean, I don't really, but that's the thing. The paradigms of man's world are upside down to spiritual truth. So it's kind of an unlearning and an unconditioning, so you can rediscover what was there from the beginning, but see it now. And with more life experience and maturity, now you can do something with it. The rebirth of the inner child paired with the life experience of the adult you and whatever life experience you've collected becomes something that can bear fruit into this world of spiritual value. Yeah, Connor, you can't make somebody do what you want if they're not going to admit they did something wrong, but you can still forgive them, but that doesn't mean you enable them or put up with it. If you don't want to be in that dysfunctional relationship, move on. You forgive them so that you can be free. You can't go to the higher kingdom holding unforgiveness. You can't get there. You don't forgive somebody because it has anything to do with them. You forgive them for your own sake. It's for your spiritual freedom. I'm not sure, Nicholas. I really can't say. Probably depends on the person. When you label something, kinky, for example, like maybe to a different person, it wouldn't even be that. And I can't judge people's relationships or what they do privately or the motives. There's a lot of perversion and misuse of such things in the world, obviously. But I don't know. I can't really blanket label things, because you'd have to understand the person at a level that only God can. And judging people's sexual activities is ridiculous. So I can't really speculate about that. Yeah, it's a downward spiral, Dylan, from the biggest drug dealer corporations in the world that destroy the body. And then they harvest you through surgeries and more drugs and make a lot of money off your piece by piece destruction. That's what it is. If you want to fix the pain, you have to heal what's actually wrong with you, not take drugs that make you sicker and break your body down further. So you're going to need even more drugs and surgeries until it kills you and somebody made a ton of money off of it. It's just the downward spiral. Well, do some research, Hammy, if you're interested. That's the the pointer I would give if you want to look into something really amazing. Again, Tal's Tales, yeah. I've aimed for goals that people said were impossible. Some of them I achieved, only to be told I didn't by people that refused to believe. So, whatever. It's not about what others believe anyway. And then other things that I should have been able to achieve, all these life events got in the way and made sure I couldn't. So, there was a higher purpose behind all that. There's trajectories from my life that only higher consciousness can see, and from inside the human brain and eyes, I can't see. So sometimes it takes a walk of faith. And you got to check your motives. Why are you aiming for a particular goal that's so hard to achieve? If you could find the root motives, you'd have some idea whether this is even something you should even bother, or if it's just stemming from some dysfunctional I'm not enough type thing or whatever, like it is with a lot of people. There is no simple answer to that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Aedas Dominus, it's you two are on very different paths and the energies don't mix. And at some point you may determine that the best thing for you to do is to move forward and leave that behind if it's not going to change. Or life may kind of force it on you. The truth is, guys, when you actually change yourself from deep inside, or if you want to give credit and say the creator changed me from deep inside, which is great, there's a lot of things you won't fit in life. And even if you try to hold on to it, it won't work. New wine does not work in old wineskins. It will burst the old wineskins. That's a parable Yeshua gave, and that's the spiritual principle, and it's simply true. I couldn't care less about all the world manipulation about Israel or anything else, or all the sick political games and mass public brain manipulation. Couldn't care less. I don't love or hate anybody anymore. I don't hate anybody, I have a general love for humanity, and I don't care what nation you're from. And if you're all caught up in your nation versus others, whatever, that's way down there in consciousness, and I couldn't care less. And if you're feeding into it based on public news and world agendas, you're just being a matrix for the whole problem anyway. You're just being a battery generator for it. So I don't give that anything. I don't give it anything. Cannabis, the real thing, the seed-bearing, non-GMO, natural thing from the earth, is a legit medicine that is beneficial or useful for certain things. It's not for everybody and it's not for everything, but like any real seed-bearing medicine on the planet, it's there for good reason. And it can be used wisely or foolishly, like any other medicine, like any other real medicine. A regular pull-up PR in quantity. I know I've done over 40. A long time ago, that guy Cali Muscle posted some challenge, like if you can do more pull-ups than me, I'll give you a shout out and blow up your fitness channel. So 2 times I recorded myself passing his number, submitted it to him over and over for months, every way possible. He just ignored it. He never lived up to that or did anything. But I remember getting well over 40. I can't remember what the exact number was. And I don't care. Who cares? Whatever. But yeah, I know I've done over 40. And I didn't even train at it that long, you know? So it's not something I've ever truly spent consistent time trying to max out on, now that I'm thinking about it. Interesting. Being that it was white and it is represented by something that flies, DJ, it's probably symbolic of something happening with your crown chakra, higher consciousness entering metaphorically from a higher plane, entering you and entering your awareness. That symbol. Oh, geez. That would completely depend on why the person's even involved with it, Spider-Man, and what their motives are and what they expect. Expectation and motives has everything to do with whether a thing is functional, dysfunctional, or where it leads, you know. There's no simple answer to that. Well, to run away and hide cars with, I mean, the end goal shouldn't just be to hide, but maybe you need a safe place to resort, rediscover who you really are, and go from there. It's probably more important to really look at what is causing you so much stress and distress and take an honest look at whether you need safe space to get away from it, you know, so you can cultivate healing and bear fruit unto this world. It's likely you might need that. But the end goal, just to run away and hide, that can't be the end goal. But to get safe distance from a serious problem that's holding you back, that can be very constructive. And a lot of people actually do need to do that in their life. I can't tell you if that's your situation. You got to make your own decision, you know. All right, Nijay, maybe you come back. Nigel, while we're still on the live stream. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But you're going to be just fine, friend. May the force be with you. No, I never listened to really anything by M. Nicholas. I took on one challenge, realized he was full of it, and I was done paying any attention to that nonsense. Do I get tired of answering questions and speaking on truth of things? In a situation like this where I've said, you know, the time is set aside for it, it's a rest day. No, I don't really get tired. I think my human brain and nervous system will eventually get tired. And usually if I notice I'm getting impatient or dumb or grumpy or something, I just kind of start tapering off the live stream. It's not that I really get tired at the consciousness level, but eventually I'll get tired as a human being, But no, not really. But then when I'm in practical mode and I'm dealing with a lot of practical physical world realities, I can't be doing that at the same time. People would be surprised. I'm not this guy most of the day, most of the time. I have a ton of practical realities I have to deal with, fast, efficient, and difficult and challenging and strong. And that's a whole different modality, you know. But in moments like this, no, I don't get tired of it at all, because these are wonderful things that matter deeply to me, more than most of the physical things I have to deal with, more than all the physical things I have to deal with. And I value a lot of the practical realities of life I'm dealing with. I really do. But I value this, consciousness, the meaning of life, what we are, eternal value, spiritual truth, treasure. That's a bigger value. So ultimately, no, I don't get tired of it. It's just, as a human, I can't do it 24/7, I got to tend to a bunch of other stuff. That means shifting into different modes for sure. They haven't been given a life with zero choice, my friend. Just, babies that starve. Yeah. That's, this is going to sound crazy to you guys, but there are infants that die that actually chose that because of things they've, oh man, this is going to get too far. And a bunch of people are going to unsubscribe that are parts of religious institutions. They're going to think this is the devil, but I'll just say it anyway. There are beings that incarnate to die as an infant for a certain reason. Part of the reason is for themselves, based on past life decisions or something else. And part of it is because of what it'll mean to those parents and something they need. So they actually come to do a favor, even though it doesn't look like a favor, to whoever that death affects going forward. There are souls that sign up for that for different reasons. So when you see a child that never had a choice and starved and died of AIDS or something, and it's just terrible, and it is, some of that is just because humans are screwing up and destroying it for their own next generation or somebody else's kids because of all the evil and nefarious plots on the planet. And some of that is actually chosen ahead of time. As for adults, if you have any sentience or anything, you do have a choice. I mean, you might not have as good a choices as somebody else or as easy a choices, but just sitting there and starving versus trying something else, I mean, you still have a choice. If you're awake and breathing and conscious at all, there's always some kind of choice. That whole victim, oh, they had no choice, everybody, no, it's nonsense. That's a self-defeating philosophy of life, that just it's just like, it's like that pointless, hopeless thing I was talking about yesterday in that video. As bad as it looks, people do have a choice what they do about the situation they're in. And it may not work. You may still die, I mean, none of us are getting out of this physically alive, but you have a choice. Once you're at a certain age where you have any kind of discernment or choice-making ability, you have a choice. Even if they're limited, you have choices. Franco, if you're talking about yourself, that's one thing. You got to be more honest and real with yourself. If you're speculating about others, you don't know, unless you're given some spiritual intuitive insight, what's going on with the person. But even then, they may not agree with you or understand themselves. So it kind of depends if you're asking that about yourself or somebody else. If it's about yourself, you can do a lot with it. If it's about somebody else, who cares? The 8-hour arm workout is an interesting thing. I like the creativity. I can't say I've done it, but I might someday if I feel like it. I don't really have resources for you in writing about that I'm aware of. I'm sure there's some things out there in writing, quote Kumo 9970, but I don't know what they are. I don't know what to reference. A long time ago, my favorite movies I remember were Braveheart and Predator. Long time ago as a kid. Predator's still at the top of my list, not Braveheart. I won't even watch that depressing, upsetting crap. Powerful movie, though. Mel Gibson's movie creating emotional intensity is, like you always know you're in for something. If you have feelings, it's going to be intense. And I respect that. But yeah, it's like, I don't even put myself through that anymore. I've had various favorite movies over the years, but I remember that from childhood back when I used to categorize and pick and say, these are my favorites. Nowadays, I don't even usually think that way or bother. No, Franco, I don't really think so. I don't think the limits work quite that way. I think for one person, one path or the other might be more conducive to their spiritual growth and awareness. But I don't think you can say that one of those is going to work better for everybody for sure. I don't actually believe that. What books do I recommend? The Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, the Book of the Nazarene, the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Mary. I don't know if these are books technically or not, but if I had any recommended reading, that would be it. Freedom! That's right. You may kill this body, but you will not enslave my consciousness again. Freedom. That's strong. That's strength. Yeah, Hammy Pig, if there's a future for humanity, besides some technocratic slave system, it'll be intentional communities that live by spiritual principles so people can actually maintain trust with each other, and then everybody benefits. And there are some already starting, and it might even evolve into that here. We'll see, but it'd be a much healthier version of humanity than what people are being further ushered into from all angles, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a difference in the stinging nettle. I think the chemical properties are pretty much the same, Matt. It just grows like dinosaurically bigger here. It's just like the huge big brother. I think it's essentially the same plant, though. I have not seen those. Bamboo, I do not recognize that. I don't know, Damu. I won't say no. You always make me laugh, man. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. Probably if your friend's open to it, be like a mutually amusing creation on some level. It's probably possible somehow. I'm not waiting for anyone. Why would I be waiting? That's the foolishness of all the false beliefs on this planet. Billions of people pass through life bearing no spiritual fruit, waiting for someone else. Obviously, they missed the message. Obviously. How old am I? More than 46 laps around the sun in Earth years. So they tell me. It's not abandonment, friend. If that person's on some dark path and there's no real connection, they've already abandoned you anyway. And is distance really abandonment? Or in their heart, do you still hold hope for them in eternity? Now, if you're talking about the practicalities of your life, if somebody is the stumbling block or the chain stopping you from bearing fruit, if you care more about spiritual truth and development and bearing fruit in this world, you have to leave it behind. And if you care more about doing what the world says is right at your own detriment, then you'll stay prisoner there. and bring yourself down to somebody else's dark level and just squander your life out of some misguided sense of loyalty. It is what it is, my friend. Yes, a stressed nervous system causes many illnesses, and they start in false beliefs at the root philosophy of life level that eventually people are going to understand more what I'm referring to there. I grew up in Northern California and then Colorado. I've been a few other places, but those were where I grew up. Boy, my favorite plants to grow, brother, I could never tell you. The list is so long. It's so long. And all the time I'm learning more, There are just countless priceless plants in this world, guys. And there's been a collective, distorted, massive effort to make sure nobody ever goes there. So it's like, I can't believe the resistance and ignorance against it. The world of plants is so incredibly exciting. The implications, the ones I've already benefited from, it's just like a massively untapped thing that somebody's burning down as fast as possible to make sure you never find. I can't even pick favorites. It depends on the situation and the time frame and what's best at that time in that situation. How to have eyebrows like me? I don't know. I used to get made fun for it, made fun of for it in school, and now everybody acts like it's a good thing. So trends keep changing, and this week people are going to want straight hair, and next week they're going to want curly hair, and next week they're going to want darker skin, and then they want lighter skin, and then they want to be thicker, and then they want to be thinner, and I don't care. I happen to have thick eyebrows. I think that if you apply castor oil to your eyebrows every day, they should thicken up. It tends to thicken up any hair it touches. You could try that if it really matters that much. But there's no superiority or inferiority to different thicknesses of eyebrows or heights or widths or skin tones or textures or anything else, guys. They're all just the variety and the spice of life. Because people are conditioned to feel like not enough, they always think if they had what somebody else had, it would be better, and it's a total illusion. But yeah, that's about all I know about eyebrows. Yes, it would be very possible, Grudge. Absolutely. If humans weren't divided and divorced within themselves and each other, they would be using it that way. But as it sits, because people have just strayed away, to put it lightly, from spiritual true principles, they're headed towards another reset where the planet goes back to cave people. And it's happened plenty of times before for the same reason. No idea, Ryan. I don't know if any of that has anything to do with being wealthy or your version of wealthy. It can definitely help with independent and resilient for sure. And I call it wealth, whether I'm cash poor or not. A land that you can work with that produces life and gives you sovereignty and freedom away from all the human slavery that's being further and further induced constantly, priceless. So, depending on how you define wealth, yeah, it could be the greatest thing. HD, if you focused on doing good unto others to create spiritual eternal treasure and you believed you were doing so and in what you were doing, even your brain chemistry would rewire over time, but it'll take time. Sometimes you got to earn it. Sometimes it doesn't feel good, but if you believe in what you're doing, eventually it will. So, I mean, that's the first thought that hits me on that. Yep. True, Teddy. And even more so in a jungle. I mean, it's overwhelming. It's just secret on top of secret on top of secret on top of secret. They're in a way of each other. They're so thick. It's unbelievable. It's like just a sea of untapped potential crawling all over itself. Nice. It's good to hear, Nirail. Yeah. Yep. The right shift in consciousness can repair the damage that the destructive inner philosophy had created in physical disease. It can reverse it. Not many people ever truly change in consciousness, but they can, and the flesh will follow. It'll follow the leader of the higher conscious causal realm of spirit where it all comes from. Weapons development. It's an unfortunate practicality. Some would choose the spiritual path of non resistance and lay down their life, and maybe that is the highest standard. I don't know. Maybe. It's not the way I would do it, though. I don't look at it that way. I live in a world where there's all these weapons. I own a lot of guns. I don't talk about it. I'm not into it. I don't fantasize about shooting things. I've never threatened anybody with any of them. I'm not ridiculous like that. But I just accept the practical realities of life for what they are. And especially because I have children and a wife, like, I can't imagine not defending them. I'd rather die 1,000 deaths than be that guy. So, to me, it comes down to a practicality thing and an unideal situation. Female must become male and male must become female. The truth is, you have both polarities inside of you. And it really represents the heart and mind chakra in a different parable, which create a perfect figure eight of infinite energy and consciousness. And because man's trapped only in mind, none of it's working. But that's part of how that retranslates. People believe strongly in genders, like it's this versus that, and they're so different. You're human. You had to divide into genders to have this experience. So you could do the different genetic things where 1 + 1 makes 3. But you're not actually male or female. You're just attached to a certain physical experience right now. And to expand spiritually, you can't be limited by that. You need to encompass the totality of what a human consciousness can be. And you're coming from an unconditioned creator that isn't some dude in the sky. It's the infinite mother and father figure, but it's infinitely more than that too. So that kind of tickles at what he was alluding to and whatever we have left over in writing about that. Yeah, well, maybe he is, Annie, but you got to ask yourself, is that real and would it be allowed? Do you think that I could get a bunch of people on the internet and say, I'm going to go into the hidden realm you've never seen, and millions are watching, and I could actually do that the elites don't want you to know? Come on. If he was actually doing that, it wouldn't be allowed to happen. So whatever's going on there, it's not what it's pretending to be. Dylan, some people can do fine on 4 hours of sleep. Usually if you're like really healthy and you eat light and it's high in antioxidants and electrical energy, most people would need more sleep than that to be optimal. Do you feel great? Or do you feel like you need more sleep? You'll be honest with yourself there. I don't know. I don't know that diet, Robbie. I don't go looking around at everybody else's diet, So I don't even know what it is. Hundreds of genders? Are you joking with me, bro? I mean, mechanically, scientifically, physically, and observationally, there's only 2. But humans can come up with all sorts of redefinitions and further divide things and fracture them. That's fine. I'm not arguing with anybody. You can call yourself an alien for all I care. That's fine. But again, why further division? It's the opposite of, higher consciousness. If you want to divide things into even further divisions than even they're divided into, it's like Western reductionistic medicine that gets so complicated nobody can use it to fix anything. It's kind of the same problem. Sometimes lack of sleep can lead to a spiritual breakthrough the hard way. It's kind of like the wheel of pain that Native Americans would use. Other times, like if I want to astral project, I have to sleep more. I have to sleep in the morning. I have to go to sleep a second time, and then it's easy. So I can't, and again, it's not an either or. I can't tell you that more sleep or less sleep is going to spiritually enlighten you. That's not really how it's done. It's not about some cheat hack, guys. It's about what is truly your deep intention and what's most important to you. That'll decide whether you find more spiritual truth or not. How? I can't tell you how, because you're unique. How your spiritual team would help you grow spiritually is going to be unique to you. So, that's why I don't tell people, do this and you'll get that, because that's all just marketing crap. And, I'm truly fed up with it. And eventually everybody else will be too, hopefully. And then we can start to be authentic as a species and actually get somewhere instead of hiding from each other and selling each other garbage in idea land, which is largely what social media is used for, unfortunately. Well, grudge, I mean, if it happens, some will survive. For a while, they'll maintain oral records of what used to be, and eventually that'll get forgotten by the telephone game. And eventually somebody will find ruins from this civilization and argue about whether that's real or fake, because they'll think they're the pinnacle of human technology. That's how it'll play out if it happens again. Yeah, man, Google magnesium oil. It's very simple, super simple, easier than it sounds. How to make magnesium oil. Yeah. Well, the sea is one area that, yeah, you could, I considered having my own, just a fantasy idea, like a intentional community on giant floating, movable island type mini civilization out at sea where there's technically no laws, but there's nothing stopping somebody from just coming out there and bombing you because they don't like you and what you're doing, and then the influence that's having. If you guys don't, I mean, I'm not going to argue about it. If you want to believe that so and so's taking you to a magic land nobody's seen, cool. I'm just giving you some realistic sort of facts, about how the world works currently. But it doesn't matter. If you enjoy that content, go for it. But I wouldn't base your life on it, because with any reasoning, that whole idea just, you can't defy the government and go where they say you can in front of everybody. You can't. You can't. If you don't know about all the people that have been assassinated, even for healing things you're not supposed to be able to heal, then, you're at a lovely state of naivety that makes that enjoyable. But when you've seen enough, it doesn't work that way. What fruit does it bear, James? When you pursue it, what fruit does it bear in your consciousness? What does it bring into this world through you and into you? You will know a tree by its fruit. Yeah, a person can learn to not stutter with practice if they believe they can. But of course, all the fear and conditioning and all that's just making it way worse and more ingrained. The whole I'm not good enough and everybody's, people are just mean to anything different, which is sad because that backfires on them later. Then they complain about the hostile planet they live on. But I entirely believe he can fix it if he believes he can. Not that you need to. It's okay with me if you stutter, but I understand that it makes your life harder. So, I believe he could fix it if he believes he can, with practice, with faith, with intention. Yeah, Nicholas, it's kind of an uncreative parable about another old story everybody sits around believing, isn't it? It's an uncreative rehashing of nonsense false prophecies into a new fake religion, basically. And you know that. It's almost funny, except it's so sad, the harm it does on this planet. Right on, Jess. I'm gonna get brush up and get my Arnold accent better like it used to be, and there will be more videos, and they'll be entertaining, but there will always be like actual useful training advice in that funniness, of course, because why not? It can still be funny, and useful. I'm glad you guys liked it, most of you, I think. I have no idea name. I don't even believe in fate, to be honest with you. I mean, you have free will. That's why there's so much chaos. Because God isn't taking anybody's free will away, no matter how poorly they use it. So, fate to me is just ignorance and people making cop outs to not use their own consciousness better. But if you think you can do anything that the ultimate creator didn't foresee all possibilities and isn't already aware of outside of time and other versions of this, no, you can't. All things are known to the one. But for you as an individuation point of consciousness, there are conditions in your life, sure, but you still have free will. So what in the world is fate? It's like ancient pagan nonsense, honestly. At least the version of fate I've been told about, the definition of that word, yeah, nah, I don't buy it at all. Fate's as real as you let it be when you could become a self-fulfilling prophecy of what somebody tells you is your fate. But that means you're not exercising your free will high enough. You're not taking much sovereignty over your consciousness. You're not being very conscious. And this world's full of things talking you out of using your own consciousness and being more conscious. So fate, if I just look at the fruit it bears and I say it's one more problem, handcuffing people against bearing spiritual fruit in their life. So, nah, I don't need it. Go too cold with super greens. Right on, brother Shreds. Predator blood. I love that. Is meditation dangerous if you're not aware of demonic interference? Meditation is you paying attention to the demonic interference that was already there. Is it more dangerous to notice what it is that's around you, putting thoughts in your minds all the time? Or is it more dangerous to ignore it and go about your life letting it influence you totally unconsciously? I would just reason with myself and ask myself that. Classical education beyond high school? No. I went to a tech school for welding, but they didn't even teach me anything. So no. All the good education I ever got was spiritually guided research, self-education. And really anybody that ever changed humanity for the better, that's how it was. It was never from some lowest common denominator conditioning to just be a cog, I never did anything great. Well, James, I mean, if somebody doesn't want help and they're just going to hurt you in return, it's pearls before swine, buddy. I know your intentions are good, but Are you going to waste your whole life with a misguided sense of loyalty, or are you going to just observe the pattern and say, hey, if somebody doesn't want the help and they're just going to use it against me, maybe I should go share this where it makes a positive difference for the larger human family that's all my family too. Did I come into this world to bear light, or let somebody talk me out of it or discourage me out of it? What's the higher truth there? My eye color actually fluctuates. I've heard of people that did a good detox and found out they did not actually have brown eyes. They had like green or blue eyes. Nothing wrong with brown eyes, by the way, if that's your genetics. But actually, there's a lot of people in the world that don't actually have brown eyes and they think they do. Because when you have like a lighter color iris, there are certain types of toxins that can accumulate there that'll actually make it look darker. And people it passes for brown eyes. But surprisingly, some people that have done a deep cellular stripping detox found out that wasn't even their actual eye color genetically, which is interesting. In my case, my wife noticed it early on because she brought it out of me. My eyes would turn sort of a baby bluish color when I first met her, and they never did that. They were always like green and yellow and stuff like that. But something about the way she affected my energy, so she can bring out a change in eye color. So it's almost like my DNA is like flexing and twisting a little bit based on the energy field shifting, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. But it's not something I spent a lot of time thinking about, honestly. Dizzy from magnesium oil. I can't say I've heard of that a lot. It stings because you need it. Your body's deficient in it. Eventually, that sting should go down even with the same concentration as your levels come up in your body. You definitely need it. But remember, guys, magnesium is a catalyst for over 300 necessary biological things in your body. There's so much machinery in your body that you're activating when you start getting more magnesium in you. It's hard to say some of the different experiences people are going to have. But it's necessary for life, and it's lacking in the food chain. And stress and everybody's fear and outrage addiction is depleting it even worse. So it is a really good supplement to compensate for the way life is on planet Earth for humans currently. A good math teacher? I don't know. I never even made it past geometry. I might be good though, because I remember my buddy that was in college brought me a trigonometry question he was stuck on, and I didn't do trigonometry. But when I actually took the time with him one night, because he was an interesting guy, I actually figured out the problem before he did, which was weird. So maybe, maybe I could be. It's just not something I never went very far into it. No, I don't believe in the concept of soulmate. I've seen people just making dumpster fires out of their lives with that belief. So to me, that's like using astrology to tell people their fortune and nonsense like that. I think it's very unproductive. You're welcome, Aldous. Very welcome. Hey, thank you, Valentino, very much. Oh man, I'll try to live up to that. Thank you for the feedback, friend. Very much. Glad to be helping. I am. Yeah, Ultra Gamer, right on. So parts of your consciousness started kind of seeping into your awareness better, passing back and forth through the veil. And then, the increased appetite's probably because parts of your metabolism were working much better. I mean, magnesium makes people more insulin sensitive. It helps the digestive organs. It helps your pancreas produce digestive enzymes. I mean, it catalyzes all the necessary stuff people are lacking. So you're definitely powering up some of your systems. That's awesome. Not really the idle version of it the world sells, made in the image of those who tortured and murdered him, airmen. But I commune with the real Yeshua. Yes, I'm his Padawan. Yes. I've been hearing about that, Evan, over the years, in our conversations, and it's hardcore, man. Whatever you're doing, you need to. And sounds brutal. I haven't heard of that exact same thing, but it makes sense. Magnesium being the balance for calcifications, it sounds like some kind of plaque type. And usually when there's calcifications of plaque type things, it's got bacteria stuck in it too. So it's good. And your body's finding a way to push it through to the surface, which means it's important. And I know you know this, but if your body's going to that much effort to push it clear out through the surface, man, you're definitely getting rid of some physical stumbling blocks for sure. And I know it's been brutal for you, man, but you're definitely strong enough and you're making it happen. And it's awesome. Because there's countless infinite spiritual sparks available, Net. The creator's individuated itself into infinite different free will consciousnesses, man. There's a much greater supply than you could ever imagine. It's limitless. Why would you live without a purpose, man? Your spirit will literally manifest you a disease so you can get out of here, Kumo. It's done. To live without purpose is just to die for nothing. So of course you need purpose. It's the only thing that's going to cause your spirit to do anything to stimulate your cells to reproduce properly. A person with a great sense of purpose will live much longer and much more youthful than those who don't have it. So why do you think the world does everything it can to make sure you live false purposes or none at all? Because that's the metaphorical darkness that you're here to train in to become a brighter light. Why do I lift and train? I've been over that earlier in the live stream. I don't want to be too repetitive with airtime. What's up, Bo Arnold? Yeah. Wow. What's up? I don't know. Maybe the chopper. Let me look out there. I don't hear it right now. It's up there somewhere. Some satellite, some Elon Musk nonsense. I'm going to go up there and teach this girly man a lesson about how technology doesn't make up for lack of discipline. That's what's up. Much love to you, man. Now romance is bad. Let's all just talk the species out of reproducing and go extinct. Cool. Look at the fruit that would bear. Hey, like the Apostle Paul said, don't get married anymore because you're going to be rescued from a dude in the clouds at any second. And in his time and era in that culture, not getting married means no reproduction. So if they listened to him, humanity would be extinct now. Cool. More good ideas. The self-proclaimed all-important Apostle Paul, with his private Jesus that contradicted the real one and created a completely different gospel that the Romans were able to embrace and conquer and torture and blood sacrifice their way across the planet with. Wow, look at the fruit on that tree. Blood and screaming and agony everywhere. Awesome fruit. Hypergamy, I don't even know what that is. I don't have a definition for that word. You made me curious. Somebody tell me what hypergamy is. Maybe I don't want to know, but I'd rather know than not know. Autoimmune disease, psychological tips. Yeah, watch my video on the power of resolving internal conflicts for starters. Almonds are good for magnesium. Yeah. All nuts and seeds are real good, The powerhouses that life starts from are filled with magnesium for good reason. Nuts and seeds. God bless. Thank you. Thank you too, friend. And God bless you as well. God bless us one and all, right, Tiny Tim? Huh. I'm not really sure about that, James. I don't know if some of them had romance because there was reproduction for some of them. Others were celibate. Some of them probably played music too. I mean, music is just a divine thing that God gave man. Please don't confuse music with being some Hollywood Puff Daddy demon cult or something. That isn't even music. That's just noise with a sick agenda, and a bunch of nasty forces behind it. So there's a big difference between what music really is and what divine creativity is and what this upside down inverted nonsense world makes out of such things and pretends they are. So I wouldn't say that the Essenes didn't have such things. No, I would just say the context of whatever that would have been for them would have been very healthy, for mind, body, and spirit. No, I don't know Brian Johnson and his diet. I don't know names and diets, guys. I marched to the beat of my own drum and I designed my own diets, and I stopped following other men a long time ago because I outgrew it. That's not to say that some of you don't influence me, by the way. I have great respect for a lot of you. I had the pleasure of meeting a few of you in person yesterday, and I can't tell you how wonderful it is. You may hear more about that in the future. But, it's very humbling getting to interact with some of you guys. I'm not saying I'm uninfluenceable. I'm saying I don't follow because it's useless. There's no sovereignty. There's no authenticity. There's no bearing light into the world. There doesn't need to be a hierarchy. That's another lie from the darkness. Everybody follow the leader. What is that? The divine lives in you, just like everybody else. Start leading, light your lantern up and look at your path and lead the way. Somebody might want to follow you, and for a while, maybe that's good. But ideally, you should be helping them learn to catch a fish rather than eat one. And I don't mean eat fish. It's a metaphor. I don't eat living things, But spiritually, that's what real spiritual, unlike all the internet gurus, the real goal of true spiritual mentorship or counseling or anything else is to empower you to go forward with your life, not to be dependent on me. That's disgusting and inverted, nothing but ego, and it's anti-spiritual growth. And it's incredibly prevalent, of course. No, I don't struggle with mosquito bites. I have some, but they don't bother me that much. Chiggers and wasp stings are, my challenges here. Occasional scorpion sting, but those really aren't as bad for me. They're kind of entertaining, actually. The after effect of the scorpions here, I don't know if anybody's noticed this because there's different types of scorpions, but for days after I've been stung by one, if I move that area, I get this really cool, like electrical feeling in the area that I actually kind of enjoy. But if I get a wasp sting here, I get swelling and puffiness and itchy, and it's ridiculous and it sucks. And there's too many wasps. And chiggers, oh man, constant plague of getting anything done. Those are annoying. Mosquitoes are like nothing in comparison, to be honest with you. I hardly notice those at this point. Hypergamy means women get attracted to men dating someone who has more money, higher social class. Chart that shows that 90% of women choose 5% of men or something like this. Aspects and get attracted to those types of guys. So like gold digging, it's just like a new name for being a gold digger. Yeah, who cares? There's no love in it. It's a transaction. Do you want somebody to fake like they love you to have some of your money? And these poor women that have been so disappointed by the unloving males in their life that they think the only point is to find something that can financially benefit you. Sad. The whole thing is incredibly sad. That's what I think. Thank you for giving me the definition for another new term for an old thing that people just keep renaming. Now I know what it is, and I appreciate that. Thanks for educating me a bit there, fella. I get my terminology caught up a bit. I'm several generations behind on the terminology, so y'all call me Unk because I'm so old. I am, man. I'm like a fine wine. I might even be older than I tell you. How mysterious is that? Whoa. Maybe I'm ageless and eternal. Just maybe. I don't know what I'd say to my younger self. People always ask me that. I mean, I know what I go back and say to my younger inner child now, but I don't really want to say that. It's a little too intimate and revealing. I go back and treat the inner child the way a divine aspect of the creator ideally would be more treated. instead of gaslit out of everything they are and conditioned to the world's ways instead. I do a bit of that now. That's about it, though. I don't have any regrets. I mean, life was hellish at a lot of different stages, but I don't want to go back and change it. What is the futility of that? I wouldn't even be here interacting with you right now. This would be gone. This would just disappear. You know, you could go back to looks maxing or talking about who jerks off how often or a bunch of other unproductive, false religious nonsense. And I'm not saying that's all that's out there, but you wouldn't have this. So why go back and change it? As painful as a lot of it was, like somebody commented on here earlier, retrospectively, it's like, well, you know, now it serves a purpose. So I'm not sure I would go back in time and interfere with the timeline, to be honest with you. Now, my ego would like to go back in time and be world-class number one at certain things that I could now see how to dodge what came and took that from me. But my ego is not in charge, and I wouldn't let it do that, even though it would be tempting. So I don't think I'd go back in time and tell my, other than the inner child work, I don't think I'd go back and tell myself anything. And I'm not going back to do that to change what's happened in my timeline. I'm doing it to make me more functional now. Inner child work. And I'm not an expert on that, but I'm just, you know, I'm working with it a bit. And it's very interesting that humans have the power. You actually have an inner parent, grandparent, inner baby, you know, inner sage, inner oracle, inner divinity, inner stupidity. We have all these different things you can access. But you can go back and be for your own inner child what was needed, what is healthy. And that makes a difference in the now, which is incredible. There are souls lined up for any potential incarnation, even the ones that you would consider worse. When you're from the spiritual perspective, looking at an Earth incarnation, you don't look at it the way the ego does at all. It's pure opportunity. If spirits could cut in line, they would to get here, even in incarnations that you consider horrible. And then they get here and do nothing but complain and play victim because that's the ego low consciousness. But they chose to put themselves in that situation. There's no such thing as a lack. It's quite the opposite. No, I'm not back to most of that stuff energy. It's different. It's different. But I did have to re-explore the religion very closely and with a lot more maturity and experience to understand how things came to be the way they were in my life. A lot better than I could when I was younger. But no, I'm not endorsing a bunch of stuff because those older videos, yeah, there was wisdom in them, but there was a lot of conflict. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of duality. And there was more unresolved pain and confusion. There were more errors in it, okay? And there were definitely things I don't stand on now because I've had the chance to get more clarity. So no, I don't re-endorse all that crap. And when I ask people to delete it, I meant it. And if they haven't, they're just violating my free will, and that's fine. But they'll learn about that, how they do, what that means when you don't even honor somebody's request that you let something go that they no longer stand on. Very well, if you're going to use your free will to violate mine, but they will have their lessons accordingly. Not because I'm judging them, just because of the way that works. I don't think they do, AJ. I think you're just looking at it from the male perspective, and a bunch of females would feel the same way. Everybody's been divided into a little divided blind echo chamber, so they can't unite and work together. Pieces of the same infinite creator tricked into being false enemies with each other. It's ridiculous, man. It's absurd. But it's very real, the experience of it. Yeah. No, I don't think I watched Dragon Ball Z. I don't think I've ever watched that. I've seen the name of it or something, but I don't think I've ever watched it. Yeah, check out my health topics playlist. Watch my dental video, friend. How do you clear your mind? When thoughts come to you, you better understand, is this good idea or not? Well, first of all, your mind is not really what's capable of discerning what's good or bad. Your mind will base that on what it's been conditioned and whichever thought cult it's subscribed to for the most. Knowing that nobody can take or give to you in this world actually comes from. And people have been trained away from it. No, most don't know how to access it currently. Wow. Thank you, Manthilla. Thank you so much. And God bless you too. Thank you from my whole family. Yeah. You guys humble me constantly. Sometimes I wish I knew how to show that better, but you do. Thank you very much for your kindness to all of us. I don't have any favorite U.S. presidents. I don't look up to politicians whatsoever. The world will never solve its problems by politics. It'll only create more. Mankind's challenge is a spiritual one. Politics is a false game. It's non-spiritual. It's not going to fix anything ever. It's only going to make it worse. You're just worshiping idols. If you think, some politician's going to save us. No, they can't. And even if they could, they wouldn't. But they can't. Yeah, you keep posting that, Scar. Not sure who you're trying to get the attention from. Nito, I guess. Interesting. So yours change color too based on mood. I am sure that that's actually somewhat common. I just haven't paid attention, but it's probably more common than anybody would guess. Do you think you are more known for your heart, mind, or your hands? You mean me or like people in general? I don't really understand that question. Furthermore, hands can be symbolic, heart can be symbolic. That's probably how you mean it. Mind is what everybody's stuck focusing on in this world. And they're trapped in it. And it's getting more and more distorted, unfortunately. The mind without the heart can't operate right. It's like a terrible divorce that went wrong, and it's nothing but trauma and damage from there on, and thousands of years of it now. The mind could be great if it was paired with the heart, but everybody in their mind is creating further division and buying into ideas of further division. Instead of waking up and reversing and repairing the damage, people are just buying into more of it, which is concerning, but I guess, I don't know. I don't want to freak anybody out. I don't want to be a downer, but I got to say it for what it is. How big are my arms now? No idea. After I'm back into it for a while and I get some real, improvements, I'll probably start measuring again. How big were they when I started lifting? Man, I started lifting when I was like, what was that, like 17, 15? Somewhere around there. I don't remember. I don't know. Bigger than the average guy, it's pretty big frame, pretty much, but I don't know what the inches were. I never even thought about measuring things back then. Well, I could tell you all about how I've done that, James, but it'll just destroy this channel. I'd like to, but it'll destroy this channel. I know from past experience. Stick to the basics. Have a really solid grappling foundation and then build the striking on top of that. Real good wrestling base, learn your submissions, and more importantly, submission defense. And for stand up, do something boxing, Muay Thai style, the things that really work. But you should already know that, probably, just don't overthink it so much. I know there are. Murat, they're countless. Most of them are too intelligent to interact with this species currently. But there are rare exceptions that certain humans experience. And, what are they supposed to do with that? You can't really share it without things going nuts. But yeah, the universe is full of intelligent life. And it's also a multiverse. There's all these layers to it that aren't really dimensionally interacted directly with this physicality dimension, but they're there. And sometimes they sort of phase in and out of each other. I mean, it's much more creative than people would begin to imagine, unless they do. But if you sit around blowing your mind with those imaginings too much, it's great. No, it's probably good for mind expansion, creativity, but it can become like a drug addiction of escapism to where you don't deal with your earth life and it just falls apart under your feet while you're off in space all the time. Well, Kumo, I mean, if that's what it takes to fit in with that group of friends, I mean, at some point you realize maybe you're outgrowing that. If you can't be the real you, then are they really your friends? If you have to lower yourself to being some kind of turd you don't like to be socially accepted, do you really need to be socially accepted? I mean, that's kind of what you're growing towards. And I'm finding that by using the internet and social media constructively, which is super rare, and choosing authenticity to the best of my ability and learning more and more how to better express that as I go, you can actually manifest real friends like family from all around the world. You guys are from everywhere. The ones that actually resonate with something here, it's not some thought group, it's not some cult, it's not some culture, it's not some gender, it's not any of that. You guys come from everywhere. So when you learn to be an authentic expression that the creator put in you, it's amazing how those who truly resonate with it, if you actually share it authentically, now you have a chance to build something real with real friends. There are those faking it. There are narcissists trying to get a hook and a control in your life, but I've gotten pretty good at weeding those out pretty quickly when they start playing their games. But most of you, I mean, you're here for a reason. And the ones that we have these meaningful interactions, I actually believe a lot of you in real life, we could really build something together. And it may come to that, when it does, if and when it does. I think it's already begun. But I throw that out there because I want people to understand there is an incredibly valuable use for social media. You just see everybody creating fake crap to get clicks and views and hide from everybody that they're screwing over and deceiving, because that's what the world calls business. It's just code for legally screwing other people over, which is really sad. And some of you resonate with me on that, right? Ding, ding. There we are. We're building a real friendship, if you hear that. So anyway, I just wanted to share that because, like anything, social media can be used incredibly positively. It's not the technology that's the good or bad. It's the consciousness and how it's being used by the person. That's what matters. I don't speculate about people I don't know in person, AJ. It's not fair. I don't want that done to me, so I don't do it to others. I mean, people in the top of any sport cheat a whole lot because the way it works in this world, the way it is now, to be the very best at something, you have to literally be willing to do anything. Those are the guys that rise to the top of a sport. But like Yeshua said, I mean, you could conquer the whole world. What good's it do you if you lose your soul? It's foolishness because you're going to lose that anyway. It's all just downhill from there. So what did you really win? Nothing, in my opinion. But I'm not going to speculate about a person that I don't know in person. It's just not fair. It's just not right. Yeah, I've seen The Crow, 1994. A best friend of mine that I went to a tech school with in Kansas for a while. He had me watch that movie, and good times. I remember it. It's kind of a crazy, weird movie. I'll tell you what, though, I like Michael Wincott, the actor. Anything he's in, I like his voice. I like his face. I like the way he's usually a villain, and just like the way he plays it. I just like him as an actor. So that was probably the first place I saw his acting, and I always noticed him. Like, yeah, he's cool. Another guy that's like a musician in real life. But he got into acting, and certain actors stand out to me, so that's what I remember about The Crow. I don't know. Thomas. The only way you could know is if you were connecting to the same source. And the truth is, you are connected to it, but if you didn't have conflicting fear based beliefs that wouldn't really let you believe it, you'll know when you know, you'll know when you know, you know. Do you know? You know. So, by the way, I don't expect you to blindly believe me, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't ever put blind faith in anything, to be honest with you. If you have the ears to hear, you'll hear. But remember, that's on a spectrum. It may be like, yeah, okay, I think I believe this, but I also have conflicts. Okay, well, that's pretty normal. Some people will instantly be like, I always knew that was true, and now I'm going to live it because somebody finally validated it for me. Cool. That's cool if I get to be that road sign for them. That said, not everything that comes out of my mouth is perfectly 100% accurate because I'm also a human being. Sometimes I say things that are coming from my own thoughts, my own ego. Quite frequently, I'm sure. Not everything pouring out of my mouth is some divine infinite truth to make statues and bow down to blindly. And when people deify somebody or put them in that guru pedestal, it's a disaster for everybody. So again, spiritual discernment, guys. There's moments where I'm channeling truth from the higher truth of the creator. There's moments where what I'm saying is maybe pretty smart, but it's far from perfect. And there's moments where I'm straight up wrong about something. And I have to come back and apologize later. Like, gee whiz, I realized what I said and that was dumb. Or I discovered something better now. Like some people ask me why I erase certain stack videos because I learned a little deeper about certain things. And I'm like, that one was good, but there's something here I don't fully like anymore. So I don't really want to stand behind it. So keep all that in mind and be real with yourself, the best you can at any given time and place. How do I stop being my own worst enemy? You got to go back and treat your inner child like the divine fractal of God that it is when it arrived on Earth. Okay? I know it's simple but not easy, but that's really what it is. And then you can strip away all these dysfunctional anti-truth darkness programs that you had pumped into you that just make you constantly in a cycle of self-destruction and being all locked up and not being able to truly live and be what you are. Ready to quit saying that. I'm starting to annoy myself. On dry versus water fasting. Well, I don't dry fast myself because I don't think it's nice to my kidneys. Not going to argue with anybody that swears by it. If I do fasting, it's water fasting. Any kind of fasting, and it could be from food, it could be from other distractions. Yes, when you fast from food, your body will do certain detox and repair processes. There's certain physiological benefits, and that's part of this. But if you're talking about the spiritual value, the whole point of it is you're putting aside something so that you can put deeper intention. You can help yourself focus and generate deeper intention into what? spiritual truth, union with God, whatever it is you're concentrating on, you're helping yourself generate a more sincere focus on a higher priority. That's the reason you're doing it. So if you need to fast from doing business, or you need to fast from working on things, you need to fast from something, you need to, it's not that the thing is bad per se. It's just that you're putting it aside to really channel stronger intention into a certain thing that you're prioritizing. Okay. That's the real meaning of fasting, as far as like the consciousness, spiritual purpose of it. And you're back yelling at people about ego with all your ego projections held, and still nobody here cares, I don't think, man. So maybe don't frustrate yourself trying to drag people into a argument with you who just don't care to do that, my friend. I mean, you're welcome here, but I don't think you're really going to get anybody to bite on that. This is a more conscious crew than what you're used to. And I love you, man. Just so you know. And you can find countless people, I'm sure, to fight with on the internet about whatever it is you're trying to fight about there. Try to change their mental echo chamber of what kind of reality they think they're trapped in. You can find countless people. I just think you're fishing in the wrong pond right now. Just so you know. Joining the military before age 30 for a few years for adventure? Maybe. Learning combat? Well, there's easier, more direct ways to learn combat. You don't really have to join the military, although, you would get some of that. Leadership? Maybe. I mean, it kind of depends what you do in the military, because a lot of the military is like, do what you say and don't question. Is that really leadership? Or are you going to be, are you going to end up in one of those positions where you're deciding people's lives and deaths? And do you really want to carry that? I mean, there's a lot of heavy things to ask yourself there, but you just asked for some thoughts from me. So there you go. And if you disagree with government agendas, which I entirely do, why would you go kill somebody else and yourself for things you don't agree with, So, I mean, there's people that benefit from it. They get in there, they maybe learn some skills. They don't end up having to murder anybody or die. They don't have to see their friends' guts hanging out, screaming and crying in the mud, and then wreck the rest of their life with nightmares. They come out with certain benefits and skills, and they did quite well. And there's others that come out all mangled from it, and it troubles them for the rest of their life. I mean, the thing is, you're not, and you may disagree, but I don't think you're really going to get to decide whether it's just going to be adventure and skill gaining or things you end up regretting. There's a certain risk taken there, So I can tell you what's right or wrong for your decision there. But you just asked me for some thoughts, so there they are. Oh, that's awesome. Jalineps. That's awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you very much. Scariest movie I've ever watched. It wouldn't be the scariest now. These days, like, scary movies don't even scare me, to be honest. But I remember a movie that terrified me. The first time I watched Event Horizon, I was horrified. I couldn't even creep out of my bedroom to the bathroom that night. I don't know why it got me. It got me good, man. Probably because I was raised in a cult that fills your mind with those kinds of ideas anyway. And that just sort of brought it to life and triggered it. And man, I was messed up. It's actually an impressive movie, but the implications of it are definitely terrifying if they seem possible to you. Working out fasting or not fasting, I mean, it kind of depends on what you ate. Like, I could eat a few bananas and have a great workout. I can fast and have a great workout. If I stuff my stomach with some heavy food, I'm not going to have a great workout. I'll push through it anyway, but it's miserable in comparison, you know, just off the top of my head. That's how I would describe that. I am expanding constantly on it, energy. That's the whole consciousness playlist, my friend. And I mean, that's the best I can do, is explain it the best I can as I go, you know. But yeah, I had to have a revisit to an old thing, a true revisit, a sincere one, to go completely back into it with eyes of much greater experience spiritually, and even life experience that teaches me about people and their motives and how the world works and all those things. Also, there are people now, Bible scholars, for example, that can deconstruct the whole thing accurately to show what I already knew as a child, but never had any way to show or prove. And when the entire world gaslights you, it's really hard to stand completely on your own against billions, seemingly, because that's what it feels like. So it's just a different thing the second visit through. There's a lot more clarity on why that doesn't work, you know. And then there was a bunch of breakthroughs because I went through it completely sincerely between me and the creator, 100% sincerely. And I was given a lot of gifts of clarity and healing. So no, it's not the same as things I used to say. Just because I'm not subscribed to a religion doesn't mean it's the same thing it was at a different stage. Not at all. No, Pow, I would not wear that religion. I would not wear that title. I would not wear something invented by the Roman Empire that's caused more pain and suffering and torture and misery and lies than most things, possibly even anything in known history. All in the name of someone they violated every way possible and then made their own idol version out of it. And everybody just worships statues and books and doesn't pay attention to the dysfunctional horror where they mix some truth with some horror and poison children and destroy their lives and hearts and souls the best they can. And it just perpetrates all the darkness on this planet. So no, I don't want that label. No way. The Essenes and Yeshua himself didn't have a label like that. The people that tortured and murdered them all came up with that. So no, thank you. I'm not in anybody's cult. Yes, Tom, and there's a lot on that on the Health Topics playlist about this, but a quick thing to know. If you do any serious detox, it can get so intense, it can be painful, it can be distractive, it could cause you to make mistakes, it can mess up your life. You could lose a job, you could fail to function. It can get too intense is what I'm saying. So if it starts to get too intense, reduce. Don't stop. I mean, this is my 3 cents, and I am not telling anyone what to do. I'm not allowed to, and I don't want to. I'm not legally allowed to, and I also don't want to. But just sharing as a friend, if it gets too intense, I don't stop a detox if it gets to be too much. I just reduce it. I kind of cut it in half. The frequency of what I'm doing or the dosages or the intensity, I bring it down to a manageable level so I can keep detoxing, but not at a pace so violent and crazy that I can't even function and deal with life. That's something you need to know. Otherwise, you'll quit because you'll think it's going wrong. I'm dying. Uneducated, uninformed people go into a detox and things get worse before they get better. And they just assume, see, the online AI thing told me the detox is bad and doesn't exist, and I should only do what a PhD guy says. And this evil person talked me into detox, and it's all bad, bad, bad. And they give up and never look back, and it sucks. So you need to know going in, when you disrupt all kinds of poison that's trapped in your body in all kinds of places, it can get real rough. And in a lot of cases, it does before it gets better. If you're informed about that and you're prepared, you can manage it. If you're ignorant about it, you'll fall apart under the pressure and the confusion. So that's something really important to know. Thank you very much, Burt Macklin. FBI, are you really? Are you really, bro? All right, I'll talk to the FBI a little. Hey, Bo, any experience with ballistic training? Kettlebell throws, push-ups, Standing position, overhead throws. Yeah, I've thrown all kinds of heavy stuff around. Yeah. It's really good for functional, makes you more functional. Because to me, the last thing anybody needs to be is some, beach muscle beef cadet that only can do bodybuilding exercises and totally sucks at everything else, And there are guys like that. So, yeah, my whole life's been functional stuff. In fact, I'm a function over form guy. I don't always look my best by any means, but I maintain a high level of functionality always. They're both important to me, but function's more important than appearance. Even though I like sculpting and doing art on my own human body, functionality is a higher priority. So those things are great, in my opinion. And there's so many kinds of things you can do in life that are functional training, but those are good examples. Do I eat honey? If I have actual raw honey, sure, I'll eat some. Can suffering be seen as a form of torture? Torture is a form of torture. When you inflict agony on a thing on purpose to make it suffer as much as possible, that's torture. Suffering is suffering. Suffering can come from many things, But no, I define torture as torture, the act of torturing. To me. I mean, that's just how I see it. This is my definition of it, I guess you could say. Yes, I'm looking forward to a lot in the near future. I have 2 new friends here that have come here to establish their own freedom and way of life and be allies. And I look forward to in-person interactions, It's been a while. I've been kind of out here with just my family in the middle of nowhere, pioneering things. And to have real in-person human beings that are friends that I already trust and love is just amazing. And where that goes, I don't put any conditions on it. I wouldn't want to mess it up that way, but it's just, I'm looking forward to all of it. Absolutely. And there's many things, I look forward to continuing to expand the food forest, and I'm looking forward to my next, as I get into my phase of natural bodybuilding, I'm looking forward to, I don't know, a lot of things. Swimming in the river with my kids, I mean, I'm looking forward to most of what I do, There are things I have to do that I don't look forward to, but I've got enough sovereignty in life now, finally, that most of what I deal with, I actually manage to look forward to. Especially since even the difficult, tedious tasks, I do value them. And if I time it right and kind of work it in with the proper flow and organize it into my life with the right mindset, I can actually do even those things looking forward to them. I can enjoy things that if I was under pressure and doing it on somebody else's schedule and I had no choice in the matter, I wouldn't enjoy it. But some of these things I can actually enjoy just because it's me deciding when and how I approach it. And that makes it a lot more enjoyable. And it's easier to get up out of bed looking forward to what you got to do when you're doing it by your own sovereignty, Man, the questions are slowing way down. This might be a shorter one today. Watching you, Fokker. If you want to remain in the circle of trust, Fokker, don't break the trust. Maybe it's a little hypocritical that I put hidden cameras in all your stuff, Fokker. Not a great De Niro, but there you go. No, I don't watch Joe Rogan. That's interesting. He had a podcast with Greg Braden. I imagine Joe Rogan will just interview anybody with a following, But no, I don't care. It's just a bunch of hype and noise for the most part. At least what I paid attention. No judgment, just don't care. When was the last time you ate meat? And did you grow up in an environment where that was the default? Oh, yeah, I ate a lot of meat growing up. Loved it, really. But grew into conflict and awareness of who I was, more and more so. Trying to remember the last time I ate meat. I don't even remember what it was. I was living here. It really wasn't all that long ago, unfortunately. Like last year. I don't even remember, man. I don't remember. It's not like it was a memorable occasion. It's just at some point it was just like, no, I'm done, And this time I'm gonna figure out how to stay away from it. And now I can, Yeah, I've gone surfing. I was never good enough to truly surf, but I could kind of like boogie board and stuff like that. Yeah. I never did it enough to like stand and ride a wave. But I've done like baby surfing or something on my stomach. Good evening in India. That's awesome. Much love to you. Purify your spirit. Well, repent and be reborn of the Spirit of the living God. Make your temple the dwelling place of the living God and not a place of death and lies and murder and adultery. If you realize that God lives within you, and to whatever degree you want that to be more powerful and evident, think of yourself as a temple, and what are you entertaining there? What do you do with it? How do you treat it? How do you treat a sacred temple where you would like to cultivate life more abundantly and active guidance, blessings, and protection, and a life of miracles? Those are some principles of it. Pray about it, Daleth. Pray for help and mean it and trust it. Because if you really want it, the divine will honor that intention because it's a great intention. If nothing seems to be happening, try to figure out what priorities are actually still higher for you in life than that. And therefore, that's why it's not happening yet. Yeah, Greg Braden's great. That's real science. Science that realizes is just one way of looking at, hopefully, spiritual truth and seeing how some of it interacts with this reality. Instead of pretending these things are separate, which means nobody ever learns anything useful. The fake model of science the world's been running on. Yeah, he shall woo, be careful. Learn to prepare it properly and understand that it's not for everybody. Some people are just allergic to it. Some people's livers react badly. I can't consume it orally. I get horrible rashes on my arms and legs. As much as I respect the herb, it's really not for me. I use it topically, my hair follicles, so that works fine for me. But it's an amazing, powerful, high-level herb, and it takes kind of alchemical preparation to make it work right, So respect it. And if you're going to use it, learn to use it right. Learn to prepare it right, especially. And remember that online, a lot of people sell stuff that's like 2 or 3 years old, which is technically adult or whatever. But all the TCM ancients said you got to wait at least 7 years for it to be at full potency. So if you want the most potent stuff, grow those roots for 7 years before you prepare them. You're very welcome, Stephen. Much love, brother. I don't know, man. I don't know the whole world or what you would define as best, Ryan. Anywhere third world and tropical works for me because I need like less government and less institutions and less interference and more freedom, responsibility, and sovereignty over my own existence, But some people would die with that, because they're not really ready. They're not healthy enough. I mean, a lot of people would just die of a staph infection where I am. People do sometimes if they can't get antibiotics fast enough. I don't get staph infections. I have open wounds in the dirt all the time. I forget to clean. I'm just fine, There's so many factors to consider. It's not for me to just tell somebody something like that, you know? You have to make the plan. You have to see it. You're not ready until you know what you're doing and why. So it's not right for me to tell people that, you know? Fault finding, because that's what the world teaches. Break each other down, break yourself down, focus on darkness, keep everything in low consciousness. People are easily conditioned into negative patterns that just hold everybody down. Yeah, if she's got that many allergies, she has a really bad leaky gut. And her body's full of toxic sewage. It's causing all kinds of immune dysfunction. Beef. I highly recommend pondering the things in the first 3 videos in the Health Topics playlist and how it rebuilds what's wrong with 99% of human bodies in society. Yeah, I've read the Book of Enoch. Well, it's a book that the way it's written is kind of, esoteric, for lack of better words. I think there's some truths in it. But like any book that men did their best to write down some kind of spiritual visions, I mean, I think there's some truths in it, but it's nothing to overdwell on for me personally. That's just my take. I'm not an expert on it. Yeah, I think Vesica, he was promising that, even though his physical presence was going to be gone, for those that needed it and were open to it, God was going to compensate with spirit to infuse those who needed it. And that's available to all of us. And he made it more available through what he did by doing the greatest thing done so far on this planet. It's been largely obscured, but, he did. He achieved something great. He made Christ consciousness possible for humans of this planet. Not that many have ever tapped into it or even tried. Do all the lies that were immediately built around it. And by the way, what the New Age people call Christ consciousness, guys, that term has been, there's almost no words I can use anymore that somebody hasn't turned it into just turkey goblin nonsense, for lack of better terms. So, I mean, you can insert a better word there, but he definitely made it much more possible for humans to unite consciously with the nature of the creator and actually bring the kingdom of heaven to earth, which is what he was asking us to do. That people don't hear because they don't listen to him, even though they claim his Greek alternative name and they bow to statues and stuff. They don't hear him, unfortunately. But yeah, don't obsess about the terminology. God sends me more of the comforter every time I need it and ask for it, which is frequently. Oftentimes when I'm falling asleep at night, all of a sudden I'm not so brave and tough and smart, and like all these little things start to like worry me too much. And I have to like say, hey, God, I know I don't control everything and it could terrify me and I could go neurotic and never sleep again. And I'm not going to do that. Please share some of that peace beyond understanding and help me so I can sleep. And the truth is I'm learning to trust you more. And I thank you for that. And I always get comfort and it helps, and what that spirit of comfort can do to illuminate one from within to life more abundantly is limitless, So yeah, I think to me, that's the best I could describe what he's referring to there. Yeah, cinnamon helps with blood flow. Check. Confirmed. Cinnamon's a really good herb for a lot of things. You're very welcome, AJ. Fist bump, brother. You're welcome, Sam. We can't control the next versus is now. Just okay, Marquin. Look at what really is on the table for you, one decision at a time, unless you're, in a fight or flight moment, but those are rare. because in those you're just going to do what you're going to do. But for the rest of it, look what really is on the table for you and just apply what you understand of a spiritual principle to whatever you're looking at and proceed accordingly. And from that, like I say, when you start to do that consistently, you'll notice it allows you to start to perceive more. And then like another door will be open to you. It'll start to shine light on things that were just darkness before. And by practicing that, it'll get easier to see how to apply that principle in more places and to trust it more. When you're actually practicing it, you'll learn to trust it. And then you'll be given the chance to use more spiritual principles, to navigate life and to choose accordingly instead of just trying to guess or make it up in your own mind like everybody's stuck doing, if they don't have that. Allergies are caused by leaky gut and sewage entering the body and causing immune system dysfunction. I had allergies so bad, I don't even want to talk about it, but that's what healed it all. Vish, you got to go back and treat your inner child the way it needed from your mother instead of the way it was treated. And that'll cure that particular false mirror you now see all females through. And then the incompatible energy you project at them that causes them to interact with you in a way that just confirms your false belief. You got to go back and reprogram that, my friend, or you're not going to have any accurate interactions with the female gender. And that's plaguing the world, but you just heard it. So you got a chance, man. You obviously were forced to jump through a lot of hoops for false love that was conditional, which isn't love. And you got to go back and fix that and give your inner child, the unconditional love that is the nature of the actual creator and source that we come from. And therefore anything less makes us dysfunctional because it just doesn't work. You got to go back and be the source of what is needed there. And watch, and as you succeed at it, watch how it changes your present. And then females won't mean the same thing to you at all that they have up to this point. It'll open some real doors of perception and potential connection. Well, I guess I could do another video on it, the great, but I mean, I said everything, I kind of feel like when you keep doing videos on the same thing, like most people do, because they don't really have any more content, they're just going to keep rehashing the same thing. I feel like you're just feeding somebody's dopamine spike or whatever, and you're not adding anything to the picture. You've just become somebody's drug. So it's like if I already said what I have to say, either you work to apply it, or I just keep tickling your ears, like some preacher prancing around telling you what you want to hear. So you're addicted to my Sunday rock star on stage nonsense theatrics, It's like if I think of more I need to add to what I said, sure. But if I'm just going to rehash the same thing, just so you can get a temporary brain boost off of my enthusiasm and faith in it, I don't think I'm actually helping you. I think I'm just selling airtime and taking advantage of the fact that you're stuck in mind and you're not really taking the responsibility to practice and figure out how to use it, So you're just enjoying the mental spike that you get from hearing me get into it over and over. So unless I can see a way that that's more functional than that, I don't really think I'm doing humanity a service by rehashing the same topics over and over like I see others doing forever. I go back to YouTube channels I used to waste time on, and they're doing these thing, and it's everything, and here's why. And eventually, when that starts paying off so well and there's a new trend, then they'll be over here teaching this again, but they've all done it all before. It just keeps going around in circles. And the same unfit kids that were following 10 years ago are still following now. And where are they following them to? Not that fitness is even that important, but why follow somebody in circles forever? And it doesn't do anything for you. You're just making them money for sitting on their butt talking, and they're not telling or expanding or even helping you. They're just helping you stay where you are, you know? So because I find that so distasteful, I got to spit it out of my mouth. I don't like doing it, you know? That said, I realize that there are things worth talking about more than once, you know? If I think of a new angle or something that might be of practical value to help in that process, I will. I'll make another video. But until that hits me, I'm not going to just go back and kind of like go over the same thing again, you know? I got to wait till there's like a different way to explain it, perhaps, that might help people use it better. And if that happens, I definitely will. I can't really stream a workout in the jungle because pretty much when I leave the house with a laptop, I just lose signal, you know? So I can't really do that too much. I'd have to do it like on my porch or on the driveway or somewhere right by the house, which isn't really the jungle. There's ducks and cats and clutter and all this stuff in the way, you know? I can't really just go stream in the jungle, to be honest with you. It's not that I wouldn't do it. It's just can't really. Don't have the tech for it. Yeah, that would help, Max. Also, you know, like the stuff on my full spectrum detox video to stimulate your liver to rapidly catch up, because people's livers are already backlogged on tons of homework and work they can't keep up with. When you beat it up with the acid from alcohol, it just makes it worse, you know. You can definitely do some things to compensate. You know, and alcohol's a crutch, but if you're going to use the crutch for a while, you should definitely do what you can to take care of your health. Otherwise, you can manage to be healthier than the vast majority. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The truth is, if you're good enough at it, you can actually be healthier than most people in the modern world and be a raging alcoholic at the same time. Now, most people would have no clue how to do that, but it is possible, just so everybody knows. I don't say that to encourage you to stay stuck in alcohol. I say it because there are a lot of people that don't have a choice right now. They have professions and poisons they're exposed to or things they can't get off of yet. And I want them to know that if over here, there's these things in your life that you know are hurting your physiology, how about over here, you add in a bunch of things that help your physiology? Then you might live long enough to actually get off this crutch and get out of it and get on to better things, right? Why not just improve the math in your favor? Instead of morally judging people and condemning you, oh, you're so sinful and bad, go to hell, like all the helpful institutions would do. It's like, no, the practical reality is if you can't live an ideal, perfect life right now, nor can any of the hypocrites that were judging you, by the way, but if you can't, do things that help. And so I like your question, and there's a lot you can do. In fact, use the entire Health Topics playlist and just apply whatever you will, and it'll help. It'll help compensate for all that acid consumption going on, okay? To be honest with you. And remember to rehydrate in the morning. That brain pain is just severe detox usually. Not trying to help people be functional alcoholics, but I'd rather you live through it and move on to better things because I don't hate you and judge you and I love you and care about you. You know, a bunch of people probably try to demonize me for that, but I don't think they're here right now. Most of you guys are of a much higher caliber of awareness and sincerity than I'm used to interacting with on planet Earth. And I tell you what, it's humbling and inspiring and it's incredible. I don't do those sessions anymore, my friend. I can't. I don't have the time. So if you want something from me, just use an anonymous name and ask me on the threads until I spell it all out for you, you know. Some people just want personal time, like that. I feel like the father figure they never had or something like that. And it's flattering and all, but it's like not real. I don't even, you know, I frequently spread myself too thin, guys. It's where I lose sleep at night that I didn't spend more time with my kids this week. So if I'm going to regret it, I'll start backfiring, getting impatient with people. And that's not your fault. That's my fault for spreading myself too thin. So I've had to learn over and over and over. You can't do that until you figure out how to bilocate and temporarily clone yourself into 15 copies. You can't be there for everybody. in that sense. But if you can word what you need on these threads, others can learn from it too. Somebody else will come along with very similar issues eventually and read the discussion we have and the links given or whatever the pointers were, and it can be a greater benefit to more than just you. Okay. So actually it's a better use of my efforts if you guys are willing to do that. Hopefully I explained that well. Yeah, check out my eyesight video, Sloth. Thoughts on doing a 1 week fast? Well, geez, man, I don't know. Probably a good thing. What are your motives? What are your purposes? What's your current condition? Man, I don't know your life. And I don't know your intentions. And I don't know what you expect from it. And I don't know what you're going to be dealing with during that week. It's probably a positive thing, but I can't say for sure. Why do you think you need to change someone else, Badgeson? You know, if you're assuming you're going to be able to change that other person to be more the way you want, but you've already met with resistance, sometimes the lesson is to understand accepting people's free will and moving on to where somebody might want to hear what you have to say. If you really believe that what you have to say is wise and powerful and meant to help people, look for where it's welcome and don't waste it where it's not, you know. But I'm not sure the specifics of who and what you're referring to, that's for sure. Yeah, if I had time to go surfing, life would be, you know, pretty nice. But it is nice, even if I don't have time for surfing currently. I'll spend my surfing time helping you the way it is now. All right. I'm happy for you that you get to surf, though. I am. Everybody tells me what I should do more of. And nobody would be insane enough to try to fit what I already do in a week. And I've actually toned it down. And I will continue to do so to find some kind of harmonic balance. So I'm not playing 30-second Dave Mustaine speed riffs for a lifestyle as a musical parable. 30-second note. Sewing machine. Like that intro to Take No Prisoners. Like too fast to even see. Yeah. I've been running my nervous system that way for a long time. Last thing I knew is more hobbies to add to my list of things I can't even get to. It does sound fun, though. Been over that many times, Pedro, and I can't keep repeating myself for airtime, you know? It's there. Throughout various, I get asked these, you guys got to realize, of course I get asked that all the time. It's on a lot of these live streams, comments, answering stuff like that. Okay, Isaac, that's awesome. The house he's referring to is symbolic of the false religions created by man. And for me, he did destroy it. And for those of us that listen to him, he did destroy it forever. And for everybody else, they just put the rocks back in place and go back to being empty inside and being pretentious on the outside. But he did. He destroyed it. It's almost like the world was under such a spell before that it wasn't even possible for somebody to see past it. And now it is. So I don't care if they put the stones back in place and all the Pharisees get back up on their pedestals and the narcissists run the world of religion like they used to. For some of us, he truly did destroy it forever. We cook with oil sometimes. We use ghee. It's a safe oil to cook with. We don't use a lot of cooking with oils, though. My wife has mastered cooking without oils because I asked her to, because I didn't want the oils. I didn't tell her to do it for her and the kids. It started out just for me because I have like some kapha tendencies. If I eat like proteins, fats, and carbs, even if it's a compatible food combination, I just gain too much weight too fast. So I was like, well, let's try some, no oil cooking recipes. And eventually she made them taste wonderful too, which is amazing. So it is possible. But I'm no baker and I'm no expert on cooking. I just know my wife has invented some incredible things. A lot of those hack videos have clips from a YouTube channel called White Bat. It's not all of them, but it's a lot of them. You find some good electronic music there. White Bat Audio, I think. It's a guy named Carl Casey. But I use things from different sources, but a lot of it's from there. That's where I get a lot of it. Those little clips you guys like with the electronic music. You find a lot of cool stuff over there on that channel. Also like Necto Ulin. He does a lot of Unreal Tournament remixes and some other stuff. I used to go to a channel called Enter Dystopia. They had quite a bit of good electronic music here and there. Off the top of my head, those are some good ones, and there's others, and I find it here and there. But for those of you guys that are like that, those clips I choose, that's where I get a lot of that stuff. Well, that's a good one, James. It happens. I can get real fiery real fast. Sometimes I rant and rave, and I end up embarrassed that I overdid it. And I really shouldn't be embarrassed, but when I observe it, it's like over time, I've calmed down a lot and I've learned to trust her more so I don't overreact the way I used to. A lot of it was a lack of trust due to childhood life conditioning, you know? So a lot of that's been resolved. But if I get mad and pissy and impatient because I'm having one of those days, sometimes if I handle it right, I just kind of get quiet and I realize I'm going to get over this anger. So I don't need to say a whole bunch of embarrassing things in the meantime, you know? Probably by tomorrow I'm going to be fine. Even if right now I'm so pissed, I don't think there's any way I'm going to be calm by tomorrow. I usually am. My anger, my fire comes up nuclear, big and fast, but I also get over it fast. So, and I know that now. So it's like, don't say a bunch of things that tomorrow you're just going to be like, I'm sorry I said all those things I didn't mean. I'm tired of that, you know? So a lot of times I'll just kind of go rant and rave by myself in the jungle or get some work done or go work out or do some physical labor, exhaust myself in the sun or just hold my tongue for a while until it passes, you know, because it's going to happen, you know, you're going to have anger sometimes, but my wife is like wonderful human being. And, I'm slowly getting better at not saying so many silly, childish things, you know, that I don't really mean. So I guess practice is part of it. Also, letting go of the big, not making such a big thing of it. When you feel a ton of shame or regret or, oh God, I'm going to get angry again. It's so, I don't know what to do. Like when you add all that to it, it makes it so much harder to put it in its place. When you don't add all that narrative to it, you just get pissed and you go, damn. My brain chemistry just went nuclear. I am really pissed. Yeah. Let me go put a little time into something else and then see if some of the confusion of my own anger clears before I say a bunch of things that are just stupid because I'm stupidly mad, you know? So, you know, I've kind of learned to manage it better just by understanding that our relationship's really good and it's safe and it's not the end of the world. That actually helps you not to overdo it. I'm far from perfect, though. I have my little pissy fits still. I do. But I'm getting better over time, and those things seem to be helping for sure. Oh, I've had horrible dark nights of the soul. M-Link, I've descended into realms of hell in my consciousness. I've even left my body and seen things I can't unsee. Yeah, I've been to really dark places, man. I don't think I'd be that much use to humanity if I hadn't. If I was just born walking on water and everything was spiritually illuminated and easy for me, I think I would be useless to you guys, to be honest. I'd be talking some goofy language that didn't matter to anybody else and didn't connect with anything. Anger and emotional maturity. No, I haven't done a video on that because my angry part of me is the most childish, young, volatile, well-meaning, but ridiculously infantile part of me, to be honest. And emotionally, I'm practically a cripple. I'm barely even learning to even understand what to do with emotions. So I think I'm kind of waiting till I have a little more progress under my belt before I would really have much to say about it, honestly. Because when you put yourself out there, everybody just assumes it's advice. They don't always realize you might just be sharing a weakness. And I've seen people go preaching something as if as if it was advice I gave, and it wasn't. It was me sharing like a mistake I made, So I want to err on the side of caution. And if I make a video about anger and emotional maturity, I don't want to feel like a hypocrite. Like, this is one of my silliest, most undeveloped areas of life. Why am I out there being some kind of leader or being perceived that way? It's something I'm not even good at. So I think probably I'm waiting on that one until I'm a little more well trained or prepared to be useful to you guys there. In the meantime, I'll just be honest and be like, yep, my emotions sneak up on me and get real fiery and just blah. And it's a good thing I live in the middle of nowhere, so people don't call the cops on me every time I get mad like they used to. And I'm thankful to have the space to vent how I feel, because the jungle doesn't take any offense. You know what I mean? She's just fine. I can go out and cuss and yell and kick a tree all I want, and everything's just fine. Not everybody has that luxury. So if you're in a situation where your unprocessed anger, most likely from childhood, you don't know what to do with it, it's tricky. That's tricky territory. It really is, because the world will happily scapegoat you, even though they have just as many unresolved anger issues as you do. If you're the one that loses control, they'll happily blood sacrifice you in some form or fashion and act like it made their life better, sadly. So be careful. You can't always express yourself honestly in society without being punished for it. And that's the simple truth. It's very dysfunctional. I'll tell you what, if I'm hanging around guy friends I've had, the healthy relationships I had with guy friends, either one of us could lose our temper completely and it was fine. And the other one might even lose their temper too, but it's fine because we're over it pretty soon. Or even if we stay mad for like a whole day, we end up being thankful. I always ended up appreciating my friends that they were honest with me that way and that I got to be honest with them. And you learn that it's not a big deal, especially among guys. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm pissed as shit right now. I'm going to kick and throw things, and you've seen this before. It's no big deal. I'm just venting. It's like a steam pot blowing over. When you're in a place of trust like that, it's really healthy because nobody's taking it to heart. It's not wrecking anybody's life, and it's totally okay. And then there's all these other situations you guys find yourself in where everybody's made it taboo. You're not even allowed to express your anger about a situation without being demonized or criminalized for it. That's really, to me, that's the bigger problem right there. I think people would process their anger and overreact less and less to things in a healthy environment over time, because you're not demonizing it, making it into a big thing that it's not. But when you do these dysfunctional things society tells you to do, it's like when you put a steroid cream on a rash that appears on your skin and you shove the toxins back inside your body. You're just making it worse. That to me is the bigger issue. Hopefully that was a good response. Yeah, there's things on the health playlist correlating with allergies and leaky gut and gut repair. Pretty much all the early videos on the playlist are in one way or another about that and the other implications that are massive and rampant throughout society and would solve 95% of people's health problems if they mastered them. In my dystopian sci-fi novel that is not diagnosing or giving hope for anything, okay, wink, wink. Sprains, well, either let it heal, but you could put magnesium oil on it, that would speed it up. You could put a comfrey poultice on it, and that would speed it up. You could consume Solomon's seal, and that speed it up. Antioxidants would speed it up. Why not just check out my connective tissue healing stack video? There you go. See, I knew you were going to ask me that one day, friend, you and a whole bunch of others. So I went ahead and just recorded it for you already. Because I see into the future. Buy my tarot cards. Buy my crystal ball. Buy my daily newsletter telling you what to do and expect. I am a guru, after all. I can do this and sit on scenic places pretentiously holding still and making you believe I'm so much more enlightened than you. Who am I making fun of right now? Nobody specifically. I got to mock the foolishness of it all for all of our sake. Lots of love to you too, friend. Yeah, man, check out my water video, Isaac. I mean, I did that in the very simplest way when I was doing it. So that's what I explained to people what I did for my own family. We were trapped in a high radiation black mold factory city apartment that was trying its best to kill us. One of the things I had to compensate for was the water supply so that we could live long enough to make it out of there, still intact. So yeah, I got a video on it. Check out my water video on the Health Topics playlist. My simplified version of it, so it doesn't have to be so complicated and overwhelming. You just deal with it easily. Check out my biofilm cleanse video, Farhand, because I knew you were going to ask me that one day. Because I see into the future. Okay, I won't do it again. Nice. Your dad's getting pain-free from essential oils. Awesome. That's good to hear. August, thank you. Yeah, calories matter. I'm trying to gain muscle, sure. Yeah, well, there's a lot to that, friend. Again, the Health Topics playlist, if you want calories to work right and your body to be able to actually absorb them and build with them, what you probably need is the cellular detox so you can make room to actually take things into your cells because they're not so clogged with garbage and morbid dead tissue and parasites and yeast and fungus and mold and nanotech and chemicals and metals and a whole bunch of other lovely things. You get all that out of the way and calories and supplements work way better than they used to. And then you got to get wise about what you're eating and consuming because it really is getting in your cells, you know. Health Topics playlist, my friend. Castor oil helped you with sprains. Nice. Probably pulls out all the toxic, inflamed junk faster. Speed up the healing process. You sprained your legs, both? Wow. Rest and fasting for healing, yeah. None of the meatheads in online fitness will agree. They're pretty sure if you're not stuffing tons of dead animals in yourself constantly, you can't recover from anything. But the truth is, if you watch, say, an injured lion or tiger, what do they do to heal? They go lay down somewhere and wait and heal. When you stop consuming calories, all the incredible amount of biological energy that goes into digestion and assimilation gets rerouted to repair. Cellular repair. Hence the so-called anti-aging effects of fasting also. Deeply. You sense that you need to weep deeply for a week, but you can't cry. I am not an expert, but I know my wife used to watch certain movies that would make her cry, and she said it was just a healthy process. It was helping her cry for things she didn't have a chance to cry from, and she has some kind of innate wisdom about this I still don't understand, but I observed her and I sensed she was right. It would help her cry about things that maybe she doesn't even consciously remember some of, but it was still helping something inside of her process things, and she could tell it was a healthy process. I used to kind of like harass her about it, like, oh, come on, you hippie, what are you talking about? You know, but I knew she was onto something. Maybe you could try her process. Do you know types of movies that could help you cry? Maybe just binge watch those for a week and process a lot of tears and feelings and nervous system stuff and probably come out better for it, like you did a certain kind of cleanse. That's my hypothesis. Yeah. Hard to say, James. Hard to say. I mean, you can make a mistake either way, assuming there. And since I'm not going to try to crawl inside you and see it from the inside, I mean, I can't tell you that, man. I'm not going to take a 50-50 guess and have you prioritize what I say over what you say, you know. I wouldn't want to speculate. I mean, are there other signs in your life that you feel there's a higher calling that you're fighting against in your ego? If you've gotten a lot of other signs, maybe I would lean one way, but only you would know that, really. And you got to be very honest with yourself. Or is it just a fear thing? You're assuming that because you get hurt, you're not meant to have something. I wouldn't let that stop me. I've been injured a billion times. Probably not a billion, but well, at the cellular level, many trillions probably. But no, I've had a lot of injuries in life, and I ended up becoming stronger in those same areas, even though everybody around me insisted I was screwed for life. All my lovely, close associates with their darkness that they feel the need to inflict on each other. But a voice inside me was like, F that. I'm going to be stronger. I'm not going to argue outwardly with these mean people that just get meaner if you challenge them on their negativity. But inwardly, I was like, watch me get better, or don't watch me. I don't care, but I'm going to do it. And that stubborn part of me was right. It was listening to the creator. So that part of my stubbornness was very good for me. Can't even remember the question, but that's where it led to. Monogamy and how to live a healthy sexual life. Do you have a video about this? Monogamy, healthy sexual life. No, I don't have a video about that. I don't claim to be an expert, and I've heard every kind of crazy thing in the world about it, which makes it super confusing. Monogamy. Well, that's one thing, and if it suits you, it suits you. There's people that prefer that life, and they say it's a benefit to them, and I don't disagree. If they say it is, then very well. I'm sure it can be. If that's not your life, if you'd be better with somebody, make a healthy, holistic relationship, and then all the inevitable sexual dysfunction issues that come from a world that conditioned you to have all kinds of crazy dysfunctional beliefs about it, you two will help each other figure that out and heal it over time. And that'll be the scary, challenging / fun part. But no, I don't have a book to sell or anything. I don't consider myself some guy that wants to act like an expert on that topic, that's for sure. Every so often I studied a little bit of psychology, and I read a definition of somebody's philosophy. I've studied more psychology than I have philosophy. I've always found philosophies that I read to be incredibly limiting immediately to me. It was like immediately like, yeah, no thanks. But psychology I find kind of like pragmatic in a sense. I don't think people necessarily use it well, but it's like if you understand these patterns about the human mind, you can sort of do something with it. And you can recognize patterns in life, and I'm pretty good at using patterns, so I've studied a little psychology. But I'm also aware that the true gift of spiritual counseling is something you come into this world with or you don't. And you can't go to an institution and get an education for it. So natural born counselors of the true variety are a completely different thing than some PhD. And I'm not saying those things have to be mutually exclusive, but, there's a whole lot of PhDs out there that aren't helping anybody. I am saying that much. Pause. You could try things in the connective tissue stack. You could try everything on the health topics playlist. Maybe in my bone structure development, facial bone height growth type video, there's some things that might help your body to align its tendons and connective structures better. You could look into some of the videos and content that's there for you when it comes to connective tissues and overall health and vitality. But I don't have some, one-liner to give you on a live stream like, hey, just do this exercise, And I haven't really looked into that particular condition, but obviously there's a misalignment with the lengthening of a tendon on one side versus the other, and it kind of angled the bones a little bit off. I'd imagine exercises exist that should help somewhat, but you also need to make the connective tissues malleable and well nutrified, so potentially they're reshapeable. I mean, these are all loose theories right now because I haven't done that. You could at least look into some of those things and see what you think. If you replace some of the nutrients you were deficient of when those tendons and bones were forming, there's still a chance, especially if your consciousness has faith in it, there's still a chance some things will realign better for you. I do believe that. Unless you're ready to jump to the level of pure miracle, where you're walking by faith and not by sight, united as one, glowing with the light of a Christed consciousness as a lantern of the living God, which would be the ideal. But unless you're going to jump from here to there, maybe some things on the health and consciousness list could help. Consumption, I'm not sure what the definition of that is, my friend. I mean, eating and drinking and breathing are forms of consumption. People sitting around being brainwashed by their phone all day and told what they're supposedly missing out on is consumption, but I don't know what that modern term is just a renaming of that's been rehashed recently. So give me a definition, and then if I see it, I'll probably have some opinion, I guess. Aphrodisiacs? There's all kinds of herbs that work that way. Look into herbology if it's really that important. Yes. Yes, my friend. When I'm talking about using go-to cola, I know that most of you can't just go pick some fresh or whatever. When I lived in a city, I was using organic go-to cola powder, and it worked quite well. You get it from somebody decent and honest, it's good stuff. There are good companies out there. I can't tell you who. I mean, I don't recommend brands or try to keep up with that. I moved to a level beyond that now, and I got to be about that business. But I was able to find good quality organic go-to cola powder before I lived in a place where I could grow my own. I don't practice yoga or flexibility training currently. I'm open-minded to it, and maybe that'll occur in my life. I do stretch a little bit here and there, just a couple basic things. Like I'll twist my spine each way real far. Occasionally I'll do like some hip stretching, some hip flexor stretching because they get too tight sometimes. When I have a pump on a muscle group, I'll usually stretch that muscle, which stretches the fascia to loosen a little bit around the muscle. And it also is good for general flexibility. So, but I'm not a very flexible person because I'm not really in practice. I'm pretty stiff and tight. My range of motion is not what some people's is, to be honest. You're very welcome, Pause. Much love to you, friend. Car, if you want my opinion about that, 2081, I'd look into the track record of that surgery. And if it happens to be an easy surgery that surgeons can do well and it works out well for people and you had the insurance, I'd probably just go ahead and do it. But if there's a track record of problems and people wishing they didn't get the surgery, I wouldn't do it, And I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'm just sharing as a friend. That's the way I would approach that. And if I wasn't going to get the surgery, I'd use the things in my connective tissue repair stack and work on helping some cartilage to develop there, maybe add some exercises to it and see if I could balance it out somewhat. Hey, Bo, what's up? Flex, what's up, Yesko? Yeah. What's going on, India? No, I'll do it now. Get to the somewhere. I just had to flex my voice. Oh, prices vary wildly where I live. Okay, wildly. Like off the chart overly high, off the chart overly low. It depends on who you know and whether you can get some insider help looking for properties. And that may apply to other third world places too. I'm not sure. Pokemon? No. I took one look at that stuff and I'm like, huh? Nah. Not judging it, just kind of bounced off me. Like when I was a child, I think we had better cartoons than that. I could be wrong, but it sure seems like we did. You're very welcome, Isaac, for whatever it was. And thank you as well. Oh, Boy, that's a good question, Tangoya. Uh, Dang. Part of it was a vision since I was young. Part of it was the constant injustice and misery of everything authentic to me being constantly punished and tormented in this life and having no room to be itself without paying a high price for it and learning how to fake everything and live a fake life to please others that was killing me. I think all that kind of pushed towards it. So it was both positive and negative inspiration. Both sides of the coin were pushing towards something like this. What's poppin', dog? What's cracking, homie? Get to the go-to cola! Do it now! Wait, what is go-to cola? What is this guy talking about? In my day, we ate Diana Ball for breakfast. It was the breakfast of champions. And I don't care what you think. That's funny. Get to the go-to cola. I could yell that and then go run out and pick some. Make short videos about it, right? Get all of my commando gear on, face paint, everything. Prop M16 and go like commando roll into the go-to cola. You're giving me creative ideas, man. I can be very silly and theatrical. I'd love to make like just fun short movies and stuff. Maybe I will at some point if I have some friends. Maybe we'll get into that stuff, you know? Totally fun. Wow, nice. Very cool, Yesko. That's good that that's where it took you when you left your body consciousness, man. That's really good. That's really good. It says some good things about your current condition of consciousness, you know, that you're not expecting horrible things when you cross over, because so many people do, unfortunately. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I was talking about the blue pill matrix control system earlier in this live stream, Kaya, and I do often. But I don't teach manifestation like all these gurus who I watch their lives literally fall apart while they taught manifestation, unfortunately. Because you're hearing half truths and nonsense, you know, and until I can sort it out better for myself, because I've seen miracles manifest in my life and I've seen things totally manifest the opposite of everything I was aiming for. And until I can more accurately describe that, I think it's a largely egotistically driven, highly sellable topic. And I don't even like the word because of that, the way it's been approached. So until I got something better and more clear to share, I don't want to talk about that buzzword too much, you know. But there's a lot on it ultimately on this channel. It's just not under that buzzword, you know. How tall am I? 6'2". Maybe 6'2" and a half in the morning. Chamey. Arnold for Arnold, the J is a CH. Chamey, get down. All that matters to me now is Chamey. Yeah, pro wrestling. Oh God, no thank you. Those guys acting is terrible, to be honest. You know, a couple of them got into real acting and slowly actually developed some sort of acting skills, which is pretty cool. If it led to that, it'd be cool, you know, but all that bikini wearing soft porn drama nonsense, like everything it acts and like it is and what people are feeding on there, it's so insulting to me. It's so like, cringy. I appreciate the theatrics and stuff of the, like, you know, some of the stunts done and everything, but the whole let's all just be ridiculous, animalistic ego nonsense, I just can't stand it, to be honest with you. I'm not judging anybody in it, by the way. Not at all. Just, I can't stand it. I have a dialect from pop culture. Do I? That's news to me. A lot of times I don't even know the terms people are using or the acronyms. I feel like I'm way out of loop on pop culture. But I guess the language part of my brain does pick up on things pretty fast, you know. I'm good with words, I guess. But I don't even know what pop culture is. If I see something that claims to be pop culture, I immediately look the other way, to be honest with you. I always find it so insulting and cringy. As far as number of herbs, it's not really about number. It's about the different properties and what that's adding up to and synergizing with, and also your Ayurvedic constitution balance and what's pushing you which way. I mean, it's way too complicated to say there's a certain number. Yes, there are good combinations, like turmeric and black pepper, sure. The indigenous populations that are getting wiped out while they burn the rainforest to make more burger joints for the meat slaughter, animal sacrifice, disgusting industry. Those populations know they have orally passed down like 10,000 plant combinations they could tell you, but it's all being burned away and lost and gone. So, like I say, if I was ever really rich, I would just buy the whole Amazon just so nobody could keep doing that. If I was a rich person, wink, wink, if you are one, and I wanted to be awesome, that's what I would do. Sharing about a miracle? Yeah, let's see. I've shared before, but I had an eardrum that a disease killed it. Gone, not a hole, not punctured, melted scab on the bottom of my ear canal. And at the time, I asked all my subscribers to believe with me in manifesting a new one. And nothing happened for 2 days. And on the third day, I woke up with a completely new eardrum. And the scab of the old one was still there, and the new one had grown or appeared slightly inward more. So it's my left eardrum is actually in further than my right eardrum. Brand new eardrum on day 3. And I filmed it and showed it all at the time. I didn't have many subs. Nobody was listening at the time. I don't know if any of you were even here that witnessed that. Unfortunately, that channel disappeared one day too, so I don't keep records of my own stuff. And people could just say you faked it anyway. Not that I know how I really could have. I guess I could have just taken fake eardrum pictures. I don't know. You can't prove anything to anybody that doesn't want to hear it anyway. But it was amazing because those involved put their hearts into it and their intention with me, and it worked. We acted on a spiritual principle and it worked. And I've had other miraculous healings and stuff, but that one was really cool because I put my butt on the line in front of everybody and it actually happened. So I thought that was wonderful. ADHD, yeah. Thank you for the donation, by the way, very much. I've gone on about this before, but I'll do it again. Maybe I should just make a video so I can reference it. I suppose I should because it's going to come up over and over. I have ADHD. You wouldn't know it sometimes, especially if I'm doing a philosophical video, because that's a channeling state and it's a different state of consciousness. But the way I go about a lot of my day, I have ADHD. And when you run an off-grid self-sufficient homestead, it's actually good because I have to be aware of how like several different systems are working at the same time. And I can't walk from here to there without seeing several things I need to improve. So it's kind of scattered-ish, but when you have to wear like 20 hats and do it all yourself, it's a gift. So just because in school they condition you that something's wrong with you and they want to give you drugs that destroy your endocrine system and your future and your sense of self, it's idiotic and they're blind, okay? ADHD means your brain goes fast and gets bored and goes off doing things when it's bored, and they tell you you're a bad kid. Children are supposed to sit still for 8 hours a day and absorb boring programming and ignore their own biology, and it's all nonsense. My main advice to you, and this goes for every mental health label out there, don't accept mental health labels as a defect. Redefine it for yourself. The most creative people ever on this planet had bipolar and all kinds of other stuff. Didn't make their life easy necessarily, but it made their contribution to humanity much greater than a bunch of people that had nothing wrong with them and just sat there and conformed, So that's my advice. You don't have a disease. You just have a mind that's easily bored by the crap you're being told to go along with. And so they label you dysfunctional and try to drug you and control you and block you and limit your life and ostracize you and whatever else. To me, there's nothing wrong with you. ADHD is something that can be very useful if you find the areas of life where it's useful. But I would still recommend you also find things in life that help you to calm down and focus for your own sake, so that you can access other parts of yourself and other dimensions of life. I think it's very healthy to find things that get you out of that state, but not drugs and lies and nonsense. I mean, you find something that helps you get out of that state, like into a calmer, more meditative flow state kind of a thing, okay? That's my advice to you through experience. My friend Evan was there. He witnessed it. Thank you, brother. I was hoping you were there for that one. The eardrum thing. Yay. There's still someone besides me who remembers that. Yeah, it's possible to be in power and not be corrupt. I mean, you're not going to be perfect, probably, but there were wise kings in biblical times who actually did a good job. I mean, if God asks you, what do you want? And you say wisdom, and you're given that, you could be a good ruler, for example. Doesn't mean you're perfect. It just means that you did more good than harm. It's just that for humans, as low as spiritual consciousness and awareness is, the chance that you can be given a bunch of worldly power and not have it be detrimental to you spiritually is very low. You know, that's like the odds are pretty bad. So rather than being jealous of people that were born into the nastiest cults in the world and forced into cohesion by transgression and forced to do horrible things on recording so they could never leave, and you sit around hating them, and honestly, you should feel sorry for people and just be glad you weren't born into one of those family lines. It's terrible, and I'm not agreeing with a single thing they do. But if any of them ever make it out of it alive and want to repent of it, I'd sure be there for them, that's for sure. Yes, there's great spiritual purpose in being born disabled. You've chosen a life of fasting from certain distractions that other people never question. You're probably more spiritually adept, and that's why a person chose that life. They may forget it and slip into victim mentality because the whole world's pulling on you to do that all the time. But if they use it well, oh yeah, there's definitely a higher purpose in it. Wow. Didn't know that, Evan. That's interesting. Wow. Earth Roots Healing, Max. That's our other YouTube channel. Way less controversial. Shouldn't be a problem. It's linked under all the videos on this channel, guys. No, I don't have a breakfast routine. I generally don't ever do breakfast. So, and that could change. I could wake up and do a breakfast one day, but no, I don't have a breakfast routine. I'm always someone who, if you know about Ayurveda, like my kapha is really high in the morning. My metabolism is so slow. I don't have any hunger. And until I get going, I really don't have any hunger, And by nighttime, I'm ready to overeat like a whale and hurt myself. So I've been working on sort of balancing that better throughout time. But that tends to be my pattern. Yeah, Isaac, you've got some empathy in your nervous system, and you're absorbing the energy of other people's nervous systems that you're open to, that you care about. Yeah, that's what's happening there. That's a human trait. Some of us are super empathetic. We're empaths, like we get a whole label, and a whole different life trajectory. But really, other than full-on psychos and, sociopaths and stuff, everybody has some empathic tendency in them. It's a human trait. Oh, you're very welcome, Avid. Thank you very much, friend. Much love. James, confidence is hard with that. I even lose it myself. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. When you've been gaslit enough and then you learned and then you gaslit yourself a lot, you can get to a point where no matter how many good deeds you do, there could have been 50 people sent me a private message about how they were healed from cancer, discovered God, which they thought they hated before, and all the best feedback I could ever get. And I could literally be doubting myself and feeling like a piece of crap by later that night. Okay. And I'm speaking from experience. So what is that? That is the old conditioning. I don't even believe it, but it still bothers me sometimes. It comes into my mind and I'm like, really? We're still struggling with that? This is crazy. It doesn't drive me nuts like it used to. And I just give it to God and get some peace and get over it and go to sleep, to be honest with you. But it still comes up. Thank you, brother. Johnny Apple Shreds, my super talented, philosophical, musicianal, one-of-a-kind, empathetic, brilliant, beautiful soul. My brother from another mother. Funny story on that. I think I've told you, Evan, but for those listening, I recommend you check out his channel, guys, for a lot of reasons. But my younger son, I think it was, yeah. I had a picture of you, Evan, when you and I both had the long hair and the beard at the same time one time. It was like on my screen. I don't know if it was the front of one of your videos, something I'd left on my laptop screen. And my younger son was talking to me and he's like, he said, and I was like, that's not me. That's my friend Evan, I thought it was hilarious to me that my own son, and in that picture, I could see it, like the particular angle of your face and everything. It was like, yeah, we look like brothers, He thought it was like me at a different time or something. It was pretty interesting. Most of the time, I don't think we resemble each other that closely or anything, but we could definitely be brothers. That's for sure. But whatever that picture was that day, my own son thought it was me. I thought that was pretty cool. Not that looks are what matters in life or anything, but I'm like, no, that's my brother. That's my true friend, Evan. That's interesting, Valentino. Right on, man. Right on. I'm happy for you. Nice. Alejandro. That's cool. Would you say that high volume, high frequency builds more muscle than heavyweight calisthenics? I'm not sure if you're asking about calisthenics in both scenarios, like high volume, high frequency calisthenics versus heavyweight calisthenics. I don't know for sure, but I would still hypothesize that the high volume, high frequency, especially on short rests, for most people would actually build more muscle mass. But if you're asking me if like weight training, high volume, high frequency versus heavyweight calisthenics, yeah, that's a no contest. I mean, look at the whole golden era. I mean, everybody that built the best physiques ever known was doing high volume, short rests, high frequency, Calisthenics are great and you can definitely build muscle with them. But it's a lot more difficult in a practical sense. It's actually, and all the more credit to people that are buff from calisthenics only, by the way. I wouldn't stick to that only myself, but all the more credit to you. But there's no comparison as far as the practicality of going about trying to build lots of muscle mass. Doing it all with calisthenics is a lot more challenging than using a lot of more conventional methods. Okay. All other things being equal there, which of course they're not, but hopefully that helps. As far as herbs for growing personally in California, geez, man, depends on your priorities. I mean, are you more interested in nootropics, adaptogens, physical strength? I kind of recommend anybody you look into adaptogens and tonic herbs, because probably everybody should have some of those in their life. But if you study Ayurveda and you recognize some things about your own constitution you'd like to rebalance, then you could get much more specific with acute types of herbs that push energy one way or another, and you could use them that way. So beyond that, I would say those are some bullet points. Now jump in and play and see what you discover, you know? Yeah, I was eating sweet potato and pea protein meals like throughout the day, every 3 hours. Katram. And then at night I would eat like a large jar. And I'm not saying this is healthy, but it's what I could afford at the time. I eat like a large jar of peanut butter, the whole thing. A bunch of people asked me and tried imitating me. Everyone came back mad that they couldn't eat that whole thing of peanut butter. And I'm like, guys, I wasn't selling a diet. If you want to ask me 5,000 times what I eat, even though I told you you probably shouldn't do it, and try to imitate it and it doesn't work for you, don't be mad at me. I didn't come sell a book and say, here's the diet you need. I don't do nonsense like that, but that's the feedback I got. I can't do it, bro. It's crap. I can't eat that. I'm like, yeah, I know. Most people can't eat that much, something like that in one sitting, you know? You guys asked, and I told you the honest truth, you know? That's what I did at that time, consistently for quite a while. Yeah, man. Arala, check out my connective tissue repair stack on the Health Topics playlist. Actually, it might also be on the biohacks playlist, one or the other or both, but check it out. It's got both internal and external things to help build up cartilage. Also, the things on the Health Topics playlist that resolve autoimmune disease, because a lot of the times it's autoimmune condition eating the cartilage. There's things on both the consciousness playlist and the Health Topics playlist that help a person dial in on where their autoimmune conditions are coming from and how to resolve that. It's 8:30 p.m. in India. Cool, man. Happy Saturday Night Live in India. I just wanted to say that because I'm cheesy and corny. Much love to you, friend. No, it's not so much about what others might say, because you're going to get trolled sometimes, no matter what you do, don't. And in the past, I've been publicly cancel culture, accused of all kinds of things and raked over the coals. And honestly, I went through so much of that, I kind of don't even care if people troll me now, to be honest. It's really my own inner critic. I'm a very critical person, I'll be honest, and very perfectionistic. And I grew up under the conditions that nothing was ever good enough. And it just comes up sometimes. Like, if I care about somebody, if I let myself feel how much I care about any of you, really, I get this weird feeling like no matter what I do, it can't possibly be good enough. Like, I wish I was more, could do more. And then I realize, okay, that's not like accurate or real. And you got to learn to calm down and let it go. And I do. I can decompress from it now. I didn't used to be able to. I'm just saying it still comes up, that tendency. But I can get past it, you know, and rebalance and let it go and stop dwelling on things that are just kind of unproductive, unrealistic worries that aren't even accurate, you know. There's many herbs, many nootropics for reducing stress. Google it, man, and start writing a big old long list. You'll have too many choices. And then it's up to you to like look into what you can get where you are. Build yourself a stack out of it, you know. I suppose I might pop like a nootropic relaxation stack on the biohacks playlist one of these days. If somebody reminds me. I say these things in these live streams and then I forget later that I said I'd probably do that. So if somebody really wants that, like put it in the comment box on when this thing's posted, you know, to remind me if that's really important. But you guys can just as easily put it together for yourself, just to be honest with you. Welcome, Arai 90. I know I'm getting that wrong, but welcome and much love to you. Seriously. Yeah, I got thousands of hours of spiritually guided research through research papers in my 20s, Bamboo. So I don't really listen to anybody. I was guided on how to put these things together myself. I was taught, I was trained for this. So it's not about who I believe, it's about understanding biology. It doesn't require me to believe anybody. I'm just using what I was trained for countless hours. Intuitively guided. It was really a spiritual process. I knew I was being trained for something. I didn't know what. I used to tell people that and they'd humor me and give me their fake smile, which hurt my feelings as an empath, but I never told them that. But anyway, here we are now and I'm using it like I was meant to. Isolation versus compound, how much high rep? It really depends on your recovery ability. Per Padrigan, I mean, for some people, 10 sets is high volume. For others, it's 40. For compounds, some people are going to do 20, 30 sets. Some people are only going to do 2, which isn't volume at all. So being that the big compounds are going to be more draining to the nervous system, unless you have a priority for something you're working on the big compound exercises, you could keep that much lower, really. Depending on if you're adding on isolation exercises for the same muscles after the compounds, you could actually keep the compounds really low. You do like 2 to 4 good heavy sets and then move on to all the isolation stuff. If you're challenging yourself on those heavy sets, getting stronger at it over time, and then moving into more of the volume and the isolation, you're hitting all your key points, if that's what you're asking me. My neighbor's still in bad shape in a sense, and we're still helping him. But thanks for asking. In some ways, he's in a little better situation than he was, but there hasn't been a lot of recovery yet. He hasn't been able to get the physical therapy he needs. They've tried everybody in this third world environment. There's nobody that does their job. I can't say nobody because it looks like eventually we might actually have one person going to do therapy that calls himself a therapist. But this is 3 or 4 months after what happened to him. And after going through every possible avenue, his wife and their insurance and everybody she calls all day and everywhere we've taken him to, not a single anybody has lived up to what they said they would do and even given him physical therapy. Pretty disappointing. I think we finally found someone that's gonna, and I'll be taking him to it, taking them to it, But thanks for asking. Fruits and berries. Yeah, we have blackberries, tropical. We have tropical raspberries. What else do we have for berries? What else? Yeah, fruits and berries. Dude, I plant fruits and berries all the time, brother. We're building a whole food forest. We have countless. I can't even remember all the types of fruits we have now. That's one of the main reasons we're here, Isaac. Growing all our own food out of the earth. Yeah, lots and lots, man. And the list is ever getting bigger. Goji berries. Some kind of mulberries. I can only think of 4 types of berries currently. There's probably more. Yeah, man. Watch my video on intrusive thoughts, my friend. Watch it again if you missed it. I mean, I said everything I had to say. If you missed it, just slow down and, contemplate it a bit. It's on the consciousness playlist. I think that ultimatum, you learn that as a child in order to survive. And it's not your fault that you had to do so. And then if you're fortunate enough to face it and recognize it as an adult, you can go back and start repairing that. So now that you're an adult and you have enough, well, if you do have enough sovereignty in your life, you can actually start to be who you really are. And the world needs it, even if they fight against it. Those are my quick thoughts on the topic. Where do I go mentally to push past failure in a set? Josh, it's funny. I am so hardwired for what they call trauma-based intelligence and hypervigilance. It's actually hard for me not to overdo it. When I started weight training, I trained so hard I'd be sick as a dog, almost dead for like a month. I destroyed my whole immune system. I overdid it so bad. I've had to learn to not overdo it. What most people call sadistic, I thought you're lazy if you don't take it beyond that, So for me, it's actually kind of being approached from the other side, like when to call it and not just be doing more damage just to be doing more damage, So I don't have to go anywhere crazy mentally, to be honest with you. Maybe that sounds crazy to begin with, and in some ways maybe it is, but I've never had that problem. I've had the opposite problem. For a long time, I had to learn there really is such a thing as way too much, and hurting yourself as much as possible, even though that's what you've been doing on a lot of levels. It's not really the best way to progress at something. It's really not. So if you're having trouble taking it to that point, it's because you listen to these videos where guys put some tough guy voice on and act like pushing to failure on a set of squats is the most manly, painful thing ever done in history, which is silly. I mean, I guess these guys are a bunch of grown pansies, because if you've ever been through some real stuff, nah, that's really not that big a deal. Sure, it's uncomfortable. Sure, it takes focus and work ethic, but it's not the big old thing they hype it to be. When you've been through some real stuff, you realize, no, these guys are just soft and they don't know it. So, I mean, that may sound really arrogant, so I guess I don't want to talk about it too much. But I think what happens is people listen to these guys trying to make themselves sound like they're so far beyond you, and you don't have the courage or the strength to push that. It's nonsense. They're making it sound like a bigger thing than it is, in my opinion. Now, maybe my opinion's coming from left field, I don't know. But to me, that's how it looks. And that's how it is, to me. Wow, you feel like crying when you get punched in the head boxing. I can understand the part about, when people belittle you, especially people you care. And honestly, I think your tears are good in that situation. If you get punched in the head and you cry, it's because you're taking it very emotionally, personally, instead of letting it just be a physical thing. So that suggests that, there's a lot of your sensitive inner child has just been really put around rock hard people with hardened hearts, and it's really hurt your feelings a lot, And I think if you could go back and be supportive to your inner child and encouraging and heal those negative false beliefs that make you feel so poor about yourself, I don't think these things would feel so sad and upsetting and belittling to you anymore, Like if somebody punches me in the head, I just go, whoa, that's a how do you do? That's a wake up. It doesn't feel emotional at all to me, But if somebody I care about gives me a fake smile and humors me, and I can tell they're just waiting for me to shut up so they can go back to trying to reprogram me into the little sad agenda, it hurts my feelings a lot. I don't cry. Maybe it's because I'm an INTJ cyborg robot or something. I don't know. Like, I think my mind overpowers my emotions, even though my emotions are strong. And I think crying's healthy. But, if it's interrupting your life and you're crying all the time, I think you got to go back and you got to heal whatever it is about your inner child that was made to feel so small and unworthy that everything triggers it now, because none of that's true about you. You're part of the divine creator that makes no mistakes. And you're very powerful and meaningful. And you probably have a lot more spiritual potential in this life than whoever made you feel that way. So I think you got to go back and be there for yourself, man. If you take care of the inner child in the past, your present becomes much more functional. I do know that much. I did a lot of things in the past, create passive income, investments and stuff. 9230. Our budget's way too small for most people to do what we're doing. I've practiced. I've become a black belt over time in the art of doing more with less. So I am not cash wealthy, but I can do a lot more and a lot less money than other people, and that makes a lot of this possible. More money would really help though, because I'd like to be able to provide my kids with better opportunities for their interests as time goes on. I don't want to just throw them out in the world and say, good luck, go sell your soul to make a buck. Hopefully you survive it. I'd like to be more of a parent than that. So I'd like to be a better provider is what I'm saying. And I believe that'll manifest. I believe it's manifesting even through this in a sense. A lot of you guys are very supportive. I don't sell anything, but I mean, even the donations that come through this opportunity makes a difference, and we're frugal and careful, and those things will be well invested, and my children will benefit somehow. So I'm very thankful to you guys, to put it lightly. But the basic budget is just built on passive income that I started building from the time I was 15 years old. Bought my first piece of land when I was, 17, 18, something like that. Resold that later and bought a house. Paid off as much of that as I could over the struggle of decades and losing sleep, and finally resold that for good investment that translated to a third world environment. You're able to get much more here for selling that in a first world environment where everybody thinks they want to be. So that's kind of how it got to where it is without being too specific. But I always lived well below my means. I never made a lot of money on any kind of consistent basis. So it's more about plugging the leaks and not being as wasteful. Those of you that understand like body metabolism, building muscle, and understand the difference between anabolic versus anti-catabolic, you could say that my financial past has been much more anti-catabolic than it has been anabolic. And yet those things add up to the same basic outcome, don't they? But the means by which it occurs is very different. Yeah, Will Moreau, check out under my most popular video on this channel, the facial bone development and height growth as an adult. Got a whole bunch of stuff linked about him. Nice. That's cool to hear, Josh. I think you're kind of relating to what I was saying, yeah. Sometimes I have my greatest workouts in a very peaceful place. And it's weird, like the muscles end up just as uncomfortable, and that's the goal. I mean, if you want it to grow, you got to give it a reason to mutate, right? But my nervous system isn't making it seem worse than it is. When you're afraid of pain, you just make your nerves overreact to it, and it seems way worse than it is. And when you're like, bring it on, man, that means I'm going to grow right there. Yeah, make that burn worse. Yeah, we're getting it. When you're loving what you're doing, it's like it translates into not very uncomfortable, even though the muscle's screaming just as hard and you can't even lift a pencil when you're done. The viewpoint on it changes the way your nervous system interprets it big time. That's for sure. Much love, Bamboo Soups. Check you out later. Much love. I didn't really learn about it, Tangoya. I just made a practical approach. And, as soon as you understand that land doesn't rust or blow away, and it's always the main commodity everybody's killing and lying to each other over. And if you can predict population trends and buy something a little ahead of the rest of the curve where everybody's going to want to move, for some reason, nobody really needed to train me on that. I could just see it. I was like, that is super simple. In the meantime, I can't live like a child who lives check to check trying to party and buy junk all the time. I'm okay with that. I don't fit in anyway, so I might as well. So I went ahead and just started with a long-term plan that takes Saturn-like patience and discipline, for those of you in astrology studies. And I was able to use that well over time. Good long-term follow through on things that don't pay off now. They pay off way later if you have the endurance. I've always been okay with things like that. I've always been good with things like that. The opposite of a culture that's hurry up and live and die and just dispose of everything, including yourself, as fast as possible. I was always pulling the opposite direction, looking at like, what is everybody doing? You know, I didn't talk about it a lot because nobody reacted too well, but I was just kind of always on my own path that way. I'm like, I'm not going to do wicked things to make money in this world. I hate what they call business. I can't stand all these so-called professions people waste their life on, in my opinion. So I got to do something that, with careful management of not that much resource, eventually it'll pay off. And it does, if you can endure that, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Fear of pain, fear of anything can make a person faint. You can just amp up a certain energy and cause like a reset in your nervous system. Boom. Lights just go out, you know. And that's a good thing. That's a mercy if you're being burned alive or something, which all kinds of lovely. I'm not even going to talk about it. Yeah, I talked about the arthritis thing earlier. Check out the connective tissue stack. Check out the consciousness video on resolving internal conflicts as relates to autoimmune conditions. And check out the first 3 videos on the Health Topics playlist to kind of overhaul and reset your body and start over again and rebuild the gut lining and all the things that cause autoimmune dysfunction to begin with, etc. Fruits and berries for the future? Sure, man. Pretty much I'm open to anything. Right now, I don't have exact specifics because I kind of got most of those that I had a goal before I got here. So now I'm just open to what shows up in my path because it's meant to be. And I found that a lot of things are coming into our lives. For example, through the neighbors that we've been helping, the woman, the wife involved, she's been giving us a lot of stuff off their property that, you know, many years went into, and some of that stuff was brought from other countries and stuff. And now we're getting it started on ours. So the variety's just growing, you know. Met my wife on Match.com. Even that could be used wisely. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. If it's meant to be, it will, you know. Modern architecture, I've seen some cool looking buildings and stuff, but it's not something I think about it much, you know, to be honest with you. I've talked about psychedelics plenty of times, my friend. You guys, you got to assume that when thousands of people are asking me questions to do with consciousness, obviously that topic's come up many, many times, you know. And like I say, I can't keep refilling live stream airtime with the same exact discussions over and over because it's like it gets redundant and stupid after a while. If somebody's going to sort through 4 to 8 hours of live stream just to hear half of it be the same thing, that's not really cool for them, you know. Been over these things plenty of times. Scalp inflammation, well, if you wanted to just start topically, you could use like castor oil base, put some healthy essential oils in it. That'd be a good place to start. But then internally, you know, you need to reset your body. First 3 videos on the Health Topics playlist. If you got surface inflammation, you got inflammation all throughout your body. And before it gets to the point where you're miserable and diagnosed with chronic diseases they tell you can't be cured and radiated to death in a tube, it's wise to just start addressing that now. And there are so many beautiful things in nature that are anti-inflammatory you could start building your life out of. That's where I would kind of bump you towards if I was to do so. Wait, where did that question go? Wow, that's cool, Evan. Wow, that's really, really cool. I have a good neighbor that's a really good mechanic, and it is a blessing for sure. That sounds like a great guy, like you're meant to, be friends, allies. That's excellent. That one disappeared. I was reading it, Isaac, but I guess it disappeared. Well, Trident, if you want to use high dose D3 effectively, you have to also use high dose K2 and even more importantly, high dose magnesium, or you will hurt yourself with it. You need to look into that trifecta and understand it before you mess around with it. I hope saying this doesn't backfire and somebody doesn't run out and hurt themselves because they're not listening to what I'm saying here, but I used something like 30,000 internal units per day for like 2 years on end with positive results. But I was only able to do that because I was super dosing vitamin K2 and I was consuming them both with oils. So I actually digested them. And I was taking internal and external magnesium the whole time so that I didn't kill myself from magnesium deficiency. Thoughts on going to a club to meet girls? I mean, okay, good luck. Maybe that works out. Me, I'd rather reach out and communicate something authentic with the whole world and look for somebody that I actually have something with than just go try to bump uglies with whatever's close to me. Because statistically, that's just, unless there's some miracle meant to happen at the local sleaze joint, it's very unlikely that that's going to be a positive, fruitful thing, if you know what I mean. Any whole food that's a mix of carbs and proteins is a whole food designed by higher intelligence. And it's perfectly good, Ivan. When I talk about food combinations, I'm talking about taking different foods from different food groups that are dominating this and this and that. Don't confuse and think that a single whole food, most single whole foods, and in fact, every single food, even a leaf off of a tree has a tiny bit of lipids in it. Every real food has all three macros in it, okay? Natural whole foods from nature are good. When you start combining more and more things, you need to think about what you're stacking together and definitely which food groups you're mixing or not, because then it gets really messy. So a lot of people assume that like, oh, well, now I can't even eat beans, bro, because they have protein and carbs. I didn't say that. Now, which category would I categorize beans in? Probably the starch category. So I would not mix them with, what do you not mix starches with? Like other high protein things. I wouldn't mix beans with cheese because your body is not going to deal with both those things effectively. Unless you took a bunch of full spectrum digestive plant-based enzymes, like I recommended to all the hard gainers, and then you can cheat on food groups and digest it all because the enzymes do it for you. But if you're talking about how your pancreas works, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about how a whole food is some kind of a sin because it has the different macros in it. Not at all. Those are designed to work together properly. That said, it doesn't mean every food digests right for every person. You got to pay attention to that factor too. No, Chris, I don't really consider it the same. I think people massively misuse that book ridiculously. I read through that book and I see how it's already most of it happened and it's been happening and it was always happening. And it's not some future apocalypse to keep selling to everybody to herd them around and have them buying more books and putting more money in your plate. It's totally misused. It's a symbolic book. And I live on a planet where people systematically erased humanity's understanding of symbolism. and now it's being used against them. So the book is used wrong, but that book ain't written by Paul, that's for sure. Yeah. My son saw a cacao tree. Yeah. In the neighbor's yard. Yeah, we ended up getting plenty of cacao at that place and this one. Probably have 50 trees on this property now. Many of them are small still, but probably at least a dozen of them produce, a dozen or more produce cacao pods now. It's pretty awesome. Greg Braden, I was recommending as a scientist. That's probably what you're referring to, Yesko. Greg Braden YouTube channel. Really awesome. He's someone that has a spiritual nature and understands that spirit and science are not separate things. So if we're going to learn anything as a species, we need to quit dividing and conquering ourselves in that ignorance. He's got some really cool content, to say the least. No, a girl that looks only for looks, I mean, that's one thing. Some girls don't care what you look like. If your bank account's big enough, that's another thing. Why would you mess with any of that? Look for somebody with quality of character, or why even bother? You know what I mean? Why would you lower yourself to that? Flip the script, man. Don't be pushing off the desperation. Please take me. That's, you don't want to be that. And you don't want to play that game with somebody that plays that game. You guys hear that rain? It's pretty loud. I'm probably yelling now. I wonder if it picks up on this microphone. People say you need parasites surgically removed. That's completely new. They pretended parasites weren't in people until recently. You're not cutting it. Oh, man. No. Just look at the Health Topics playlist, man. I've got to be part of all kinds of people and animals removing all kinds of parasites from themselves, and none of it involves surgery. That's for sure. I don't know, sword pen. I mean, well, it depends how you look at it, I guess. Where you're coming from, what it means to you, what you interpret it to be. So sure, there's a higher vantage point for anything. But I don't have anything to prescribe. The industry's garbage. If you go to the pro level, dude, horrible. But in the pure essence of the thing for itself, for some people, I think it is a positive thing, depending on why you're doing it and what it means to you. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you, Chris. I hear you. Yeah, the main problem is other people telling you what you're supposed to believe and not even giving you a chance to see if you could discern anything for yourself because they don't want you to, because the institutions wouldn't work if anybody did that. Get to the chopper! It's raining! When it rains, it pours. It rains on everyone, the righteous and the wicked. Ah. You hear it? Right on. What's up, Cool J? I remember your handle, your name. I use MK4. It's hard to explain why. I went through a lot of papers and looked at a lot of different results from different people, and it's what I chose. And I do not regret it. But so many people come to argue with me, I don't even bother anymore. But if you're wondering, MK4. And the only high dose product in the world, as far as I know, that you can find, I've linked it under my videos that are relevant to that topic. So you guys can find it too. Everything else is microdosed enough to keep you alive, but it's not going to create any structural changes or anything like that. If you want the discs in your back to get thicker to find out how tall you really are, you need the supersonic megadoses like the product I linked under my videos to find out if that'll happen for you. If you want to know how I reversed my balding, just watch the video, friend. That's what it's there for. But no surgeries. That's for sure. Actually, it was so simple what I did, people want me to add to it. Because it didn't take much. It was mostly a consciousness shift and a little bit of topical healthy oils. And disagreeing with the world around me that told me I was screwed and bald and I was an idiot. I learned some important things about consciousness. That's why I want you to watch the video. It's more important than getting your hair back. With or without hair, you're not more or less. But what I started to learn that I tried to share well in that video, that could really serve you well in life. Topic right now? No, not really. Like a life topic? No, not really a favorite. I don't think so. I'm glad you hear us both. Thanks, Evan. So, I guess I'll hear it later. I'm curious how loud that recorded. Jammed body, huh? I'm not sure what that means. But if I wanted to reset my body, which I did, first 3 videos in the health topics playlist, everything's been completely different ever since. It's at the point where people don't believe a lot of it. Yeah, wouldn't I have, my friend? 46 currently. Could be a lot of things. Why wishing, water retention, toxic lymphatic sludge, stubborn fat from metabolic disorders. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I have tattoos. I have 5. Yeah, transhumanism, Isaac. The idiots are trying to make an Earth you can't even live on biologically, so you have to go into their factories and get all kinds of synthetic stuff put in you until you're not a human anymore and you died. And nobody even figured it out because they replaced you with wires. That's their stupid idea. That's one of their stupid ideas. It's not going to work, but that's a simplification of one of their stupid ideas. No, I don't read much of anything. I did all my reading in my 20s and now I do all my doing, basically. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't, but it's basically how it is. You don't need hair for anything spiritual, don't know. Not really. If it meant something significant to you that way, then sure. But if it doesn't, then no. Are Native Americans with long hair versus monks with no hair? Is somebody magically getting more access to God or something? Of course not. So what's it mean to you? What does your consciousness do with that? That could have an effect on you. That's what matters. Yeah, beetroot is very beneficial. Real good blood cleaner, energizer. Good for your hormones, good for your lymph system. It's good for you. Assuming it's organic, not contaminated. Nah, everybody always asks if I'll write a book. I'm not interested in writing books. I'm writing audiobooks right now. Some machine can put all this in a book if it wants, if that's important that it's in physical pages or whatever. It could be done, but I don't have time for that or interest, to be honest with you. And I have way too many other responsibilities. I'm not someone who sits around having thoughts. I know I seem like I probably am. I'm not. I'm a very busy person in the real physical world. You can't build a new life starting from nothing in an off-world third world, off-grid, off-planet, no, office rocker. You can't do what I'm doing and be a whimsical, coffee-drinking, comfortable book writer at the same time. It's not going to happen. Yeah, I have a PO box and stuff where people could send me stuff, Chris. If you really want to talk about it after this live stream, post that in the comments below, and I'll give you an email to talk to me on. And we'll discuss what the idea is there, because I'm open to that potentially. Sure. In fact, one of my friends out there sent something really great recently that's on its way. It's going to be a huge blessing to my younger son, but I can't say more in case he's listening, because he might be. So thank you, and thank you, and thank you, and much love and gratitude. Yeah, I've said a lot about anger. Check out the consciousness playlist. Check out earlier in this live stream. Some people try to be all snarky, but if I'm too redundant on these live streams, it's not fair to the people who dedicatedly scroll through or listen through 4 to 8 hour live streams just to hear the same things over and over, out of respect for them and out of respect for you guys. That's why I don't keep answering the same things over and over and over. Absolutely. Subaru Circus, aka Johnny Apple Shreds Johnson, aka Evan from Heaven, aka, okay, I'm going to stop. We have a little satellite internet thing that works pretty decent most of the time for certain scenarios. Seems to work for this. It glitches sometimes, but not that bad. So far, so good. Beetroot, raw or cooked, or both. Both are good. If you want to know the real differences between raw and cooked foods, I'd say study Ayurveda. It'll help you understand the energetic difference. I mean, I could tell you the Western reductionistic truth. The cooked version, you will digest more total calories and you will digest more total minerals, most likely. Whereas the raw version, you will absorb electrical energy, photon or electron energy, and it'll cleanse you more. It'll be less anabolic. There will be less total calories built with, and higher vitamins, higher enzymes, and a higher cleansing reaction overall. That would be the difference. Both are very beneficial for slightly different purposes. But to understand that kind of stuff more, I'd say Ayurveda or even traditional Chinese medicine has some good insights into that kind of thing. Well, maybe, Isaac, or maybe it's just the way your own subconscious perceives yourself. Maybe your artistic eye, the visual change of what your own symbol of your appearance represents to you affects you that way. I know it would me. I shaved my head once since I've been together with my wife, and she made me swear I'd never do it again. It was too terrifying. I'm one of those guys that looks real scary bald, I guess. And I have like in the middle running down my head, it's almost like a plate type thing. I've rarely seen it on others, but it's a little bit scary looking. Anyway, I don't need that look, that's for sure. People are so terrified of their own shadow these days. The last thing I need to do is give people some excuse to misperceive my intentions by the way I look exteriorly, especially now that everybody's focusing on that stupidity even more than they used to. Confidence about your art. Your art's probably really good. Like my younger son, kind of super shy about things he gets into, and he's really talented, So I try not to like pressure him too much, but I try to let him know, hey, I just want to know what you're doing because I think it's cool, you know? How to be more confident? Well, one way is to make yourself share more until, and it will be uncomfortable and you will get trolls and critics and turds that are just there to try to bring you down. But actually, after you've gone through enough of that, you start to not care about that anymore because you realize it's nothing and it's just darkness talking to itself. And you can sort of filter out the real feedback from the nonsense. And I think experience helps. Experience helps a lot. You may never be totally awesomely comfortable sharing things, but I'll tell you what, going somewhat out of your comfort zone is actually a really healthy and rewarding experience when it's for a good cause. It's well worth it. If people would ask me good questions about weightlifting programming, I would make good videos about it. I'm waiting for intelligent life to show up and ask a good question. I'm not just going to rehash all the boring generic crap everybody talks about in fitness. But when somebody actually asks me a good question, I'll give you something. And I'm not out here just trying to poop out meaningless fitness content like most channels do, to be honest with you. There is no most healthy body fat percentage for men. Look into Ayurveda and different constitutional types. We're not generic robots. We're not all made to be the same, man. You don't need to be externally imitating some arbitrary number that some nerd makes up on the internet because he thinks he's got you all wrapped around his finger trying to imitate him. It's nonsense. What do I think about steroids? You mean anabolic muscle building steroids? I think it's not my path. It's not my thing. But at the same time, I really don't have a problem with people. I used to work in public gyms and I was an insider and had friends using all kinds of stuff. A lot of the way they went about it was pretty irresponsible. And the other thing was they always lost whatever muscle they built because they didn't actually know how to train, eat, or anything. They thought the answer to everything was drugs, you know? So they ended up with long-term side effects and no real long-term gains, really, which was sad. But then I've seen people that use small doses carefully of less dangerous compounds, and they did a lot of healthy things along the way. And as far as I know, they stayed healthy and compensated for whatever. And that would be my approach. I wouldn't, if I was going to take that path, I would not do a more is more. Let's see how much I can tolerate before it kills me, like a lot of people's approach obviously is. I would try to do more with less, and I would try to compensate with my health. And I would be honest with people like, look, this is my choice. I'm not telling anybody else what to do. And there are dangers and there are, everything is cause and effect. When you give your body an end chain product, you make it start forgetting how to produce that. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily you can't get that back, because you can if you do it right, I'm sure. But I don't have any judgments on it. And I think it's interesting watching people push the envelope of chemical human biology mutation to where they're so muscular, I don't even think they can go to the bathroom on their own anymore without getting some assistance, if you know what I mean. Like, that's just wild. I kind of appreciate the far outness of it, but I sort of feel bad for how many people are just killing themselves for probably nothing, probably because they feel like they're not enough no matter what they do. Those are just some thoughts, you know. But I think if people use their free will, they should be allowed to use their free will for what they choose, you know. Most people are eating themselves to death a lot faster than they're steroiding themselves to death. So are we going to get a moral high horse and nag all the overeaters to death too? I mean, where does that stupidity end, you know? I have no beef with anybody. I'm open-minded to whatever people choose, in other words. As far as do unto others as you would have done unto you, I would have done unto me the freedom to make my own choice. So I would have the same for you. But I would not have anybody else's choice pushed on me. And I would have the same for you. You know what I mean? I would just apply a spiritual principle because it applies everywhere. Well, I mentioned anger a little bit in some of that, but Super Kermit, you say you struggle with anger. Again, it's going to come back to the anger that was caused in you as a child when you were not honored for what you are and you were treated as if you were wrong when you weren't. So that was a righteous anger that grew in you as a child in the world. In order to survive, you had to hide and suppress it, and it never goes away until something resolves it or helps it. So if you could go back in time and validate the things that were making you angry, because they were making you angry for good reason, and you don't need to judge the others involved, that's not going to help. But if you could give your inner child reassurance that they were not wrong, that anger reaction to all the mistreatment, it wasn't wrong. It was accurate. It was an accurate emotional compass for what was happening. If you can really reframe it that way for your inner child, you find that the modern you doesn't have such an overreactive relationship with your own anger anymore. That's a good place to start. But I don't have a specific video on just that yet. No, I'm still working on it myself, to be honest. Fibromyalgia, no. I was diagnosed with myalgia once. Maybe that's close enough. And that was 15, 16 years ago. And I fixed whatever that was, and it wasn't that hard. Basically, it's all the same things, man. If you strip out all the garbage in the body and rebuild your gut lining and your gut flora and your immune system, your body will repair these things. Unless you have such a consciousness conflict with yourself that you got your own organs and glands fighting with each other. In other words, you could put a person in a pristine Garden of Eden, perfect, healthy food, water, air environment, and they could still poison themselves into disease by unhealthy thinking. And that does happen. So it's both of those things. But, the consciousness playlist is to address the physical side. Excuse me. The health topics playlist is to address the physical side. Picture a pillar leaning like this, the physical side of climbing towards that goal of health and regeneration, right? The consciousness pillar is the other side. And when you lean them together, neither one falls over, right? They support each other. Whoop. So I don't care which side you climb up. Ultimately, you use both to get up here to the goal of health and vitality. Would I visit Agartha, or whatever? Sure, man. Sure. I'm adventurous. But not if you're going to stick my brain in a synthetic droid and launch me into space or something. Not if I have to do anything dehumanizing. Kind of depends on the circumstances. But for just funly, playful, friendly sake, sure. Absolutely. Humans aren't an advanced form of chimps, man. Humans were never chimps. And humans have been way more technologically advanced than they are right now. But they had the same problem. They didn't have any spiritual development, so they destroyed themselves with their technology, just like you're watching people try to do right now, and repeat the cycle. Don't know, and I'm not sure, Isaac. They're probably fictitious and European-based and nonsensical, and I really don't care because the image is nonsense. It's not what it's about. You could have took any image, any human body. It's not what matters. He looked like whatever was the genetics of the culture he was around, probably with some improvements from having a really supersonic, healthy, Essene lifestyle and positive aura. But it would have been, some good genetic bloodline of wherever he was at that time that people like to argue about like it matters. And everybody wants to make him into their own idol image to worship. And that's all nonsense. And I just don't care. Lost lot. Yeah, guys, when it comes to how much volume you can build up from, it's going to be limited by how much you can recover from. After I did the reset that the first 3 videos on this health topics playlist allowed me to do, I went from struggling probably to do 10 good sets without problems to being able to do 40 good sets every single day of the year and grow and gain from it, as an example of a physical change. Probably don't know. There will be totally different stages. It'll never be like, here's the thing: when you live in a living jungle, you're never done. You're gonna have to clean vines and competitive things growing over your trees and all this and that. You're never done. We'll get to a point where it's like we have enough food and medicines here, and I can just be free to do other things. Absolutely. That said, will there still be a new fruit or a medicine come into our lives at times? Sure, and I'll incorporate that. But there will come a time when that's not the hardworking focus taking a serious allotment of time and energy. Yes, that time will come. You're absolutely welcome, the real you. Thank you for the feedback. Much love, friend. Austria. What's going on over there, Victor? There is no bathroom. There was never a bathroom in Austria. I came to America and there were these bathrooms and all these fast food joints and these. I don't know what I'm talking about, but much love, man. Go do curls and build the Austrian Alps. Standing up on your biceps peak. That's where I learned to build a big peak, was staring at those peaks when I was a child and enjoying the summer breeze on a sunny day in the turnip field. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sounds like you tweaked a nerve function in your back, Rhett. You probably need some spinal adjustment from what I saw before that went off the screen. Yeah, I eat eggs sometimes from our own ducks and chickens. Yep. No, Zoom. Have not. Not here. Yes, James. Yes. Majorly. Maybe not in the same way you're asking, but I have, yes. Thank you, Rhett Matthias. Rhett Mathis. Thank you very much. And thank you too, Uri. Thank you, 90. You're very welcome. Thank you for the support, friend. What were older folk saying about your generation growing up? I don't really know as a whole. I just kind of grew up in whatever my neck of the woods was, Looking back on some of the impressions I got, you're all a bunch of terribly sinful, fornicating, out of control kids that need to be hyper controlled and managed. But I grew up in a place where there was two very opposing viewpoints. There was the hippie kids that got to do anything they wanted, and then there was the conservative side of things where whatever mistakes were made by our parents, we were double imprisoned and controlled for it or something. I don't know. That's my vague impression. My wife, knowledge of plants? Well, studying a bit of this and that and practicing. Also, her intuition kicks in and she gets messages in dreams sometimes about a certain plant to look into. And then she starts finding correlations with something she's dealing with and understanding how it works. And then she ends up using it in formulas for our animals, watching the benefits there, our kids, herself, me. So it's kind of like myself. It starts with an intuitive nudge, and then you add a little bit of practical research so you understand some of the basic implications known about that plant, and then you see where it leads. Well, James, if you actually gave them a healthy philosophy of life, which, good luck, because first you're going to have to establish one yourself. You would protect them from 99% of the things that destroy people in this world just with that alone. Yes, Zoom, I have. So I'm going to say for now. Overcoming isometrics? Probably. That's probably just a relabeling of something that was called different a decade ago. So yeah, I've done various types of isometrics, and I think my lifestyle forces me to do overcoming isometrics. Yes, definitely. But out of curiosity, what is the definition of overcoming isometrics? The Nephilim are not creators, man. They're disembodied things that really hate you. Because they can't hurt the creator, they hurt you instead to try to hurt the creator. They hurt you by lying to you all day and night and controlling the world through evil and bribing people onto their path and stealing their life from them and controlling them like puppets and living vicariously through the perversions they inflict on humans that become non-humans. They get so twisted. They're not creators, man. They were a mess that was created and then had to be wiped out because it was a disaster for humankind. Yes, a lot of it, Albert. I didn't accidentally end up in a third world self-sufficient reality, man. That was a vision started when I was 3 years old, and all sorts of hell came up against it throughout my life. And actually, whether I knew it or not, it also helped lead to here. But yes, more and more the life I want to live is manifesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But if you guys have bought into this idea that there isn't a whole bunch of practical work and endurance and things that aren't popular topics, that this crap's going to happen when you sit around and imagine it, no. Somebody has talked you out of your life. Don't listen to it. If your actions don't follow through with your vision, you're just a fish in a fish tank thinking you're in the ocean. I know what happened to the civilization before us. Like I said a minute ago, their technology far superseded their spiritual development, wisdom, and truth in alignment with spiritual truth, and they destroyed themselves. Just like this iteration is working really hard to do. Subjective versus objective morality sounds like a bunch of damn wordplay, to be honest. Love God with all your heart and soul and love your neighbor as yourself. Anything less is just stupid and absurd and complicating of the simplicity of truth. So a bunch of men who live only in their mind can philosophize in circles and mentally masturbate forever and impress other men with their mental masturbations and make statues of themselves thinking hard or some nonsense. That's my viewpoint, if you wanted to know. Do food addiction stop you after eating a meal? Well, sometimes if you just slow down and let it catch up, you won't end up overeating so much. That helps. Set like that other plate you're planning on, set it aside, try to wait like 30 minutes, an hour. You probably won't eat it. It's just when you get going so fast and you hork it all down like a hungry lion and then you realize, oh, I'm in pain again. Sometimes you just got to slow down as far as a physical hack that'll help. I've noticed that I have a big, strong appetite when I don't eat all day. I can eat a lot more than most people. That's part of it. Other times, though, what added to it was emotional distress. I'm just eating more and more to try to distract myself from what's constantly nagging and haunting me. And when I finally cut off some of those tentacles in my life, not only does alcoholism and a bunch of other things go away, like overeating isn't near as much of an issue. Honestly, lately I've been like, you're going to have to eat more if you're going to do this natural bodybuilding thing. And I eat quite a bit and I'm like, nah, we'll see what I can do without overeating that much. It's not, I haven't been overeating as much, to be honest with you. Yeah, the pyramids were one of them, one of the iterations of them. It was a communication device. It was a travel device. It was a healing device, a regeneration device. When I say communication, I also mean off planet to other places where some of them came from. But this just gets into this never ending, oh, blow my mind, bro. And it's irrelevant to now. The problem is, I don't care what planet you came from and how great your technology was, they did the same things to themselves that man is repeating right now. A lot of you were there. I'll tell you the truth. A lot of you were there and you just don't remember it. And you're doing it again. And you're hoping to wake yourself up this time and not repeat the same mistakes. And the signs are all around you. And all of it's all around you again. And you're immersed in it. The idea is, do you want to become lucid enough to see it and do something different this time? Collectively. I don't know about past whatever were the Nephilims running the earth as giants, Isaac, and if any of them had good intentions. I really don't know. But whatever's trapped on the earth disembodied now, their intentions are beyond your worst imagining of bad. They hate you with a level of hatred you don't even know that hate can be that bad. Overcoming means you work your muscles on a movable object. Oh, yeah, I've done that many times. Somebody came up with a new name for an old thing. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course. Pushing or pulling as hard as you possibly can against an immovable object. Of course. I've done a lot of that. Yes. It's really good for making you dense and harder and stronger in your nervous system. And it's good for your connective tissues, obviously, too, for strengthening them. Yep. And some of it does translate to full range strength. It does. Despite people that want to fight against it to sound cool and have their own thought cult, some of it really does translate to full range emotion strength. No, at the time I didn't use scalp massage. If you just listen to my video, it really is that simple. Everybody keeps thinking I forgot something. It's not. It was very straight. Nowadays, I could give people all kinds of more things to do to help with hair growth. I don't need any of them anymore, but I've learned a lot since then. So I could give you way more homework and things to do, but so can you. You know, this is all, there's plenty of people that have regrown their hair by now without resorting to some chemical ridiculous stuff that chemically castrates you and destroys your brain or whatever that patented stuff is doing to people. It's really not actually that hard to stimulate your hair follicles and clean them out and bring them back to life, even topically. But if you really want to fix the root cause, which is what I eventually did, which is why I don't need anything topical anymore, you got to fix the autoimmune conditions. You got to fix the internal self-destructive like fight you're having with yourself. You got to fix your leaky gut and reestablish healthy gut flora and a proper immune system. Basically, if people did that, their immune system wouldn't be attacking male hormones. Also, the plaque buildup, the magnesium deficiency, causing calcium and bacteria, which also needs to be cleansed out of the body. Did a recent video on that on the, well, I forget which list, but anyway. If you want to remove plaque from your follicles, you need a lot more magnesium in your body, and you need some disinfectant and cleansing to get the bacteria load down. So bacteria and calcium stop forming things that clog your follicles. Because more significantly, think about this. If calcium and bacteria have plugged your hair follicles, what are they doing to your arteries in your brain, in your heart? Do you think they're not doing it there? They are, of course. So, of course, the wiser thing, you know, I did that video to show people, yeah, you can do some topical things to start regrowing your hair now, and that's great. But really, the bigger path to take is addressing the underlying things, because that's going to benefit every system in your body, not just your current over-identification with your own hair, you know. That's awesome to hear, AO or AQ91. You more than deserve it. I love you and I believe in you. No, 3 Dexter. I mean, I feel really, really sorry for people that are going to snap out and wake up and realize what hell they put themselves in under that misguidance one day. And still love them unconditionally. I just truly feel sorry for people, to be honest with you. It's the perfect place to be a light and grow spiritually, Isaac. If you do that, you'll be thanking them one day, even though they'll still hate you from their dark pit. You'll be thankful. Like the point made in the video yesterday, basically. The antidote for hopelessness. The way the light uses the darkness for its own personal growth, despite the darkness lying and cheating and doing every possible thing it can to stop you, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful things reside in higher consciousness, guys, and ugly, distorted garbage resides in lower consciousness. And whatever you're looking at, you're moving closer towards. Whatever you're focusing on more has your attention. You're all worried about being born by cesarean section and you believe you're a victim? Listen, man, whoever put that garbage in your head, they did you a big disservice. There's nothing you got cheated out of in life, okay? Seriously, man, if that's the biggest of your problems, the only problem you really have is you've absorbed somebody's hideous self-destructive philosophy about it. You need to detox from that and set yourself free from garbage limiting beliefs, man. If you've got all your arms and legs and a nervous system and fingers to type with, you're blessed. I didn't hear the bad part in anything you said, to be honest with you, except for the incredibly negative interpretation about how you're somehow a victim and missed something important. You didn't miss anything important, man. You're here and you're breathing. Start making something out of it. Whoa, thank you, Hillel, very much for the support. Much love and appreciation from all of us, sincerely. I'm not really the money guy, you know, the way I explained earlier my long, slow path to plugging the leaks and living below my means and eventually being able to be self-sufficient on money without ever having to do anything nasty to make a lot of it. So that's in this live stream. And if I ever do a specific video, if I'm ever ready to do something I think's useful. But the problem is every time I explain to somebody how I got financial freedom, they're like, oh, I can't do that. I can't wait that long. I can't have that discipline and follow through. So I'm like, well, yeah, that's probably true. And there are people that could probably tell you how to get out of financial slavery right now, but I don't know who's who. I don't know who's honest and really there to help you and who's not. So I'm probably not the guy to be that helpful. I don't think my way of doing it is something other people are willing to do, to be honest. Yeah, man, you'll always have infections eating you alive until you repair your gut and the gut flora and the immune system. Albert, you're on the right track now. You're moving towards it, man. And you can do it. Keep looking at it. Keep studying the understandings of that until you understand all those connections. You'll be excited about what you can do. Even though all the authorities tell you not to and you can't, you better not talk about it. You'll be excited for the personal empowerment of what it is to heal and upgrade your awareness in your body, and your vitality and your capacity, mind, body, and spirit. Super rewarding, to say the least. I'm glad you appreciated it, Tom. Much love, man. Nah, man, don't worry about dolphins and Anunnaki. Dolphins are amazing animals. They're more conscious than some people, sadly. But whatever that interesting, creative sci-fi narrative is, that one really is sci-fi. I wouldn't stress it. No, I didn't have any surgery. You could watch my video on it, you know, what I had to say about it. Just type ACL in the search on my channel. I also talked about it in my video about bulletproof your connective tissue and why so many big, strong guys tear themselves in half trying to pick up a sock. Yeah, you might like that one. Amen, brother. Brother Shreds, right? Bro, you're super talented and amazing, above and beyond. You're one of a kind. You're not missing anything. That's for sure. People love to get addicted to the most negative narratives in this world, and that's the reason everybody remains in low consciousness. Manifesting the negative reality everybody's living in. You're being used as a battery to do it when you agree with negative philosophies of life, guys. You are the blue pill batteries in the matrix tube. And it's not machines, it's something else, but it's a good metaphor. And you are being used to generate it when you agree to absolutely ridiculously negative philosophies of life. You bet, man. Yeah, I think you'll like it, Isaac. I hope. And remember, I'm no better than you. I'm just ahead on some of this in the illusion of time. Remember that. If you have the ears to hear, the eyes to see, it's just as much for you as it is for me. Remember that, okay? We all come from the same source. It's just most people believe things that make it impossible for them to experience that, unfortunately. But that can be changed. Yeah, other energy centers, Padragan. The only reason I ever went on social media, I never was going to do a thing like that. I never would have even thought of it. But I kept having spirit guides or angels or whatever in dreams kept telling me if I didn't find a form of expression, I was going to die of some terrible disease starting right here in this chakra, the expression one. And what hit me was I'm going to try out this social media thing. And after 10 cancellations for knowing things you're not supposed to know and being cancel cultured for, I don't even want to say it. Here we are. And finally, some healing's happening and some breakthroughs, and it's wonderful. And I found that the true key to this thing all along, it wasn't just emotional repression that isn't really irrelevant to anybody. What it turned out to be was that true authenticity is incredibly healing, not just for me, but for others. And it took several iterations to even get to that point, where I'm honing in on what true authenticity even is. Because it's just a buzzword out in the world and it's complete BS, you know. But the real thing is amazingly healing for all of us. I really believe that through experience now. I've had my appendix removed. Who cares? I got a stronger immune system than anybody you've ever met, dude. I laugh at things that kill people. I don't laugh at the people dying from it. I try to help them, the ones that'll listen, but I laugh at those things. They mean nothing to me. You're not a victim because your appendix is missing. I'm missing a lot more than that. Don't worry. People took it out of me when I was young just because they were in there taking other things out. They just decided to take that too. Back then, I guess just whatever parts you wanted to cut off somebody, it was okay, you know. I don't miss it though. I don't care. They are operating subconsciously, and that's what actually controls people's life manifestation process. Uri, yes. The subconscious has zero discernment. It takes everything. It's like an ocean of programming. It just takes it all. And whatever that mixed, jumbled mess is, it creates your life. So the so-called powers that be that watch from dark places and manipulate humanity for thousands of years, they control all the narratives on the planet to program you from the time you get here to be a subconscious generator of the crappy reality they want humans stuck in and complaining about and not doing any of the things they actually came here for, which makes it the perfect metaphorical darkness to become a bright star in and shine light and grow spiritually like Yeshua told and showed everybody how to do before he got butchered and had it all rewritten into something else, which he knew would happen, and he did raise from the dead and went on to better things. But some of us actually hear and perceive, and that's what we're trying to share what he did through all the noise saying otherwise. That's kind of a quick summary on the biggest themes for humanity right there. Yeah, time. That's good. AQ. If you're getting high enough that time's totally different, you're definitely doing it well enough to do some real nervous system resetting and healing. You're very welcome. I don't think you need tips, you know. I think you just keep doing it instinctively and you're getting somewhere, man. That's the only way I use it. I just kind of go with it and whatever happens, happens, and it's amazing, you know. And I don't try to follow a process or ask somebody else because what do I care? And I couldn't get to that state where I'm outside human ego consciousness if I was trying to count or control what I'm doing or anything else. I couldn't get there. I see that as super limiting. It's humankind once again trying to put something that should be transcendent right back into the mental box and limit it to where it defeats the purpose. So I don't let anybody do that. I think you're doing great. Just relax and enjoy it, you know. Don't make it a goal or a sport or an agenda or an identity or any of that nonsense. Just let it happen how it does and enjoy it for the benefits you get and see how it evolves. I mean, that'd be my 3 cents. Yeah, I consumed Sheila G in the past. I don't know if it was real or not. I never noticed anything from it, to be honest with you. So that's kind of a sketchy one, as far as I'm concerned. I did my best to explain some of that the best I could in human words in the Meaning of Life video, God's Gladiator. Words and energy, with the help of the Creator, doing my best to cooperate. How do you get better at running? For whatever reason, I would submit that you might want to try running barefoot and practice it for a while so you feel what it's like to actually use all your bones and tendons and muscles that you haven't been using because of the ridiculous human invention of shoes. I went from a good runner to a really good runner the day I took my shoes off, just like that. And I never looked back. It's so much better. Take practical considerations about where you're running and dangers for your feet and whatever. I mean, don't do it mindlessly or something, but that'd be the rabbit hole I'd kind of point you towards on that for sure. Well, Muriel, tell me this. How did one of them tell me that I was insulin resistant? And I had spent my entire life not eating sugar, and I was sure that that was the last condition I would ever had because I did all the right things. I bought myself an insulin tester, and it was off the chart, and they saved my life. Now, how did my own subconscious tell me something that I never believed and never put in it? Nobody else ever did either. I even asked them if I manifested that from alcohol abuse or what, and they said I brought it to this life to work on it. There's been a bunch of things in my life that didn't come from my own subconscious. There's a difference there. There are certain things that you can test to find out if information was given to you beyond your own scope of experience and information you've been exposed to. And the subconscious doesn't do that particular thing. It will manifest characters and dreams, of course, many. And those are all about you, and they're symbolic, and they can be translated. Yeah. So this is your expression center, chakra, or whatever. And physically, it relates to the thyroid gland, which communicates and coordinates with all the other glands, which also coordinates with the planet in this galaxy. These are all micros of the macros of the same thing, guys. But the energetic center, as far as what you do with your consciousness, in a world that fights against authentic depression, it causes massive amounts of thyroid cancer and disease and metabolic disease and mental disease and nervous system disease and all the other diseases that can originate here. But the world's fighting against pretty much everything human, to be honest. But that one for me, I was warned repeatedly that if I didn't start doing something about it, it was going to take me off the planet. And I've been able to help others in dreams with the same thing, to show them what's important, what's limiting it, what health conditions are limiting it, what will eventually be a very serious disease if they don't start redirecting it now. Those are things I was trained. to do in symbolic language from what, but I don't advertise it and I don't really talk about it much, to be honest with you. But that energy center has to do with authentic expression. And this planet would be so much more actually progressive and utopian if that was a real thing here. Pretty much throughout history, people that authentically express themselves got tortured to death. That's pretty much why humans don't express themselves. And in some cases, well, in most cases, you have witnessed that before, and it terrified you out of ever trying. And some of us have been that person. It makes it even harder. But if the darkness in this world does that much to try to make sure that there's no authentic expression, you know there's great power. You know there's great power of truth, and there's great power of healing and growth for humanity when there is authentic expression. But remember, that's a word that people misuse all the time. Oh, authenticity, bro, and it's far from it, you know. So if you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, it'll resonate, feel good and healing too, and it'll help you become more authentic. And if it's fake and you probably don't know the difference and don't have any discernment, it could be more detrimental if you listen to what somebody tells you is authentic and it's not, you know. There's a lot of that out there. Side stitches. Yeah, I think if you cleaned out your gut and got your gut health better and detoxed your body to where your liver and kidney health was better and your other organs, and then you didn't overeat and you ate proper, well digestible food combinations for you, and then you practiced at it, I honestly believe you wouldn't get them anymore. I got them a lot as a kid. I lived in an ignorant world, you know, until I figured out how to take care of this organic machinery. I always had those. Now I never get them. So it's got something to do with fixing the underlying organ dysfunction and pressure. I mean, why do so many weightlifters get hernias? Because they're stuffed full of ridiculous amounts of garbage they haven't digested that's pushing out so hard from the inside. They lift a heavy weight and they tear their whole abdomen open. It's disturbing. It's like something from an alien movie. So if people just had guts that weren't hideous chaos disaster junkyards, a lot of it, that would fix right there. It's putting pressure on other organs, for example, chronically inflamed guts and organs all pushing on each other. You fix and reset all these things and create harmony in the body. I never thought about side stitches. I don't remember when they stopped, but it was a long time ago, just from improving overall health, vitality, and harmony in the body. Well, me, I know too much about people without even wanting to, Chris, instantly. And that's because I have an empath nervous system and I get to experience their nervous system, which is why I have to. There are certain people I can be around and it doesn't drain me and it's good for me. And those are rare. But there's a lot of people that to sit there and listen to their lies, no matter how many fake smiles they practice, it's just downright painful and draining. Now, if you don't have any of that, that you're aware of, know the person by their fruits. You may not know instantly, but what is their life producing? Are they producing better health and well-being in others or not so? Then you know. You'll know a tree by its fruits. Apply the simple, true spiritual principles Yeshua gave people for free and paid an extremely high price to have it all distorted into something else. But it's still there for those that listen. No, we don't have any kids our kids' age to hang with. I wish we did. I'm hoping to manifest that at some point here. Sure would be nice. I'm looking forward to it and believing in it. My kids are best friends with each other, and they're very close in age. And right now it's a very healthy, functional thing, but I'm looking forward to manifesting that for them as well, however that comes to be. Yeah, if you can't socially get away with running barefoot, you could probably do barefoot shoes. I think it would work the same from what I've heard. Yeah, it's probably a good move. Yeah. So again, you're worried about something your mother supposedly didn't do for you. It doesn't even matter, man. You can build a healthy gut biome now. And if anybody's gonna, it's you. And anybody that's ever taken antibiotics destroyed themselves. And it doesn't matter what their mother did for them before that. And that's everybody. Everybody needs to rebuild their gut lining and populate it with healthy flora to reset their whole body, man. You're not a victim beyond anybody else, and you're not missing anything that matters. So don't even worry about that. You have the power to fix it and build it now. That's the good news. Well, what do you consider prayer, Muriel? Is it where God's a genie and you ask for a bunch of things and you don't know if you're going to get it or not, and you don't know how to listen? Because meditation's evil and the devil, Bobby. I mean, what some people call prayer and wonder why they don't get an answer, it's because you do get an answer, but you don't know how to perceive it. Talking at some imaginary idol that somebody taught you about is not really what a prayer is. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just throwing these things out there for consideration. Also, the creator of all things is not going to answer a prayer that's bad for you. If he gives you, he, she, it, beyond definable, gives you what you're asking for and it's going to be bad for you, that doesn't happen. There are things in this world that if you'll do sick prayers and rituals to them, they'll give you whatever you're asking for, but it'll come at a way higher price than you even have any concept of. That's how the world leaders got where they are. So, I mean, consider all that, and start looking into preconceived assumptions of what prayer is and versus what it might actually be. That might not be what you think. Your root philosophy of life, Isaac. The last two philosophical type videos posted on this channel address that. If you can have life concept in there, it's the big golden key to that and so many things that people don't see. Okay. It's because if there's going to be a new earth and a golden age, it's going to be when we become the temples of the living God, us. Part of me already lives in that potential future timeline. 1 foot in, at least. That's what new earth means to me. And fitness, well, I mean, I do a bunch of physical fitness stuff, but to me, fitness encompasses everything. Mind, body, spirit, harmony, consciousness, all of it. It's all tied together. It's all one holistic part of the infinite creator's creativity. And we're here to be good stewards of it or continue making excuses and participating with the darkness and acting like somebody else is going to save us from it. Or we're all doomed because we collectively agree to that nonsense, and then make it happen. So I know where my vision is, and I know where my work and my fruit and my whatever is. And that's what it is to me. Well, I live in isolation, and that helps as an empath. It's funny, though, because I care about you guys, I actually sometimes read something and I feel something clearly from one of you, which means I'm meant to. And sometimes that helps cue me as what I should share. And I don't find it draining, this, because I ignore the trolls and the narcissists as soon as they make themselves clear for who they are. And I keep investing in those of you that I know is worth it. And that's not draining for me. But say I go in public just to go shopping and whatever, a lot of times I do come home very drained because I've picked up on things from the sadness and the despair and the misery and the darkness other people are carrying within them. And then I just recharge, I recharge here where it's more just between myself and the creator and my family. And there's a better energy we cultivate here. Every day we thank the creator for guidance, blessings, protections, and life more abundantly, and the quickening of our spirits to perceive that more so for what it is. And it comes more and more true. So this is a great recharge for me. But if I had to be immersed like I have at sections of my life in the madness of others, it's pure torture. Torture that just goes on for decades, to be honest with you. Come on in. If that's what's happening. That door is opening itself. How ghosty. Cool, AQ. Be interesting to see how that unfolds and what changes you notice. Go too cold is a very good tridoshic balancer. That's definitely one true adaptogen that, regardless of Ayurvedic constitution, it'll work to bring all three into harmony and balance so they all work better together. Yeshua has come back. Yeshua is back. He already said, I will be you for those willing. Before I get blood sacrificed, I'm going to leave it at that. Those who know, know. If you're waiting for some dude to come out of the clouds like the sick false prophet Paul said, and all his prophecies never came true, and everybody's still following his doctrines, the Joseph Smith of Roman Christianity, that's a good one. No, that nonsense is never going to happen. And all it's done is cause countless millions of people to waste their spiritual potential and do nothing with the opportunity they were given in life. If you understand that what he meant by my return is not what you've been told, and you look and you seek and you ask, you'll be amazed and mystified, and great change will occur. And I don't even have words for that, but that's the best I can do. Yeah. And it's funny, Chris, that they're attracted to empaths. Narcissists especially. God, they love empaths. I mean, they hate you really, but they love you because it's like a weird obsessive thing to get their claws in and try to convince you need them so they can feed off you the whole time and drain you for everything and convince you need them, which is basically how the systems of this world work. Massively narcissistic. The good thing is when you have pattern recognition and you've been through the same thing enough, you start to understand a bunch of things about the micro and the macro, and it's very helpful. All that suffering eventually is converted into valuable, useful tools. God can change that which the enemy meant for evil into good for those who believe. That's what that means. That's one of the things it means. Yeah. Yeah, if you're an empath and you're around volatile, raging wolves of people, even if they hide it, ironically, you'll be the one probably can't hide it. It'll, their whole life is about, secrecy and deception and faking this and, hiding that. But you'll just be overwhelmed and you'll start acting out things that aren't yours. And it may take decades to figure it out, man, but that's happening. It's channeling through your nervous system and being expressed. And you end up being confused. And they love to use that against you because the whole time they were trying to project all their flaws onto you to begin with. And now they got you in that vicious cycle and it just gets weirder from there. But there's a lot of great learning comes when you exodus from that finally and you mean it. And then all the other ones that try, you're like, psh, psh, no thanks, go away. Gets real easy after you've had some true victories. Amalif, get unclose from them. That's what you could do. May not be something you can do instantly, may not be easy, but that's what you can do. I mean, if you were sitting in a puddle of sewage and you're like, it's hurting my mindset and my health because I'm so close to all these turds. It's a silly metaphor, right? But I mean, what would you do? Get unclose to the turds so they stop infecting you, right? And then you'll notice that when you're at a safe distance, you actually have to go back and start healing and processing all the things you couldn't when you were in their presence. That's the next stage. But from where you are now, the first huge step, don't be close to it. And I know you've been trained to think things in this world that are going to fight you on that. I understand more than you'll ever know. But you can do it. And you asked me, so I had to answer honestly. Peace is good. I don't know much about Hinduism. People say, oh, you're teaching Hindu things. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. I don't need a label. I'm sure there's some truth in it, and some crazy human nonsense agendas that are abusive, like there is in any religion. But I can certainly understand wanting peace because it's the nature of your real spirit. We're actually profoundly peaceful, blissful, euphoric beings, So we're seeking that again, because we get down here and we get all shattered like broken glass cutting itself or something. I can certainly relate, my friend. There's a lot of things on this channel I think could help. But feel free to ask questions on any of the threads or share things or whatever, man. You're definitely welcome here. Much love to you. From Utah. Yeah. I hear you, man. It's a good analogy, right? Because it's like literally the same thing. You got this group over here, you go to hell, and they're doing the exact same thing. Judge others and you judge yourself. Yes. Not listening to Yeshua. Happy to talk about their bloody murder statue thing, idol, but they don't listen to the guy it was all supposedly named after at all, do they? Pretty sad. He eats a lot of dough. He eats a lot of gluten and his gut's destroyed. Yeah. And modern medicine's made it worse. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? Some people want to just do what they're going to do and destroy themselves and pretend that it's not what they did, And I'm sorry that it hurts you. I am. I'm sorry it hurts him too, but I'm less sorry because that's really him doing that, I'm sorry for you, for your empathy, but I'm not sorry for you because you don't really need that. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for people that are willing to still feel, even when it hurts, because if you lose that, you're definitely not going to do the good you came into this world for. The enemy has already stolen it from you, and it happens to far too many people. Yeah, there's weird little creepy tells like that, Chris, isn't there? Yeah. Some are slick enough they can train themselves not to do that, but most of them have some creepy little tells where it just, you're like, is my mind hallucinating? Or was that as like creepy, demonic, and dark as it looked, that little blip I saw in that person for just a second there? It's real. That said, don't witch hunt people, guys. That's not what I'm saying. He's a demon, get him. Don't be ignorant. Don't be the problem. But go ahead and notice those things. And be discerning how you interact with people that are showing you things, whether they meant to or not, for sure. They're manipulating you, Badgson, throwing you around and taking you back. Probably a narcissist. Could be something else. But if that's a repeated pattern, they're not really throwing you away. Watch what happens if you actually do leave and not look back. The game will change. They'll try something different. Sword, it sounds like she's probably been through some things that may be suppressed or not fully remembered or accounted for that are being projected onto that situation. Sorry to hear that. I know that makes it really hard. Sometimes it's best not to tell people some of the things you do, if you want to do it anyway and progress on your health and people aren't ready for it. Humans have lost track of all kinds of things you would call superpowers already that are your divine inheritance that you're unaware of. Yeah. Wow, I missed some of those. No, it's not wrong not to have friends, especially when what you were calling friends weren't friends. Sometimes you need isolation to develop what you are, to become the light you're meant to be. It's not wrong. There's just, listen, if you want to control the entire populace of Earth under certain narratives, you need them all grouped together. Those groups seem to be opposed to each other, but they're all under the same controllers. Those thought cults were all invented by the same forces. What they don't like is an outlier who might escape it. They're afraid of what individuality or authenticity might form in isolation. So they want you afraid you're missing out or you're doing something wrong or feeling guilty or unable to be isolated long enough to discover something that you're meant to discover. That's usually what that's about. A common pattern in you guys, yes. You're way more conscious and interested in more important things than the vast majority of human beings I ever spent a lot of effort trying to interact with, for one thing. That's a huge pattern. And I'm seeing less and less squabbling about petty things, which is awesome. And I don't know, it's like a very positive pattern. Like I said, I find it humbling and inspiring. I'm starting to believe that I'll be able to interact with more of you in person one day without the empathic part of me just being destroyed by it. I'm starting to actually believe, and this is profound for me, to be honest. But whether that happens or not, I don't even care. If we're spread out all across the world and we care that much about these things, we're cultivating something here that plants seeds that can potentially bear great fruit for change, for humanity. And I believe in every one of you for that. Who knows who bears the greatest fruit? It's not even worth trying to compare. How does a watermelon compare to an orange anyway? Opinions will vary. It doesn't even matter. But I believe in you guys. That's my point. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are proud of their completely selfish, screw everybody else philosophy, and it's incredibly weak. They're embarrassing themselves in front of anything conscious, and one day they're going to see that in its full naked embarrassment, and hopefully be able to get the spiritual support they need to see it and not implode when they realize what they've actually done. Pretty sad. Yeah, man, that's very, very unhealthy, Badgeson. And when you're ready to not be tormented by that and look for a place where love is reciprocated with love instead of manipulation in a dark vacuum pretending to be love, then you're ready, man. And I think you're going to use this lesson to your advantage and to the advantage of others. Because that's a strikingly common thing in this world for some really creepy reason. And no doubt this person's been assigned to you for a reason. The darkness has one agenda, why it's assigned to you, and the light looks at it from a whole place of opportunity, you know? And the higher truth is the truth of the light, and the lower truth is the truth that you can inflict upon yourself and suffer with, but it's not the act. That's a real thing, Artman, because when you're desiring something, you're pushing it away. Because I don't care what words you say, the energy that you're interacting with the nervous system of creation is, I desperately need something I don't have. And all it's going to do is say, yep. That's what it's going to say to you. So when you relax that neurotic part, that's actually pushing it away with its weird, choky, strangly energy, a lot of times the other part of you that's open to that good thing is able to receive it. Because the neurotic, choking, strangling, desperation energy gets quiet for a while, and then that thing's able to actually come into your presence. It's amazing. Thank you, Isaac, very much. Isaac, I think that's how that's pronounced. Hi, good sir. Does Gotu-Kola help with osteoblast? Osteoblast. It probably does, but guys, somebody, I don't want to close this screen and look it up for myself. Could somebody give me a definition of osteoblast and just paste it on the screen here? I'll probably be able to figure it out from that. I need a definition, though, on osteoblast. Didn't watch Dragon Ball Z, my friend. Can't say. You hope I get a chance to wrestle? It could happen. Yeah. Maybe with you one day, huh? I love it, man. Especially submission grappling. I love to be Shark Tanked and just have strong guy after strong guy after strong guy attack me with all these God till I can't even fight back. I'm weird like that. Try to find a way to use 5% of my strength and totally overheated and like still stay alive somehow until you just can't. I consider that good training and fun. Some consider it hell, but they haven't been to worse places. I consider it a joy. Okay, an osteoblast is a specialized cube-shaped cell responsible for bone formation, bone remodel. Okay, osteoblast. Now I remember. They're the builders in the bone, right? Yes, gotu kola will help because it's really good for your overall collagen structure, and bones are full of collagen. Good ones are, not over-calcified bones where people think calcium, calcium, and then they just snap to dust. But real bones with flexibility and tensile strength have a really good collagen matrix, and gotu kola is really good for microcirculation and upgrading the collagen matrix. So you made that connection, man. You're right. Yes, absolutely. Confirmed. Happy to confirm it for you. Sorry, I forgot what that word meant. I used to know. I just forget words when I haven't read them for a decade, I guess. I don't forget concepts, but I forget words. Yeah, this one's approaching 7 hours, guys. So I'm going to start. We're going to start our descent now. So please observe the seatbelt sign and stop smoking and talking on your cell phone and conniving the girl in the next aisle on the airplane, and start to prepare yourselves for a gradual descent. We will be trying to land before the 7-hour mark, so we hit the runway, hopefully, and don't slide into the ocean. If anybody has anything really important they wanted to get in here, put it in all caps. You're not being rude because I said so. If you really think it's important and I can help right now, feel free, so I don't miss it. Or make a donation. I'll definitely see that. Not pandering for money. Just acknowledging that it does light up the screen, so obviously I see those. Osteoblasts, yeah. Get enough minerals and vitamins because my missing are you missing your gallbladder? They took your gallbladder because it got clogged up? Okay, so you don't use lipids very well. Fat-soluble things are hard for you to absorb. I would try to maximize on a diet that isn't heavily reliant on fats and oils, but you still got to get your essentials, you know? I'd consume a little bit of high-quality raw essential oils each day of some type. Little bits at a time, though, because you can't absorb much if you're really missing your gallbladder. And remember, water-soluble vitamins and minerals you can still absorb as good as anybody. So the only place you're being limited is on the fat-soluble. So like vitamin E, vitamin D, vitamin K, 2, you'd be limited there. I'd look for ways to kind of microdose it into my body consistently so you can at least get some and be all right, you know? Off the top of my head, that's what I think I would be doing in that situation. Yeah, nice. Padrigan. Sounds like you got an opportunity, man. Anytime you can train with somebody better, who's been better than you at something, man, you can get better a lot faster. It sucks when you're always training with people way not as good. I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's not as good for you. That sounds pretty cool. No, I haven't read anything by C.S. Lewis. I've read some quotes and stuff, but I've never read any of his books or anything. I heard he's like a Christian mystic, whatever that label means. So, you know, occasionally somebody says, oh, you said something C.S. Lewis said. And then there's some Indian gurus and some ancient Greek philosophers, which kind of made me cringe because that's almost Roman sounding. They're like, oh, he said that. And I'm like, what am I doing? But anyway, truth shows up in a lot of places. And I shouldn't take offense to where. Much love, over and out. Later, James. Seed oils, when cooked, are really crappy. When raw, they're good for you. Yeah. Check out the difference on that, on the denaturing and what it does to your cell walls and your circulation and your metabolism and so forth. Not good. Cooking with seed oils, guys, nah. Nah, man. I'd be like, nah, for lack of better words. Thank you, Will Smith. D3. No, don't take the magnesium at the same time as the D3 and K2. Take the D3 and the K2 with fats or oils. That's the only way you're going to absorb them. Magnesium tends to give you the runs and makes you not absorb things. You can only absorb a small amount orally. Definitely take it at a different time of the day, and definitely use magnesium oil. Just Google it. It's simple to get a lot more in your body because you're very limited on what you can ingest orally with magnesium. British accent, I can do it, but I kind of need to, in order to not confuse it with Scottish and hello, what's up? I gotta go, guys. Do I need to be done?
Yes.
Okay, honey, I'm coming.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. Something's going on that I'm needed for, guys. So I got to wrap this one up now. Much love to everybody. It's been great. And I look forward to the next one, maybe Saturday. Blessings to all. Over and out for the moment.